ID Eclipse and Glaive Bingus. I'm Agent A2, and this is Septi on the cast for you here today.
All right, I'm so excited. This is going to be such a good match. This is my first cast of the CCS season, but I get to see a revenge matchup for IDE Eclipse versus Glaive Bingus. Previously, IDE going down in a 5-game series versus Glaive. I'm so excited. We're about to get into draft here, I believe. Teams just readying up as we're getting into this lobby. Sorry again for the little bit of the late start. Just players getting into lobby, but we are almost all set to go. I'm really excited. We have a few different roster moves coming in. Eddie Boy playing for the side of ID Eclipse. And we are into draft here, I believe. Yeah, we are.
So we are. In any case, it is relevant to note ID Eclipse coming off of a 3-0 win against Goldfish Gaming, the previous champions of the Platinum CCS. Eliminating them effectively from the tournament and now putting themselves up against Glaive Bingus, coming off of a loss against DOG Gamma about, what is that, a week ago or something like that?
Yeah, about or so. Yeah, these teams haven't played in a month, but they have played in this playoff bracket nonetheless. So we are jumping into draft here and a fairly standard Shyvana ban versus ID Eclipse.
Yeah, Shyvana, champion, and of course on red side, you very much expect to see that Seraphine go in your first 3 bans. Just B1 Seraphine has been such a monster pick throughout this tournament, and no surprises seeing it banned away.
Yeah, it's also one of ID Eclipse's least favorite champions to play against about all season long. Ooh, I was going to say, looking at this, going into the series, I wonder how these teams are going to adapt their bans. Given the patch changes since they've last played. And it seems that Shen is going to be something they try and take off the table, maybe going for a more, maybe taking that away as a safe pick for Bingo DX in that top lane, trying to maybe force up a pick, maybe like Aatrox is something that we've been seeing a lot in pro play and has a really high amount of presence here. Something that's almost been B1able in, I think, every single game and series that's been going on out there. So I'm curious if the Shenban is really more angled towards getting that advantage in the top lane for Panzora.
Yeah, and then the Gangplank as their next ban on the side of ID Eclipse, a champion that's a little bit on the cusp of he's pretty good, but he's not like the Aatrox level B1, just like perfect, easy blind pick top laner, but still something that is quite annoying to play against when you get a good matchup. Cassiopeia and Rakan coming out as the last bans before we get into our B1. We'll see what they want to pick up for themselves on the side of Glaive Bingus.
Yeah, and a lot of power picks still available. The Misfortune is up, the Aatrox is up, Senna is up as well. Picks like Caitlyn, Hecarim. I mean, really, it's completely out there for Glaive to pick up any of these champions, but also ID Eclipse doing a good job of not really banning away too many of the power picks, so they're able to lock in a pair of powers themselves. MF being the first pick here. Not really a surprise with something like the Amumu still up, but we should see ID Eclipse respond with something maybe a bit divey to be able to get on top of that fairly immobile AD carry. Something like a Hecarim would be a really good pickup for them here.
Yeah, the Hecarim as the mouse over on the side of ID Eclipse, a champion that was quite out of line, I would say. It has been nerfed, but is still quite valuable as a pick. Can get onto the back line, has a lot of good sustained damage, as well as AoE CC with that onslaught of shadows. And then maybe the Aphelios is going to be the pickup for the side of ID Eclipse. This would effectively be handing over the option to pick up the Curse of the Sad Bullet Time with the Amumu support on the side of Glaive Bingus.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those AD carries where you're a little bit worried about getting run down. Misfortune plus any really aggressive support is going to be putting the Aphelios through his paces, keeping him trapped under turret, as we do see it locked in. Kind of a little bit scary for ID Eclipse, though. You have a bit of a scaling jungle and a bit of a scaling bot lane against a champion like Misfortune. And yeah, you were saying Curse of the Sad Bullet Time is what I imagine will be locked in for Glaive Bingus, as it is probably the best bot lane combination out there and can really punish down that Aphelios. But we'll see, as it is not going to be what we expected. The Taric hover, I don't want to get baited. Hold on. Yeah, the Taric locked in. Yeah, it is. Wow, that's a little bit surprising. Kind of a half step back from what we were expecting after that Misfortune first pick. Maybe Glaive Bingus worrying a bit about getting collapsed on by Hecarim and potential future dive champions.
Yeah, I am a little bit surprised. This does cut down on your just general lane power quite a bit. Tarek, he has the ability to kind of fight it out against a lot of other melee supports, but you do lose out on a lot of just the raw power in lane that a Mumu gives you, and then of course the super combo, the bullet time plus Kurthos Sad Mummy. Diana gonna be locked in for Glaive Bingus, presumably into the jungle, though we could see something weird come out here as well. Um, Diana just such a monster in the jungle with her Sunfire cape build. Uh, will I don't know. I don't like the champion. I can fully concede it's strong, but I hate the champion.
The it definitely is one of those champions where you're not really the biggest fan of because it can do all the things that you want it to do. It can tank, it can deal damage, it can burst, it can fight for a very long time. And that's something that I guess pairs well with Tarek and Misfortune because realistically, she's doing what a Mumu does, but is also playing into the style that Tarek wants to do, which is these long extended team fights where you're healing, tanking a lot of damage, but also being able to group those people up for the Misfortune ultimate. Um, Definitely not as wombo combo-y as if we would have seen that at Mumu, but moving into second round of ban phase as Renata Glask paired up with that Aphelios in the ball lane is something that I'd like to see actually. Renata does a really good job playing with those hyper carries, making sure that they're able to stay safe. And it's also something that can really counter something like a Diana engage.
Yeah, really good against heavy dive comps, Renata. You can push them like it's a lot easier to land the handshake when they're coming directly into you. And then of course your ultimate is basically the perfect disengage tool. Everyone behind the initial divers like, oh crap, we can't follow up on this because otherwise we get berserked and killed off by each other. The next round of bans coming through, we're seeing Yasuo and Mordekaiser taken off the board with Victor and a yet to be last ban on the side of Glaive Bingus.
Yeah, ID Eclipse a little bit worried about that wombo combo with the Diana. The Mordekaiser ban to me maybe points at a potential blind pick tank top lane for ID Eclipse. Generally, the pretty standard ban if you're looking to pick up something like a Maokai or an Ornn here. Mid lane bans actually coming out for Glaive Bingus, really afraid of that Victor and of that Syndra. They do not want to allow this ID Eclipse mid laner onto a safe, comfortable blind pick mage. There's still one available, and it is the it is the wind up clock Oriana. As you know, interesting to me that they they banned the Mordekaiser to then still pick the oh, never mind, I got baited.
Yeah, it will be the Ornn instead. That is one of the more blind pickable top laners for sure as well. Um, Ornn, fairly nice, just high scaling, high ability to help engage from long range in team fights. And then Glaive Bingus, we'll see what they have to pick up. It looks like it might be the Vex, a champion that a little bit on the cusp as far as the world's championship meta has come, but we've seen it a couple times, has done fairly well, and we'll be seeing it here in this game one between Glaive Bingus and ID Eclipse.
Yeah, and something to note actually is that Glaive Bingus isn't using the normal mid laner, the Epi champion. They're actually going to be using Catasol in the mid lane. So if you're surprised about this Vex pick, that's what it is. And we talked about tank killers being banned away in that Mordekaiser. Darius, certainly one of those tank killers that can go along and really make that Ornn's day a living hell if it is locked in. And when it is locked in, actually, for the side of Glaive Bingus, apologies, Panzora taking that Darius and being, I'm going to be the person who's going to run my lane and put this Ornn into the dirt.
Yeah,
Um,
this is just like one of those you pick it for lane, right?
right.
The champion can, if he gets ahead, it can become quite the menace in team fights. You're gonna be shredding the front line as someone who it's difficult to approach yourself, and then ID Eclipse will last pick up the Rise.
That's a bit surprising, actually. Rise has not really been one of those staple picks that you see him as, in the past. Rise used to be one of those champions that was always in the meta, always around, because he was a really high skill cap champion where if you were able to play him at a high level, it didn't matter, what level of power Rise was at. He was always, in the meta. But, looking at these two different team comps, though, ID Eclipse is definitely going for a bit more of that late game scaling. They're going to have to really be solid in this early and mid game to not get run over by the powerful champions in that Misfortune and Diana. But if they're able to survive the storm that is these crazy engage and wombo combo champions, they should be able to pull out a pretty solid win. They have a pretty well-rounded composition with good engage, good frontline, good damage distribution. I think the burden of execution is definitely on Glaive Bingus for this series coming up, or rather in this first game.
Yeah, the
yeah.
rise though is kind of a big well, how would you say, like maybe a question mark for me. The champion is not like particularly strong at the moment, I would say.
Well, looking at the team comps, actually, I know Rise isn't the strongest champion, but he's also not the weakest. I think there's definitely a place for him in this meta. He's not one of those stereotypical mid laners. Like maybe Orianna might have been okay here, but I don't really see Orianna doing too much against a champion like Diana, because she collapses a little bit too quickly for the command attack and the shockwave to come in to really stop her. And so a champion like Rise, who can build a bit more of that tanky build with potentially that Thimble Winter, also denies Vex the bonus passives that she gets from dashing champions, and he also has a lot of wave clear to pair along in the side lanes. So if we look at these different team comps, I imagine we're going to see something pretty standard. Glaive Bingus is really going to be trying to make these early plays happen on the bot side with Taric and Misfortune and Diana, because if they're not able to start snowballing this game, it's going to be very difficult for them later on. When this game breaks into side lanes, when the Ornn is giving ornaments to these different carries that he has, when the Hecarim is just charging and farming every camp on the map. Because, I mean, realistically, the only downside to this composition, I think, in my head, is that ID Eclipse has 3 champions in that Hecarim, Aphelios, and Rise that are really gold heavy.
Gold reliant.
Yeah, gold reliant, gold. They need gold to have their items, and if they don't have those items, they are not really as strong as they could be, and are very vulnerable to a champion like Misfortune with your bullet time.
Yeah, I do like and they picked Glaive Bingus picked up the Taric fairly early, but it is actually quite effective here with ID Eclipse's team composition. They have these very telegraphed things like the Call of the Forge God, like the Onslaught of Shadows. You have quite a bit of time where you see them like approaching with the engage, that you can like start throwing up the Cosmic Radiance as they're coming in, and you're like, okay, you're using your engage tools. We're gonna start this fight with a little bit of invulnerability if you can't burst us down during that like very brief window before the Cosmic Radiance invulnerability lands, and then they have the really good chance of turning that fight around.
Yeah, I mean, if they're able to survive the initial engage and are able to actually find, you know, honestly, there's not really much secret to it. Diana and Vex want to go in, they want to press their R buttons, and so does Misfortune. If they're able to survive the initial onslaught and bait ID Eclipse into a position to get wombo comboed, I think it's going to be really good for Glaive Bingus. They definitely have a chance to win this game. You know, if this Vex gets ahead, I could see her easily one-shotting champions like the Rise, like the Aphelios, and even the Hecarim to a certain degree, because depending on what build he goes this game, Hecarim is definitely one-shottable. But I mean, I want to talk about this jungle matchup, Diana versus Hecarim, because those champions are both champions that would like to farm a whole lot. And in this game, that definitely favors ID Eclipse, because as we were saying before, their champions are scaling, and so therefore, if Diana is not on the map applying pressure, it's going to be, you know, much more. It's not going to be as good for Glaive Bingus if she's not able to apply her pressure on the map. And so it's really going to be on these two junglers to make this game happen for their teams, I believe. And so my prediction, at least for this game, is so goes the jungle, so goes the game. But that's, I don't know if that's a hot take or not. I don't think it is. But yeah, I mean, that's...
Yeah, I kind of see what you're saying. I do think you're right, for sure. Glaive Bingus, they're the ones who kind of need to get a lead early on, and then possibly, and then snowball into a win before ID Eclipse kind of get their scaling online, and then just sort of win by virtue of champion picks. So in that sense, Rejected and You, he's kind of got a little bit less pressure on him. As long as he doesn't just like run it down and like kind of stops Diana from really making anything happen too much, it'll be okay for ID Eclipse, you have to imagine.
Yeah, I mean, ID Eclipse, again, the burden of execution being on Glaive Bingus means that ID Eclipse can just sit back, make sure that they don't, you know, get gone on early, and the game should be smooth sailing for them. If you give up 1 or 2 dragons early, it's not the worst thing. Misfortune, there's no shame in giving up early pressure to a Misfortune. It's kind of what she does. Same with Vex to a certain degree, right? Because she's going to be able to get the push against Rise. before he really starts getting that mana.
We've got about a minute and a half left on the spectator delay, so we'll take this opportunity to remind you of the CCS partner ProComps. ProComps is a first-of-its-kind drafting tool aimed for competitive and solo queue play. ProComps allows the user live feedback and analysis on drafting, giving them recommendations on picks, notes on matchups, and analysis on the enemy team's win cons. These features allow the user to gain an edge on their opponent and improve their drafting skills. You can use code CCS for 50% off the first 3 months. And with that, we're going to take a short break as we get into the game. We'll see you in just a little bit for game number 1 between Glaive, Bingus, and ID Eclipse. Internet, hello and welcome back. We're here with game number 1 between ID Eclipse and Glaive Bingus. Glaive Bingus on your blue side, ID Eclipse on your red side. Looks like 5-point for the most part on both sides.
Yeah, definitely going for 5-point. It looks like the side of I think that is going to be ID Eclipse, is going to
Oh,
walk
wait a
in and
second.
potentially
Here,
go
there's a
for.
fear from Catasol. Rejected and New has no flash. They don't land the apprehend, but no flash available means he's just gonna go down. First blood picked up by Panzora on the side of Glaive Bingus.
And that's a relatively free first blood, only blowing Ghost to the side of Panzora. Definitely a bit of a misplay from the side of Rejected Anew. They're getting hit by the fear from Catasol, but a good collapse coming out from the side of, I believe that was Glaive Bingus. Yeah, Glaive Bingus, sorry, is on blue side. I apologize. I'm trying to get this going in my head. But yeah, Glaive Bingus on the blue side doing a really good job getting that first blood. Darius backing for that longsword, and 2 assists means that we already have a 500 gold lead at 1 minute into the game. Oh my goodness. If this is if this is any indicator of how this series is going to go, we are in for a treat tonight. Looks like it's going to be red side starts for both junglers here. Getting a leash from both of their respective laners here is going to be nice, especially for that Hecarim, who is definitely going to be a little bit of a slower clear, I believe. Actually, no, he's going to be faster clear with these changes that came around recently. So with Blingo helping for a very long time, actually opting to go around the Krug camp is definitely going to miss the first XP from those minions because of this pathing. But yeah, no, so both junglers here going to be pathing towards top lane for the Diana and bot side for the Hecarim, as a bit of trading going on in the bot side.
Yeah, just a little bit of a dazzle from Exernian. You can see Tarek trades actually quite well if he can get in range. You're hoping as Renata not to let that happen. Just harass from range and make sure that the Tarek doesn't really get that opportunity.
Yeah, and the fact that red side here is double range into the Misfortune actually takes away from a lot of her early game prowess. Considering she does have a Tarek support, they're going to be pushing a lot and going to get chunked down a bit under this tower here, as the bot lane already is going to get the crash and the bounce, and this is actually going to be really good with Rejected Anew pathing down towards the bot side here. Being able to potentially go for a gank on the bounce here for this bot wave. Let's see if he will actually be able to recognize this going forward. And Catasol's lane, again, in a bit of trouble, is XPKP getting a good trade down onto the Vex there. But I mean, just talking about these matchups is how they going. I expect, the Panzora to get a really good advantage on that top side, as Directed Camera really wants to stick on this bot side here and show us the matchup as it's unfolding. But yeah, nothing really evolving so far, but just talking about builds and summoner spells, there is going to be something interesting actually for High Legacy. They decided to take Lethal Tempo on that Misfortune, which is, I think, a little bit interesting, because I believe the normal rune choice is, I want to say, press the attack.
You get a lot of value from press the attack. You can also potentially go fleet footwork, although I imagine that probably doesn't get you as much value as you'd hope on the side of Misfortune. BKP actually doing a fairly good job here. He's got the shove in now, allows Rejected Anew to kind of sneak through the mid lane. All the camps have been taken, and they're actually going to find Epic Champion on a little bit of a mini invade. They're going to get rooted up by the Rune Prison. The Ghost popped by Rejected Anew. They're going to get chased down. Catasol down to below half HP. Now they're going to change targets. Conqueror's proc, though. Rejected Anew taking a ton of damage. Epic Champion flashes away. Catasol will flash away as well, and he missed it. BKP takes a tower shot as he gets feared up, and it's going to be a 1-for-1. Both junglers going down.
Oh, that could have been so much worse for the red side there if XBKP was able to land that final Q onto the Catasol there. But I mean, a really good turn from Epi Champion and Catasol together, being able to get that cross kill onto Rejected Anew, who I believe might have turned off of the Diana a little bit too quickly there, thinking that maybe that kill was in the bag, and as a result getting a little overconfident and dying there. So a second death for Rejected Anew this early on into the game is a little bit maybe tilting for him. I wonder how this mental is going to unfold throughout this game, as both mid laners are staying on the map here at low HP. But with our first backs coming in, we are going to have the Ionian boots coming out for Rejected Anew, which normally does signify that they're going to be going for that tank build, for that, I want to say, yeah, for that tank build normally. But maybe just opting for the earlier CDR to get those ghosts and smites out a little bit faster.
Yeah, you do like the Ionian boots on Lucidity just generally on a lot of these junglers, especially the ones that need to hit earlier power spikes. It's just very efficient in terms of the move speed and the ability haste it gives you early on, as well as like not having to spend the extra gold on the tier 2 boots like Mercury's Treads or the Plated Steel Caps. Blingo is feeling a little bit of the hurt up here as Panzora just kind of wanders past the minion wave and pushes him back under his tower. You stay over there, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, and even so, and like to add insult to injury, we do see the jungler and support of Glaive Bingus up on that top side there, potentially looking to add that extra nail in the coffin of this Darius and Ornn matchup, but nothing to be found yet as we see their Vex and the Taric going on a little of a journey to get a ward here. Not going to find any camps up just quite yet, as the red buff is going to be spawning in a minute's time or so. But nothing really too much is happening this game so far, apart from Rejected Anew maybe going a little bit too aggressive. But besides that, I think this game is going a little bit slowly, which is definitely in favor of ID Eclipse here, because they're just getting to chill. They're just getting to farm. The bot lane has not really been anything too crazy, and so as a result, both AD carries are getting to be pretty good on farm, as High could get caught up here.
There's the handshake. High Legacy is going to get rooted up by Eddie Boy as well. Does have both Flash and Ghost available, and now they're going to see a fight in the top lane. Blingo DX is going to Searing Charge. Nice flash away from the Dazzle.
Yeah, well played by Blingo to get out of there. Able to use the Searing Charge to walk away, and then flashes away from the Dazzle, which was on top of the Diana there. I mean, really good. And High Legacy actually could get in a little bit of trouble here. Is half HP. If she gets rooted up, could go down, but nothing's really going to happen for the time being. Just going to be farming it out, getting some turret plates onto Eddie Boy on this Aphelios, who, as a sub, is stepping up in a really important time in the tournament here. Wait, we could see a bit of a trouble here. Blingo
stuck in behind Blingo. He's going to get slowed up. Searing Charge is going to get him away. The Apprehend misses again. Panzora has been really having a difficult time. Hasn't really landed those Apprehends. Missed one at level 1, missed one there. That could have been very possibly kills.
Yeah, I mean, definitely with the level advantage on Panzora there, Blingo could have definitely gone down, but even though he's not landing any of these kill shots onto Blingo, what he has landed himself is a 30 CS lead in this top lane. Granted, there is a good amount of CS in that wave he's building up, but the gold lead in that top lane has already ballooned to about 1,000 gold between the Darius and the Ornn. And as Darius goes back here, I imagine we're going to see a big item discrepancy in the top lane for the foreseeable future, which could spell disaster for these potential future Herald plays. So we're going to have to see if Rejected Anew, XBKP, and Wardbox can really get up there to help out their top laner and sort of ease off this pressure, which is really going to put them in a bit of a, which is going to put them in a rough situation should it continue to, keep going like this.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised to see Panzora opt for the Mercury's treads quite that early. Ornn actually does a fair bit of physical damage, and then of course, oh, hold on a second, Epic Champion, good flash away. The handshake will keep Epic Champion away as well, so Wardbox will successfully evade death there.
And ID Eclipse must have been in practice still, practicing those flash timings. Wardbox with a really good dodge of the Diana ultimate, as well as Blingo dodging that Dazzle earlier. As
BKP gonna get caught. He's gonna get feared up as well. Catasol, he flashes back into the enemy jungle and just goes down to the second dash from Epic Champion. They've got Rejected Anew jumping in as his mid laner dies, and now he's got the Onslaught of Shadows going. Epic Champion going very low. Conqueror running, and Rejected Anew keeps going. Looking for Catasol, healing up a lot with that Spirit of Dread, and will force the flash away from Catasol. Exernian and High Legacy coming up to support their mid laner, but they've traded 1 for 1 there.
And that's really good from Rejected Anew, knowing the limits of his champion, knowing that he's able to trade back onto Diana there. Looking a little bit scary as that fight was going, but having the confidence to keep going, keep using those rampage stacks, using the buffed, third charge on the rampage, being able to just do that extra bit of damage to trade back the kill. BKP flashing in a little bit of an interesting direction there, away from his jungler instead of towards him, but was maybe just trying to stall out time. But looking at this top lane again, Rejected Anew really needs to help out Blingo and get this wave in. But it could turn into an unwanted 2v2, as we do see Epi Champion as well in the area. I feel so bad for this Ornn. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he's gonna get some help here as BKP is looking for a Realm Warp up top lane as well with Rejected Anew. Blingo DX calls in the Forge God, does not get the knockup. Good apprehend there from Panzora to interrupt that one, but it's a 3v1. There's nothing you can do really about that one. BKP gonna pick up that kill on the top laner of IDE.
That was one W and ultimate away from Panzora potentially creating a massive fight there. But with that kill going down in the top lane, oh, they are not gonna go for the Herald. I was going to say, this could have been their only timing to go for this Herald here on the top side, because once Panzora comes back into that lane, it is going to be right back to the dungeon for Blingo. But, you know, instead rejected anew, saying, all right, I have not enough health here to potentially fight this if we start this Herald here. So instead, going to go for that recall, and is going to be going for that Divine Sunder build. I was wrong earlier saying that they were going to go for the tank build, but Divine Sunder plus those boots is going to mean that rejected anew is going to be very squishy as we move forward in this game. Something that, you know, could potentially be a problem when you're looking at that Diana, at that Vex, and at that Misfortune. So rejected anew going to have to play very cleanly later on as to not get one shot.
Yeah. Legacy and Exernian, actually both bot lanes pretty quiet down here. All 4 of them 0-0-0. They just sort of been trading farm back and forth. Most of the action has been happening around top and mid as Eddie Boy takes a double up to the face. It loses about 40% of his HP. You do see the 4-man potential as Catasol and Epi Champion are making their way downtown. Exernian doesn't land the stun with the Dazzle, and they're going to have back away here to make it rain. Flashed away from, but Wardbox gets hit. There's the fear, but interrupts the bullet time immediately, but Catasol is able to snipe that kill.
Oh, that hostile takeover Omer is so huge for Wardbox. Instantly stopping the Misfortune bullet time and getting themselves out of trouble, as Blingo is going to take another really unfortunate trade at the top side.
But we see as the Onslaught of Shadows bot lane. That's a big chunk of damage coming out from Eddie Boy. Makes it a 1-for-1 as BKP now makes his presence known. There's the root coming down. Epi Champion is going to be the target. He's the one farthest away. Everyone else has to just run for their lives. They get the shield as best they can. Epi Champion gets Eddie Boy, and now it's a 3v1 on BKP. Flashes into the brush, and that'll take them both down. 2 more kills for Glaive Bingus.
That was so amazing from Epi and Exernian. You know, they were able to 2 dazzles onto the carries for ID Eclipse, being able to secure that play as Wardbox. Ooh, nope, High Legacy not going to tank the tower there, but really good job being able to turn that. BKP, I think, misplaying a little bit, stepping into that dazzle. And Eddie Boy giving that Diana a good jump and reset. But I mean, hey, we're looking at the gold lead right now, and it's going to be about a 2,000 gold lead for the side of Glaive Bingus as we move into the 13 minutes. But no one has taken the Herald yet. No one has taken any neutral objectives.
We see Rejected anew going in on the Panzora. The Call of the Forge God is issued. Are they going to be able to get it? Panzora with the Ghost will get knocked up, but will make it back to the safety of his tower. Rejected anew without the Onslaught of Shadows, not willing to go for the dive there.
And a little bit of lack of coordination there between the top and jungle of ID Eclipse there. Could have potentially gotten that Darius taken down if they were to time that a little bit better. Oh, as we have a pause come out here.
Yeah, Rejected anew was showing taking out a control ward on the Rift Herald, which immediately you see the pings from Glaive Bingus go onto the Dragon, onto the bottom lane, looking to make a cross-map play on their side.
Yeah, and it's a little bit surprising. I don't really know what the pause timing thing is here, but a little bit of a surprise that, you know, Glaive Bingus kind of waiting for ID Eclipse to take the first step towards an objective to counter with their own, as I feel like they were pretty strong in this early game and could have used, you know, the Darius and the Vex advantage that they had towards that Rift Herald, which, you know, as we know, is incredibly strong, being able to knock down those turret platings and grant gold and XP to your team. But, you know, opting to go for this first dragon at 13 minutes means that we're going to be a long way off from a soul as we head later on into this game.
Yeah, I had to talk about, you were talking about earlier, Exernian and Epi Champion with that dash, the Dazzler coming off of cooldown, gets both of them, and then it's just a turn. That small bit of CC is enough to allow them to kill off Eddie Boy and BKP, just stepping a little bit too far forward. It looked like, honestly, a triple kill to me for Eddie Boy if he just was able to get in range and immediately just get shut down. You're seeing how much damage that Diana can put out.
Sure. Let me turn on my camera. But yeah, no, you were saying, I mean, it definitely did look like it was going to be a very gold positive play for the side of ID Eclipse with BKP and Eddie Boy linking up. But just a really good angle on those dazzles from Exernian, being able to stun both carries and lock up the kills on the Aphelios and the Rise. Because had that fight gone differently, I think we could see I think we could see this game evolve very positively for the scaling side. But with Vex and Diana picking up those kills, in that fight, we could see a little bit of a snowball happen. Because we already see that Glaive Bingus has been angling towards those 4-man, 3-man, massively overloaded plays towards either side of the map, right? On that bot side, especially being the example that we saw. And if they're able to, take their gold leads and continue doing that, we could see this game evolve at a rapid pace.
Yeah, I really think a lot of this has to do with how aggressively the mid laners have kind of been moving around the map. You saw BKP pick up a kill going top lane alongside Rejected Anew. And then earlier we saw Catasol make his way down towards that bottom lane, sniping up Wardbox, and that was, really great play by Wardbox to interrupt the Misfortune ultimate basically exactly when it starts, but unfortunately, not able to dodge away from that last bit of damage that Catasol had heading his way. And then just now, Epi Champion, Catasol, High Legacy making their way, or all being in that bottom lane in order to make that turnaround play. Eddie Boy and BKP didn't really know what hit him back there.
No, they did not. And I do actually want to highlight something. The gold lead is about, we're looking at 22.2 for blue side and 20.9. So about a 1,000 gold, about a 1,300 gold lead for the side of Glaive Bingus here. But I want to note that in the mid lane, Vex is 4-1-1, Rise is 2-2-1, but the gold lead is only about 20 gold worth.
Looks like we are back in the game.
It does look like we're back in the game in favor of the Rise. So despite this Vex having a lot of success on her roam so far, the gold lead is actually fairly even in the mid lane, but we're back in the game. These objectives are getting started up. Dragon taken for the side of, I want to say, for the side of Glaive Bingus. And
yeah, it just a little pause bug whenever there's a pause.
Perfect. As long as we're still in sync. But yeah, so ID Eclipse going to grab the Rift Herald, and Glaive Bingus gonna take that dragon. My doc has them flipped on here. I gotta fix that. But yeah, so we're gonna see this game evolve. We see pings going onto the top side of blue jungle, but I imagine that's just Diana pinging her path. Question mark pings going on behind the bot lane of the red side, wondering where this Hecarim might be as he is hovering around the mid lane. But nothing really evolving so far. Panzora getting a good crash onto the top lane after getting pushed out of lane by the Hecarim and Ornn combination. As we see items coming out, the Ornn working towards that Sunfire, as we see the Everfrost coming out for the Rise and the Luden's Echo coming out for the Vex. So definitely angling towards more of that burst for the champion, which is kind of what we expected, right? We know the Vex is going to be looking to dive onto the backline, looking to one-shot the carries for ID Eclipse.
Exernian gonna find a face-checking Wardbox. Dazzle gonna come out, and Wardbox takes a ton of damage. Exhaust goes down to the High Legacy, another Berserk. High Legacy gonna get taken a lot of damage from Eddie Boy, and they'll back away from that one. They're trading 3 summoners for just the Ignite of Exernian there.
But look at the map.
And you going in top lane onto Panzora. He's got the Spirit of Dread running, but Panzora actually fancies the chances. They're missing on that one, but the Dazzle gonna connect, and they're just gonna annihilate Eddie Boy. Panzora taking a ton of damage, almost gets rejected anew. The bleed, will it be enough? It doesn't look like it. He'll go down to Blingo. And now they're going in. That's a big chunk of damage onto BKP. He flashes away for the bullet time, but he doesn't have enough. He's gonna go down.
Yeah, I mean, whew. The game is going really crazy. Topside plays happening for ID Eclipse. Botside plays happening for Glaive Bingus. And if I'm, looking at the way these are traded, I'm definitely favoring the blue side here, as their gold lead has now ballooned to about a 3k gold lead with that triple kill on the bot side and tower taken. It's a little bit of a shame that the directed camera had to go to the top side, because a really, really nice play developed on the bot side for this blue team. As I do want to highlight something. If we look on this bot side here, look at all the vision around this bot side. I know a lot of it is, remnants from that dragon setup, but really kudos to Glaive Bingus for having the wit to have all of these pink wards and vision set up in the bot side river, and have full dominance to be able to make those bot side plays that we just saw, get them a triple kill and a tower. And something to note is that we need to see Rejected anew do something with his Rift Herald, because if they're not able to, crack a tower with this Herald, it's going to be really rough for the side of ID Eclipse, because they're falling behind in gold. And I know we talked about the scaling, but if this team falls too far behind, scaling can only give you so much, right? If this team falls too far behind, they're still going to get blown up by the Misfortune, by the Diana, and by the Vex. Yeah, and there's not really much they can do.
I don't know. Based on the timer, I think that BKP tried to teleport down there to help Eddie Boy and Wardbox off of that really unfortunate face check by Wardbox that resulted in them getting chunked down already, and then they get dove like that. And BKP just ends up dying immediately afterward. Now they're going to look for the pick here on the Epi Champion. Good handshake. Will toss him in. Rejected and you hits on that one. That's not going to come out. There's a big berserk, but Rejected and you going with the onslaught of shadows, but they've already lost their support. He's trying to finish up High Legacy, and High Legacy going to try and dodge away from that one. Gale Force will finish him up, and the shutdown goes over to Rejected and you. Epi Champion trying to auto onto him, but Eddie Boy is just free autoing the whole time. Finally gets speared up. The Call of the Board God is issued. Eddie Boy trying to get in there, flashing away from Panzora. They're going to look for Blingo DX. He's going to knock him up with that one. The Searing Charge coming out. Rejected and you gets a triple kill as he takes down the Vex as well. They're gonna just surround him, and it's an ace for ID Eclipse.
And out of nowhere, this rampaging horse and Moon Boy, they just go crazy. I thought the play looked so terrible after the initial engage. I thought Wardbox was caught. I thought it was really doomed with that Diana engage and the misfortune on top of it. But we're just seeing the Hecarim boss. We're seeing the rampage changes. The healing coming out from the Hecarim W, the Triumph, the healing from Divine Sunderer, keeping that horse alive through and through to the point where he came out of that fight at about 60% HP, which is absolutely ridiculous. That horse is on a rampage.
For sure, and a lot of it is, you know, just the ability to stay that low but not die really baited Glaive Bingus there, because they're trying to finish off the Hecarim. They think, we got him, he's dead in one more auto or one more rotation of spells. Eddie Boy, meanwhile, is just like kind of watching him hit this horse nonstop, and he's like, I guess I'll just auto for 5-10 seconds and just kill all of Glaive Bingus. Really poor very poor target selection and very poor like estimation of how much damage they do and how much healing is coming out. They're gonna go for the dragon here as ID Eclipse are making their way downtown. They do see it going down, and it's probably not gonna be contestable from them.
Yeah, just a little bit too much damage. ID Eclipse just a little bit too far out of position. It looked like they were gonna try and set that up, but maybe they were a little bit worried that they weren't quite strong enough and didn't quite have the vision set up to make that happen. But Catasol landing the ulti onto Eddie Boy. It's not going to follow up. Instead, just going to use that pressure to clear out the wave and get some damage onto this mid lane
Wardbox
tower.
taking a ton of damage there as the ultimate comes out. The onslaught of shadows over the wall and Rejected and you call that one the Fiddlesticks as Exernian is going to be the target. He does get the Cosmic Radiance and the shutdown goes over. Bullet time is channeled. Call of the Forge God used to interrupt it, and then BKP somehow made it behind them all to take down one. Now they're going to look for High Legacy. Eddie Boy snipes him down. Panzora might be the focus here as BKP advancing forward. It's going to be a 1-for-2 in favor of ID Eclipse.
Yeah, and a big overextension from the side of Glaive Bingus there. You know, trying to go for that turret and just getting caught off guard again by the Ornn ultimate and by that hostile takeover that Wardbox has been doing such a good job at getting off. They didn't die, but Wardbox has been, you know, the consistent thing this game has been Wardbox walking in, looking like they're picked, but then getting a really good value out of hostile takeover to turn fights and make sure you know, that their team is set up for success. And you were saying the Fiddlesticks ultimate coming over the wall, but Rejected anew, using that onslaught of shatters to get over and separate Exernian from his team. I mean, good usage of the Cosmic Radiance to immune a lot of the damage, but you know, with the TP coming in from XBKP in that fight, the flanking rise is the deadliest, is what I have to say. But yeah, I mean, the gold lead now is completely even, with the gold lead now swung to the side of ID Eclipse on this red side. And I was worried before. As
Wardbox, Dazzle caught after the flash. They will finally take down the support. Rejected and you gonna get caught there by the ultimate as the Onslaught of Shadows is not gonna be enough to take him out of there. High Legacy gets one back in favor of Glaive Bingus off of the catch onto Wardbox. That's 2 down. Potentially a Baron angle if they feel comfortable about it. Blingo DX in the bottom lane with no teleport available.
Yeah, I mean, Wardbox has to stop getting caught for the sake of his team, because if they're giving a Baron like this, it's gonna spell a lot of disaster, because they had just been doing a good job getting, you know, getting a gold lead for the side of ID Eclipse, right? They had the scaling team had about 1,000 gold lead. Now they're down about 500 gold. Granted, you know, Blingo getting a good amount of damage onto the bot side, denying a lot of CS in the spot wave. But with no TP available, it's just gonna be a free Baron for Glaive Bingus. As they're going to come back onto the map wearing purple. And something that I have to note for Glaive is that one thing that they have going for them is that their team is very good at coordinating their vision setup. They go out onto the map together, they get the vision, and, you know, they find picks, right? We saw just now the most recent example of Wardbox getting caught, while the side of, you know, Glaive Bingus is going to get wards. And that's something that's going to win you games. It's going to win you a series, even if you're behind in gold, because not a lot of teams will actually ward together, because they don't follow the proper steps, right? We'll see Glaive Bingus here pushing the wave. We'll see them back up. We'll see them push the next wave. And then I imagine what's going to happen is that they're going to move down into the spot side again as a team. We have the 3 collapsing. We have bot lane push. We have mid lane push. And so now everyone's going to move in, clear wards, and call it a day.
This is really good, like, fundamentals of fighting for vision there on the side of Glaive Bingus for sure.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is how you win games, right? This is how you make sure you push your lead safely. This is how you can guaranteed find an advantage, as Panzora is trying to be a sneaky Darius, but Blingo is not going to fall for it as he's just walking to the rest of his team. A little bit dangerous, though. He, for the record, if, you know, you toggled vision, he's walking in without any vision in this jungle. So he's playing the risky game, but will not get punished for it. And with Dragon spawning now in less than a minute, I really wonder what we're going to see here. If it's going to be a fight, or if, you know, ID Eclipse decides to fight for soul point instead, because the Aphelios is only on 2 items, right? He's not on his IE. He doesn't have a Last Whisper. So realistically, unless you're finding an advantaged fight for red team, you are not strong enough, right?
Yeah, and Glaive Bingus, if they're able to pick up this, like, this is not the soul, but if they pick up Dragon Soul, Ocean is quite a powerful Dragon Soul in terms of how much power it gives you in combat. It does help to neutralize kind of the disadvantage in terms of scaling that they have compared to the side of ID Eclipse. It puts them on a much more execution-heavy matchup. A lot of vision picked up for ID Eclipse as they set up for this dragon spawning in about 5 seconds. You're gonna look for picks on the way out.
Ooh. And it looks like Aphelios is actually going to be building Bloodthirster. That's actually not the item that I thought they'd be building at all. That is not the Last Whisper, nor is that the Infinity Edge.
Yeah, it is, you know, majorly less damage compared to either of those 2 items that you just mentioned. It does give you a little bit of safety, but how valuable is safety if you're not doing any damage? Not that Eddie Boy's not doing damage, but, like, you could be doing more.
Right. Especially these days, I tell my friends this, but I also don't like seeing Collector gone second on 80 carries, even though both of these 80s have them in this game, just because I don't think the value of it is...
I completely agree. I don't think Collector is that valuable of an item,
yeah.
Just generally speaking on a lot of these marksman-type champions.
Because, like, I mean, thinking about it, like, realistically, if you wanted, this Aphelios could have the core items of, you know, Gale Force into Last Whisper into IE, but instead is going to have to get, you know, IE 4th, Last Whisper 5th, which is not really that great. I mean, granted, in this game, like, if you're looking at these comps, right, you have a Taric that has a lot of armor. You have a Darius who's got to be building armor and Death Stance, and you have a Diana that's straight up built a tank mythic, and we're building Collector.
Yeah.
Enough said. But yeah, moving into the game, you know, nothing really happening with this Baron buff really for the most part. It seemed as though, besides that mid lane tower dropping for Glaive Bingus...
Oh, they're actually going to look at potentially picking up Blingo DX, and now they're going to turn their attention onto Rejected New. The Call of the Fourth God is going to be issued. They're going to knock up 1. Here's the Cosmic Radiance as they go in. Epic Champion goes, flashes, looks for more. There's the good hostile takeover, but they're already picked up Blingo DX. And Catasol managed to find Eddie Boy. Catasol now running for his life, and it will get picked up by BKP in exchange, but it's a 1-for-2 on the map.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like a bit of a split fight, to be honest. Epi Champion, and I want to say that was Panzora, or yeah, Epi Champion and Panzora going really far in the front line there. But a good ulti coming out from Xernean and being able to save the fight and really allow them to keep going forward. Ooh,
Rejected New getting caught. Nice dodge on the Dazzle, and there's the bullet time coming out, but Rejected New able to dodge onto a minion. They're very close to picking off the Hecarim there. If that Dazzle had landed, it would for sure have been a kill. And Rejected New not respecting how much power Glaive Bingus have in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, really quick thinking from Rejected New to use the charge onto that minion to get out of the bullet time. And what's really going on, I think, a little bit is that red side is not respecting the control that Glaive Bingus has on the map, right? We talked before about their vision control, and we talked that, you know, they're going to be going for Vision in teams. And so ID Eclipse has to respond. If they want to defend Vision, if they want to reclaim Vision in their own jungle, they have to be going as a unit that can, fight together should something break out. But with all the positive fighting,
flash apprehend onto Eddie Boy. They're gonna land the Vex ultimate as well, and Eddie Boy just goes down for the 4th time this game. Baron spawning in about 5 seconds. This is a potential angle for Glaive Bingus.
And one ping in the chat for Darius Flash from Eddie Boy. As Baron does spawn, we are going to see the side of Glaive Bingus take this one down with relative ease. No one really on the map projected a new nowhere near to go for a steal, but you can't really afford to, as we see the Rise ultimate coming out and no one taking it. Maybe just scouting ultimates.
Yeah, they're just like, hey, we could be in here if we wanted to. And now Blingo DX is pushing up by himself. They're going to look for a potential pick onto him, and he's very separated from his team. Yeah, no matter what, the Dazzler coming out, the Call of the Forward God is issued, but it doesn't matter. He's surrounded by 5 members and Glaive Bingus, and now they're looking to 5-man push down the mid lane.
Yeah, and that ultimate is actually not going to be up for the time that this dragon setup, and so if a fight happens before then, Ornn ultimate is going to be down. That is a 96-second cooldown that Blingo tried to use to get nothing out of. But I guess the only positive thing coming out, right, is that the gold lead has ballooned to the point where there are bounties on the map now for the red side here, which means that if they're able to get a fight win, there is a chance for them to snowball back into the lead here. But speaking of winning fights, that does not look to be the case here, as Glaive Bingus is able to just march down mid and knock down that inhibitor.
Yeah, and Dragon is coming up in about 40 seconds. Blingo will be alive for it, but like you said, that Call to Forge God will be up just ever so slightly before it. They're going to have to stall out this one as much as possible if they don't want the Ocean Soul to go over. Now Epi Champion skulking around in fog of war. They're grouping up as 4. They kind of learned their lesson, but Epi Champion just barreling directly towards them. There's the Shurellius, pulls in 2! There's the hostile takeover, is really good from Warbugs, and there's Catastol gets in the back line. They're trying to take down Epi Champion, but Epi Champion still had a little bit of constant radiance. Rejected and Yuka is getting guided out as High Legacy will survive. Blingo DX just looking for him. He'll be taken down by the Noxian Guillotine. They're gonna slowly... No! Epi Champion's still alive! The Sunfire Cape Diana and the Conqueror is just enough to survive. They're just gonna get a clean ace onto IDE.
Yeah, and neither the carries in BKP or Eddie Boy doing nearly enough damage to knock down Epi Champion is just gonna result in them losing this fight and losing the first game of this series. Glaive Bingus came to play. They want that rematch versus Dog Gamma.
Yeah, really nicely done by Glaive Bingus here to take game number 1 over ID Eclipse. That'll put them in a pretty good spot, but mentally, is going into game number 2. They didn't even need the Ocean Soul.
No, they didn't. But they did need the Ocean Dragon to set up that fight, which honestly went really well for them, I have to say.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I have to say, like, you saw how much Epi Champion was just like face tanking them. Eddie Boy with this kind of weird itemization that we kind of criticized earlier on the cast, just not able to do enough damage to take down this tank Diana. So we'll have to think about that one going into game number 2.
Yeah, watching that last fight with my eyes split, trying to watch the Diana 1v2, the Rise and the Aphelios, while the other side of the fight, the Darius was just popping off and going crazy. But with that said, I mean, it was a really good game 1. I thought, what happened in draft, what we talked about, where the blue side had to make sure that they were, really snowballing the game, and they were able to find a bunch of favorable fights with that superior vision control that they had. Really was what was able to, or really what made them able to win that game. Just controlling it a little bit better and, just playing the game more correctly, I think, is the best way to put it.
Well, it was a really good game number 1, and of course, the last time these two teams met up, it went to game 5. We're going to see if they can keep up the excitement here. We're going to take a short break as we get ready for game number 2. Thanks for everyone, and we'll see you in just a few minutes. Internet, hello and welcome back. We're here for game number 2 between ID Eclipse and Glaive Bingus. Uh, in game number 1, Glaive Bingus did take the victory. It was a little bit of a back and forth there, but Glaive Bingus ultimately just got a one team fight and then kind of snowballed the map from there with superior vision control.
Yeah, I mean, Glaive Bingus showing really good understanding of the map and how to play it. Just using their fundamentals, being able to lock up the first win of the series. Just something to note, looking back on the last time they played it in playoffs, ID Eclipse was able to take the first blood in the map score. So Glaive Bingus taking this first game is kind of them saying that, hey, we improved since last time we played you guys. We want to make sure that this game is a quick 3-0.
Yeah, for the record again, Glaive Bingus did take the victory the last time these two teams met up. It was a hard-fought 3-2 all the way to Game 5 series. Would be quite a bit different were they to take it 3-0 this time around. With that, ID Eclipse do have side selection. They have opted to swap over onto the blue side, so we'll see how that affects um their draft strategies here. We're just
Yeah.
waiting on a few more members to be ready to begin this draft phase, and we'll bring that one to you. What do you? Is there anything you anticipate as far as early picks and bans go?
Well, knowing these two teams, looking at their last series, they were pretty stubborn when it came to bans. This Shen ban is a new addition for Glaive Bingus. For the record, the last ban phase, Glaive banned Shyvana, Shen, and Cassio, and Eclipse banned Seraphine, GP, and Rakan. Seraphine is a pretty stable ban for ID Eclipse, and most people ban the GP against Panzora as well as the Rakan against Xernean. But the Shen pick is something that is quite interesting. I actually don't know. I haven't done enough research to know if that Shen is a staple for Blingo, but the Cassio being a pretty staple ban um, against, XBKP is something that, I think will be staples. I'm curious. I don't think we'll see any changes in bans for the most part. Maybe that Shen will go back to the bench and we'll see maybe a Misfortune ban on the red side for Glaive Bingus because that champion is incredibly strong and doesn't really require that many resources to go towards her. And she can make her own advantages.
Looks like we're pretty close to starting up this draft here. ID Eclipse on the blue side. Are they readying up? I don't know. Yeah, and you expect though ID Eclipse they on the red side banned away the Seraphine. Maybe that's something that Glaive Bingus now had to consider banning away. ID Eclipse probably are willing to be one that champion, and it's just been such a powerful early pickup in this tournament.
Yeah, I feel like unless they have a read on something else that they want instead of it, maybe like a Hecarim, maybe a Misfortune. I can imagine that Seraphine falling through for the side of ID Eclipse, but I think if we look at their stats, Seraphine is the most banned champion by their team with 23 bans across the season.
Oh
But yeah,
yeah.
it seems that both teams have readied up here. We're just waiting for them to press the buttons and draft. Um, all
All
right,
right.
we're
So,
trying. We're trying.
there
There
we
we
go.
go.
Running out of things to talk about. It's difficult. ID Eclipse now, we're gonna see what they ban away. One of these picks between MF, Seraphine, and potentially Hecarim, which is also maybe considered B1able in this game. One of those is probably gonna go through for sure. It's not like you can drop all of your prep just to ban out these things, and we're gonna see Glaive Bingus continue to ban out the Shyvana like they did in game number 1.
Something of note, actually, that I didn't realize last game is that Aatrox fell through the entire draft. That champion was not picked. It was not banned. Um, and when arguably the most broken champion in the game is not touched, one wonders what kind of prep either team has done for the champion. Um, and if someone's gonna pull it out, because oh nope, Seraphine is still banned by ID Eclipse.
That's interesting. The fact that ID Eclipse ban it on blue side suggests that it's not something that they're comfortable B1 picking, or potentially picking at all. So Glaive Bingus with a little bit of extra information coming out of that one uh, can adjust accordingly, or adjust to not adjusting because they're banning the same things that they banned in game number 1 so far.
Stay the course. Stay the course. Nothing was wrong with game one. Stay the course. But yeah, no, you were saying about how it looks like ID Eclipse isn't comfortable playing the Seraphine. It also signifies to me that they don't really feel comfortable playing the Silas either. As are we going to see the first draft adaptation in that Misfortune ban? Potentially, yeah, it's going to be that Misfortune ban from Glaive Bingus instead of what I believe was
It
that
was a
Casio
cast.
ban. Yeah,
Yeah. So it potentially not that bad because if ID Eclipse want to pick the Cassiopeia, they have to allow Glaive Bingus the opportunity to pick whatever they want into it.
true.
Um, Based on that, I would guess it's something. It's going to be a higher priority pick for this B1. I would not. The Aphelios is definitely not what you expect to see out of a B1 pick. Just because it's one among many AD carries that can kind of do this kind of the same thing, you know.
Right. Many people joke that 80 carries is a plug and play role. Um, and I would imagine that a lot of 80 carries can do what Aphelios does, but when you have champions like Hecarim, like Aatrox still on the board, I feel like you have to take at least one of them because right now Glaive Bingus is gonna take Hecarim. They could take a Moo as well right here. I mean, Victor is up. I wonder what they pair with it because realistically, you know, you have anything. You could pick anything in the game. There aren't that many powerful champions I feel that were banned out in this first phase. These are more so target bans that we have here. And so a lot of the meta picks are still available. Will it be the Aatrox? I wonder. No, it'll be the Twitch.
Oh wow. Okay, Hecarim and Twitch going to be locked in for the side of Glaive Bingus in answer to the Aphelios. I am really not a fan of the fact that ID Eclipse have gone ahead and put a lot of the power in blue side is that B1 pick, and you've used it on Aphelios, which I have to imagine that Eddie can play other AD carries, right? So
Probably.
I,
Well,
I
again,
the Hecarim that they played, that he definitely went too far at some points, but it's a strong pick, and he was like doing okay on it. I'm surprised that they don't just go ahead and B1 the Hecarim, and as a result, Glaive Bingus now get to pick it as well as pick their AD carry with knowledge of your AD carry, and now ID Eclipse have to show they want to pick the Cassiopeia before they fall into the second round of bans.
yeah, I mean the Casio being a staple pick for XBKP. And I'm just trying to think if ID Eclipse are worried about High Legacy taking away that Aphelios, but I mean, looking at the stat sheet, he hasn't played it once
But
in the tournament so far.
so what if he takes away the Aphelios?
True.
You know,
True.
I'm just thinking, he auto attacks. A lot of AD carries do that. You can manage without your Aphelios, I imagine. They are going to pick up the Victor, knowing full well the Cassiopeia is locked in for ID Eclipse, alongside that Lulu, who now has two kind of hyper carries that she can empower. So a nice little pickup there for the Enchanter side on ID Eclipse. Now banning away the Ornn that Blingo played in game number 1.
All right. So I think what I'll say is after I hadn't done my research on Eddie Boy before, but I believe Eddie Boy is a top lane main playing AD carry today.
I see.
So if I could definitely see ID Eclipse putting high priority on the Aphelios if it is like his S tier comfort pick over other 80 carries. But looking at the second ban phase, Ornn going to be taken away from ID Eclipse. They didn't like the fact that it was a stable top laner. Maybe they weren't quite watching what was happening because that Ornn was definitely uh, getting getting taking
Bodied.
to the gulag, taking to the
Yeah.
gulag.
And it was a
Uh,
really nice counter pick on the side of Glaive Bingus' top laner, the Darius. It was doing quite well. They're going to ban away the Rek'Sai, and now Yumi and Renata pinching away that support pool.
Ooh,
Rather, the Taric, they will swap over at the last second to mess with me.
yeah.
They'll ban that away, try and pinch away Glaive Bingus' support pool, which does in fact mean that the Renata is available as an option if Glaive Bingus want it.
Which again is probably fine if they wanted to pair it with the Twitch. It is, as we said in last game, Renata is a good pairing for hyperscaling 80 carries. No, it is going to be the Blitzcrank locked in and ready to go. That's exciting. Blitzcrank
Yeah,
going to be putting the Aphelios and the Lulu through their paces in this game. I just hope they don't pick I Blitzcrank because then we'd have to remake.
All right. Well, ID Eclipse now getting their option. They're gonna look at the Belveth potentially, one of these very high scaling jungle champions. Has seen some play, in fact, at the World Championship, mostly by El Yoya of the Mad Lions, and it will be locked in. This is a rather nice, actually, pick into the Hecarim. You kind of just like beat him up, and he kind of stands there and is sad because you're hyper mobile. You also have very high sustained damage as Belveth. I kind of like it here for ID Eclipse, and they will pick up that
There it
Aatrox as
is.
B5 for a little bit of frontline and a fair bit of threat as well.
Yeah, the Belveth Aatrox frontline duo, the drain tanking combination. I mean, it's gonna be interesting because neither of those champions are really that tanky if they're grabbed by a Blitzcrank. So we could see them still blown up. Should they find themselves in a bad situation, what will the counterpick to that Aatrox be? Oh, it'll be the Panzora Singed.
Okay, I'm excited. I really love Singed just as a champion. It's a lot of fun to watch and play. Not so much fun to play against when he gets strong, but uh will be interesting. I hope that directed camera will let us see what's going on top lane in this game.
Yeah, just gonna be panning up to see Panzora flipping the Aatrox on repeat, flipping him like a pancake. Oh, okay, perfect, perfect. But yeah, looking at these compositions, I really don't have a good read on how this game is going to go because both junglers again are going to be a bit more farming. Belveth definitely slightly more gank heavy than this Hecarim. Uh, but I don't know. I haven't seen. I don't know a lot of these matchups. Probably the matchup I know the best would be Victor Cassio, which I can tell you just going to be chill, scaling, farming, wave clearing, and going on. I imagine that'll be probably the same with top lane. Singe will just gas through the lane, make sure that he's getting all 6 CS per lane, seven when there's a cannon. Um, and once again, it's got to be a jungler's game. Who can get the advantages? Or maybe it could be on Xernean with this Blitzcrank, finding the roams to make it happen. Um, but we have to remember that Belveth as a champion does not have an R button unless she kills a champion or takes a neutral objective.
Yeah, and the nice thing is, interestingly enough, on the side of Glaive Bingus, if you throw down a Mega Adhesive from Singed, they can't dash or flash away from an incoming Blitzcrank hook. So there's kind of an interesting little bit of teamwork that they could implement there on the side of Glaive Bingus. I'm very interested to see how well they like utilize the Blitzcrank and the Singed, as well as the Blitzcrank and the Singed together.
Yeah, I mean, I hope to see Blitzcrank using his ultimate to knock off those Lulu shields. I want to see Hecarim saving Devastating Charge for the Belveth E, because I believe that ability doesn't get canceled unless it is displaced. The ability being the one where she stands there and just wiggles her arms around, dealing a bunch of damage. I think it's only displacements that will break that ability. So even if she's feared, even if she's silenced, even if she's stunned, she will still have that damage reduction and will still be dealing the deeps.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's gonna be interesting because this Victor Cassio matchup is actually, there's nothing interesting about that.
Nothing interesting there. If you just look at these the two team comps, in general, just by champion alone, nameplates off, which of these two sides of champions like would you rather be playing?
I honestly think I'd rather be playing the side of the red side. Just
Oh,
because
yeah.
you have a lot more pick tools, you have a lot more ability to start fights. You have zone control with the Blitzcrank hook, with the super adhesive from the Singed. Victor lasers outrange, I believe, the entirety of ID Eclipse. And then Twitch stealth will basically hide you from the Cassio, from the Lulu, from the Aatrox, until it's already too late. And then it's doomed.
Yeah, I was thinking kind of the same. Just because you mentioned it earlier, Belveth and Aatrox are not particularly tanky champions, whereas on the side of Glaive Bingus you have Hecarim, who could be, or who will, regardless of what build he goes, eventually become fairly tanky. Could be tanky earlier, depending on if he goes for the tankier build. And then Singed, of course, is a very difficult champion to take down, just because he's very mobile, has a lot of hidden defensive stats from the Insanity Potion. Um, so you have a lot of frontline that you also have to like kind of play around, because Hecarim and Singe can just kill you if you get too close to them, and that means that you have less resources to devote to killing the Twitch as soon as he pops out of Invis. You gotta keep track of all of these different things, and it's just, I think Glaive Bingus have a lot better of a team fighting power on their side.
Yeah. So just thinking about the way these compositions work, right? There is no clear and easy way for ID Eclipse to get on top of Glaive Bingus, right? You can chase them all you want. Lulu might have to build it's not Righteous Glory anymore. What's the item called? Shirelius?
Aurelius. Yep.
There we go. Uh yeah, Lulu will probably be having to build Shirelius this game for them to even have a chance of sticking and getting on top of Glaive Bingus here, because nothing is worse for an Aatrox or a Belbeth if you then having to, blow all of your dashes and then still not be on top of the target that you're trying to reach. Also, is Singe Ultimate really called Insanity Potion? Because that's a great name for an ability.
I think that's what it is. I could be wrong. It's been a while, but yeah, like you said, there's the potential that it's. I think that Aatrox could potentially go for a flank. Is like that could be an angle for ID Eclipse to go for, right? If you can find a good flank and just like start the fight with a knockup or a chain onto either the Victor or the Twitch, and you can kind of just collapse the rest of your team with like a Shirelius, for example, then that could be a win team fight for ID Eclipse. And the problem is, I'm not sure if they win a split push either, just because Singed and Aatrox, they like, how does Aatrox can never kill a Singed.
They clear waves very easily.
Yeah.
Unless it's a Baron, but.
So I don't know. I think it's just a lot easier for Glaive Bingus to like see the path to victory as compared to ID Eclipse in this game.
Yeah, it's another one of those games where the burden of execution is on blue side here.
Oh gosh. All right. So we've got about a minute and 40 seconds left on the spectator delay. So we're going to take a short break as we prepare for game number 2 between ID Eclipse and Glaive Bingus. Thanks for watching, everyone. We'll see you in just a little bit for game number 2. Internet, hello and welcome back. We're here for game number 2 between ID Eclipse and Glaive Bingus. Glaive Bingus here up 1-0 in this series so far, and no surprises here. We're gonna get an invade with a Blitzcrank.
Yeah, we're gonna see the. Ooh, is he gonna go for the? I mean, it doesn't matter because ID Eclipse has done a good job of warding out in this invade. Nothing gained from the side of Glaive Bingus except a smaller mana pool for Xernean.
Yeah, and you like ID Eclipse. They kind of know that there's gonna be an invade coming in. They went for the Hail Mary there. Of course, you're gonna put someone in that brush to make sure that they don't go for this invade here, but instead they go ahead and just back away, fully drop the wards on their way out, and will not get hooked for this level 1.
Yeah, I mean they did a good job. No advantage gained though for the side of ID Eclipse though. They got the wards down. They spotted the invade. I don't know if anyone was watching. I think I remember a danger ping going out on that tri-brush when the hook came out, but no wards placed on the top side against this Hecarim, and so as a result, he's just going to get to farm for free in this early game as we see blue side starts this game for the junglers as opposed to the red side from the game before. And something interesting to note, just looking at, you know, summoners and runes this game, is that Panzora has opted for the Ghost again this game on that top lane champion, and so is not going to have the TP as readily available as Blingo will as the game goes forward, even with that summoner spellbook, because I believe you have to swap 3 times, I want to say, before you get the same summoner back. So it's going to be relying on that Ghost for a lot of this game, and the priority that Singe will give you as hook lands.
Yeah, will land the first rocket grab, but without that knockup from the Power Fist on Xernean, it's not actually that meaningful. They kind of just walk away and trade back on their way out. Panzora actually going to hit the level 2 first. We'll try and zone Blingo away a little bit.
And an interaction now that I realize is not that favorable with Blitzcrank and Glacial Augment. As you hook them, and you actually pull them off of the Glacial Slow.
Yeah, the slow like comes out from where they are.
Yeah, it comes out from where you get hit by the hook, and so unless you're like in melee range of Blitzcrank already, you're not going to get much value from the Glacial Augment. But clear's coming out. It does seem that Velvet is going to have a bit of the faster clear for the time being, as Hecarim's clear does ramp up as it hits level 3. But yeah, I mean, pretty standard from this game. The only thing I wanted to note before that hook came in was that Aphelios did take Fleet Footwork in this lane. Not really sure. I'm not an 80 carry main, but I do believe that that is not the most optimal, you know, summoner spell to take, as, you know, generally you want to be taking that in a lane where you're a little bit more worried about getting poked out. And against Twitch and Blitzcrank, I don't think that's really the case. I think a rune like maybe Conqueror or even Lethal Tempo would have been a little bit better for the Aphelios this game. But I can imagine that if he's worried about, you know, wanting to heal up in lane, use... actually, let me check his runes right now. Because if the Aphelios has what I believe he has, which it would be... Nope, he does not have the overheal shield. So that fleet not as...
Oh, here we go. Ghost is popped by Epi Champion as they're going in for Blingo. Blingo is going to throw the Infernal Chains back and try and juke away. He's still getting poisoned out. Going to try and dash away, but he will go down. First blood picked up by Epi Champion on the side of Glaive Bingus.
Yeah, Epi Champion getting a little bit of revenge onto Blingo, saying, how dare you take that Aatrox from us. But yeah, I mean, doing a good job finding the first blood onto the top side there. Panzora going to be able to get this wave in as well with the gas ability. I'm forgetting what it's called currently.
Can you really complain that they kind of like quote unquote took a champion from you when it went all the way to B5?
No, you cannot. No, you cannot. I was just looking for a transition into that little statement there. But
yeah, no, it's fine. We do what we have to here. Is BKP actually is going very low as Catasol just continues to randomly hit him with those death rays.
Well, Catasol did actually take the back, right? Is going to be
down you're right.
Teleport first, so it does have that item advantage in the mid lane there. As you see, rejected anew, actually getting a good read on the spot side here.
Yeah, trying to sneak his way into those side brushes there, but the wave is like completely pushed in. He's not going to be pushing it back out anytime soon, so he'll just go for the recall.
Well, definitely knew, or was definitely going to try and protect his bot lane, knowing that Epi Champion was going to be on that bot side correctly. So, but as the as the backs come in, we see Rejected Anew going for that Vampiric Scepter as opposed to something like a pickaxe. It's definitely something that is a little bit more maybe dueling.
It's just a Bork. It's a Bork. Probably going to be going for Bork Sunfire for this Belveth, I imagine.
Yeah, definitely. Ooh, definitely Bork to begin with. Yeah, and probably a tank mythic is alongside it. But Panzora definitely opting. I mean, seeing his jungler pathing towards topside is definitely going to opt to let this wave come into him. And with Rejected Anew pathing away, I could see this being a little bit risky for Blingo again. As Poison Trail is going to thin this wave, Panzora going to pull it as well. Doing a really good job controlling the wave, keeping it where it is. Blingo trying to go for a bit of a trade. Oh, wait.
Panzora actually getting chunked down to half, and he below half actually as he takes some more autos from the minions. He doesn't have that level 6 with the Insanity Potion just yet. He will pick it up now and is chugging away at those Corrupting Potion stacks. This Epi Champion is going to make his presence known up here as well once again. Panzora ready to pop the Insanity Potion, kind of run at him as Exernian going to clear the control ward here as BKP backing away.
That was about to be so huge. The Vision Cone that was popped by XBKP on that top side there actually did not spot Epi Champion on the Krugs, and so I thought that we were going to see a repeat of that early gank onto the top side there, because Blingo, even though yes he does have ultimate, could still very easily go down to the combined damage of the Sin of the tower as well, probably, if Panzora is able to start that fight correctly. As we see Flash coming out.
Oh, good Flash Miasma. There's no Flash available for Catasol until he gets off of that one. He's going very low. The poison is ticking. Does he have it? Catasol does go down. Great job from BKP.
Whew. What a great usage of the Flash, of the Miasma, and of the Cassia mechanics for XBKP. This is why the champion is banned off against him so often. And Catasol, you know, using that early advantage, that early TP to get the advantage in mid, loses it out to that gank from Rejected Anew, and High Legacy is taking the brunt of this in the bot side, being zoned away from the wave, being zoned from that CS. But with no wards in the tri-bush, we see Epi Champion going for a little bit of a flank on the bot lane.
Yeah, they see Exernian show in the mid lane to try and help push that one back out with Epi Champion. They immediately play aggressive, zone out Eddie Boy. Now Catasol has returned back in here as looking to try and push the wave back out. Epi Champion's gank in the bottom side does not appear to mean anything. It does actually get the ghost out of Eddie Boy.
Yeah, just the ghost from Eddie Boy, but with that said, I mean, does have a full jungle to go back to. Nothing really lost from Epi Champion apart from a few seconds on his time on the map. Could have potentially gone a little bit earlier and gotten maybe a flash out. Would have had to trade probably the Onslaught of Shadows for it, but definitely worth it if you're that Hecarim, because your ultimate comes up much sooner than the flash cooldown does. But seeing the Hecarim on bot side, the Belveth is going to start that Rift Herald on the top side. Something to note is that Belveth does get her awakened form, and does get her true awakened form, I believe, from killing void monsters. So from killing the Baron, from killing the Rift Herald, and is going to be able to get it. The directed camera really wanting to show us this bot lane though instead. What is happening? Is my directed camera broken?
No, it's not just you.
Okay.
But yes, Belveth does get to have the empowered form as a result of picking up that Herald, and now they're actually going to go invisible here as Exernian flashes to get the knockout. The Glacial Augment is slowing him up, but Eddie Boy able to flash away. Great hook, but Eddie Boy throws down a lot of damage back with his ultimate, but it's not enough as Wardbox only level 5, no wild growth available, and they will pick up a kill.
And the directed camera should have stayed in that bush longer as Panzora.
Oh, great pull from Panzora onto Blingo, but he has enough dashes to make it back away from the tower.
Whew. Yeah, directed camera knew before we did that play bot lane was going to happen. I thought it was just going to be a little bit of a prank, you know. I thought not much was going to happen. I thought they were just chilling in that bot side. But yeah, Dragon's going to be taken for the bot side of Glaive Bingus.
And a potential dive onto Panzora top lane here. They want to make use of this Herald as well as the Void minions coming out from Rejected Anew. There's the Blue Smite to slow him up. And he's going to actually flash for the pull onto Rejected Anew and pop his Ghost as well. Rejected Anew flashes forward to try and get some more damage. Does he have it? No, the E is not enough. Panzora with the Insanity Potion extra resist will keep himself alive. They're going to potentially drop this Herald here in the top lane. No, they're going to back away. Epi Champion showing up here as well. It's just going to barrel into that minion. Catasol now trading in onto XP as Exernian's coming around. There's the Petrifying Gaze, throws on the Chaos Storm as well. He'll get rooted up and pulled away by the Rocket Grab. The Power Fist from Exernian is what takes down BKP.
Yeah, and while the Blitzcrank being there is good, I don't think he was necessarily needed in that fight. I believe that Catasoul might have been able to take that kill, but either way, good run from Exernian being there to protect his mid laner, and really heads up play from Panzora being able to ward out the Bel'Veth gank and walk away with his life. You know, as we're approaching the 10-minute mark that went into the game, there's about 1,000 gold lead for Glaive Bingus on the Retta here. As Epi Champion
may have overstayed his welcome, though. He has no flash. He's going to use the Onslaught of Shadows as an escape tool, as he is getting surrounded by Warbox, Blingo, and Rejected Anew. This Herald, or this Rift Scuttler will be the reward for that one.
Yeah. And something to note is actually, I forgot to mention this before because the bot side play happened, but when Bel'Veth does take that Rift Herald, she gains her awakened form, which means that until she dies, whenever she's around lane minions, they will actually turn into Voidlings. So if she goes to push out a lane, it'll get extra pushing power.
Oh, they're looking for it. No There's flash. The Mega Adhesive. He's going to power or Rocket Grab, and that's just 4 members. BKP cannot catch a break.
You almost said Mega Fist, and that's the exact correct phrase for what just happened there. Eddie Boy is actually very low under the tower, as High Legacy with the flash available could actually...
they don't need it. Epi Champion's just gonna barrel into his face. There's the Ghost Pop. It doesn't matter. Epi Champion's gonna outrun you every time.
Yeah, the horse is going on a rampage here. 2-0-1 on Epi. Doing such a good job in this early game, making his presence felt throughout the map. Being able to go onto that top side, get the first blood onto Blingo. Being able to cover the bot lane plays and go for those kills as well. Just doing a really solid job overall, controlling the map, farming it out. You know, granted, did drop that Rift Herald, but I think it's completely fine with the pressure you were able to get on bot side as Panzora. Potentially going to flip Blingo again. Oh, hold on.
Oh, he's actually going to get pulled in by the Infernal Chains, and the Q3 will land, although not the sweet spot. Panzora now actually has popped the Insanity Potion. He's going to fling in onto Blingo DX, who pops his own ultimate. Now Panzora trying to juke away from this one. Will get flashed on by Blingo DX. Now Blingo DX takes another tower shot. Mega Adhesive. He can't do anything. He's flipped. He's poisoned. Blingo is going to burn down. He's alive. He hasn't gone down. Now meanwhile, Rejected Anew finding Epi Champion in the jungle is just going to dash through. Catasoul coming down. Flash for the Miasma coming out from BKP. He'll get stunned up in the gravity field. The Chaos Storm is running. Petrified Gaze stuns up one, but he's not enough as Catasoul just watches the Chaos Storm bolt down BKP. Rejected Anew goes in. The Onslaught of Shadows is used, but Rejected Anew has already gone down. 2 kills in favor of Glaive Bingus.
And the Rocket Grab to secure the kill, kind of denying both his jungler and his mid lane. I mean, again, Exernian being in the right place at the right time. And a little bit unfortunate on the top side. I believe Panzora ran out of mana during the fight with Blingo, and so his Poison Trail turned off automatically. And he forgot to turn it back on when he got that mana back. So when he flipped, there was actually no Poison Trail behind him to do the last few ticks of damage to Blingo. But I mean, really good play overall, knowing your damage. Exernian going for the hook, lands it.
He does actually get the Rocket Grab onto the Lulu. Warbox pops the Wild Growth and flashes away. High Legacy was whimsied up. They don't have the damage. High Legacy actually does. The Contaminate is what finishes off Warbox and forcing away Eddie Boy as well. Just pure control in favor of the Glaive Bingus bottom lane.
Yeah, Exernian, the master with the hook, stealing hooks with it, getting the hook onto the Lulu. Eddie Boy was trying to bait the fight, I believe, as well, while hiding behind the wall. I think they wanted that. I think ID Eclipse actually wanted that fight on the bot side there. Just not having quite enough damage to actually survive it. As High Legacy goes to 2-0-1 now, it has a big gold lead, I believe, on this bot side, if my XQ would like to work. Hello? There we go. Yeah, looking at the bot side, High Legacy is about 1,600 gold up on Eddie Boy here. Oh, that is going to be a rough lane as we go forward into this game.
Oh yeah, Rejected Anew might be the next target. Oh, Splash Rocket Grab knocked up, taken down. It's a bounce house, and Rejected Anew is the one party member. Panzora looking for Blingo DX as will get stoned up by the Infernal Chains. The Rylai's Crystal Scepter finished off means that Panzora is in a very powerful spot for this Singed.
I mean, Exernian MVP this game so far. I know I praised Epi Champion before, but these hooks have been on point. They've been very flashy. They've been getting a lot of kills, and he did a really good job actually covering the angle with that Rocket Grab after flashing the wall there. But XPKP taking a very aggressive angle back.
Yeah, actually stunned up by the gravity field. Will take a ton of damage as the Siphon Power comes out from Catasoul. It's a 2-level discrepancy in this mid lane right now.
And I actually think that was a kill that Catasoul had there. I don't think he quite saw it, but I think if he pops the ultimate there and throws one more Death Ray, it does enough there. Exernian popping the W, trying to get that angle onto another kill potentially. Eddie Boy walking forward. Does have the jungler nearby.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't go for that one because now Rejected News down here. Xernean is a little bit slow here. He's going to get slowed up by the blue smite, and now a ton of damage. The root comes out, the wild growth just chain CC him down. But meanwhile, High Legacy is just ripping apart. They do a lot of damage, but Rejected News will survive, and now High Legacy chased back towards this tower. Xernean is going to go down, barely keeping Rejected News alive.
And that's the power of Royal Maelstrom. Belveth's E, which gives her damage reduction and healing. When she presses it, being able to survive. I know the ability as Expunge, but what is Twitch's E called nowadays?
Contaminate. It's Contaminate, which
right.
is a worse name than Expunge for sure, but it means something different.
It's what it's called. But yeah, so being able to survive the Contaminate with the Maelstrom. Ooh,
good onslaught of shadows. Can't dodge away from the knockup here, but the blue spike coming out, Rejected News pops his that ability. A BKP is now here. Epi Champion now running out the other side as the tower goes down in the bottom lane. Epi Champion now running out the other side. Bingo DX trying to juke him out, but he's taken a little bit too long. Will turn it around, pick up Rejected News. He's slowed up. BKP just trying to chase him down. Panzora trying to support him with the Rylai's Crystal Scepter running, but he can't stick around for any more damage.
Epi Champion bobbing and weaving, trying to get that trade kill back onto Rejected Anew, who,
teleport coming in as they're just going to bully their way onto this tower.
Yeah, they want this tower here. They said, it's about time. You've cleared enough waves here. We're just going to expend the teleport and make sure that we knock this tower down. But yeah, we saw the power again of the Royal Maelstrom from Belveth there, being able to survive that Hecarim damage, who clearly should have been able to kill them. And looking at Belveth's build, we're actually going to get to see the double on-hit build from Belveth. We're going to see the Kraken Slayer coming out from her as well later on into this game instead of the tank build, which is generally more favored.
I think it might be Immortal Shield Bow.
You think? I only know Belveth really to build the Kraken Slayer build. Just because while I know it is, fairly risky to go for double on hit, it generally,
yeah, it's a lot of damage for sure. But yeah. I have to imagine Shield Bow because you do need some form of survivability when you go in. Belveth is, at her core a melee champion, basically. Dashing and weaving, you're gonna get the shield bow for the healing and the shield so that you don't just instantly die when you go in. And you're not really lacking for damage as Belveth, especially once you have that Bork finished off.
Yeah, I mean, Belveth, definitely a strong champion, is not quite far ahead as Panzora is making Blingo's life a living hell again in this game.
Yeah, didn't quite get the root off with the Mega Adhesive, and now they're actually just going to go ahead and 3-man this top lane. The Rift Herald's about to slam its face into the tower. Blingo pops the ultimate, exhausted immediately, and just gets taken down as Catasol picks up a kill.
I'm sorry, and before he changes anything, I want you to look at Aatrox's items real quick and tell me what those boots are called.
Hold on, Rejected News coming in, the Onslaught of Shadows! Rejected News pops that ability and goes Ascended, but it's a 3v1 as they've already taken on BKP. Now Eddie Boy throws down a turret, they're gonna look for the knockup. Panzora taking a lot of damage there, Wardbox now in a bad spot, flashing away from the gravity field. Eddie Boy throws down the ultimate, but it doesn't have a whole lot to follow up on that one. There's the clearance to slow, Epi Champion looking for something, but it will just barrel onto the wolves and they'll back away. Yes, that's Sork boots. What?
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't seeing things. Okay.
Holy.
Yeah.
Which ability of his does magic damage?
None of them.
Oh, he's going back! He did it wrong! He knows he did it wrong! He's going back into the base and he's selling him!
There we go. Oh, Blingo. Oh, no. They put, Glaive Bingus has done a number on Blingo's head. Oh, boy. This is a rough game, too. I really hope his team is, being positive in their call. As Ghost pops
the Ghost, looking for Rejected Anew. The Miasma is thrown down. Are they going to be able to do the damage? There's the ultimate ability, or not ultimate ability. The E, Rejected Anew, though, will burn down to the challenging smite from Epi Champion.
Whew. We get to see 2 broken abilities, that Royal Maelstrom and challenging smite. 2 for 1. But yeah, with the dragon spawning in about 10 seconds here, we're gonna see Glaive Bingus. Oh, maybe not, as Blingo's looking for the
flank on Catasol. Catasol does have flash, could get over the wall, but he's got backup. Here's High Legacy ready to unload and just annihilate Blingo DX. Now Eddie Boy is the target. We'll turn around onto him. He'll Gale Force back towards this tower and will survive thanks to dodging that rocket grab. Panzora coming out the woodwork, ready to back up his team as they move towards this dragon, putting them at soul point if they secure it.
And you have to feel a bit for ID Eclipse, right? They're trying to find the plays. They're trying to use the Aatrox, like we said in Champion Select, to try and go for the flanks to engage these fights. But they're just so far behind that even if they find a favorable fight, it's not gonna work for them because oh no, and Rejected Anew also sold that Noon Quiver. Oh, the gold value.
Yeah, he is going for the Sunfire now. Meanwhile, we'll be going in. A big knockup coming out with the Wild Growth, but Catasol flashes back towards his team, and now they've got so many members. The Rocket Grab lands on the Warbox, and Blingo DX just gets annihilated as he goes directly into all of them. Panzora ready to chase under the tower, but they'll get pushed away as the Dragon is secured by Epi Champion.
Yeah, a little bit of an Olay there from Rejected Anew, jumping right out of the way of the
Xernean looking for the Rocket Grab, will not get it thanks to the dodge. He's gonna get the knockup on the Epi Champion and will do a fair chunk of damage with that Bork. Oh.
I mean, Glaive having to work a little bit less hard this game to find the advantages that they were finding in that game one.
Yeah, now great onslaught of shadows, and they flip in Rejected Anew as well. There's the Queen's Maelstrom coming out, and will get taken down by a Death Ray there. The Mega Adhesive is on to BKP, who takes down Xernean, but he just gets flipped into 4 members of Glaive Bingus, and they'll back away, happy to pick up 3 kills.
Yeah, and they're just going to keep finding advantages the longer they stay on the map here, with health bars a little bit low. I wonder if they're even going to start this Baron, but 3 members dead rather, means that it's going to be a Baron start for Glaive Bingus.
Yeah, not really much they can do here. Wardbox alone on the map. Blingo is busy clearing out that mid wave, and they'll take this one, you know, okay. Hecarim is a fairly good champion for taking down Baron, and they do have a Bork Twitch.
They do. They're going to have a Bork Twitch. They're going to have a Bork Kraken Slayer Twitch when he goes down to the base, maybe even more, as Twitch is sitting on 2,000 gold here. But I'm just trying to think. I'm going through my head right now, and I'm trying to think of what I would be telling ID Eclipse if I were in game right now, you know, about how to get back into this one. And really the answer is just going to be play the vision. You really have to try and secure whatever vision you can on your side of the map and catch Glaive Bingus warding warding with an ego, because right now, as we see, Xernean is doing exactly what we're talking about, warding by himself, going a little bit deep into the bot side jungle of ID Eclipse to get that ward onto the banana bush there. But unless ID Eclipse are able to move as far as
Blingo, there's the Shurelya's popped. Great Rocket Grab from Xernean. Will force the flash out from Blingo.
Yeah, I mean, good flash from Blingo, being able to survive there. It's pretty big, because if Blingo dies here, that means that they're almost guaranteed to lose their mid and bottom towers here. As he could now, I mean, the only risk now is that Blingo did use flash and
Rejected Anew gets in, they find Catasol. Gravity Field is thrown down, and Catasol drops the Chaos Storm. It will survive quite a bit longer than you'd expect. There's the ultimate Onslaught of Shadows comes in. They're looking to find Rejected Anew, but he's still alive. He's life-stealing too much. The Epic Champion can't finish him up, but High Legacy goes godlike as he's just unloading, but will finally go down.
Yeah, Panzora, you know, ooh, actually, never mind. I was thinking of Cassio, the other poison champion, doing a lot of damage to High Legacy there, being able to find the tick damage and knock him down. But yeah, no, this is kind of what I was going to say, is that, you know, while you are losing in terms of champions right now, you know, you go down 3 for 2, that's still good for ID Eclipse, right? You want to catch Glaive Bingus being complacent. You want to catch them taking fights that are a little bit too overzealous for themselves, because if you're able to trade kills, any kill trade is positive for ID Eclipse at this point. You're already down in gold. Any chance you can get to put more gold in your pocket is good for you, unless of course, you know, you're trading things like towers, like objectives.
Or your Nexus. That's pretty bad.
Or your Nexus. Yeah, no one wants to pull a TSM and trade a Baron for Nexus. But yeah, no, I mean, finding any gold you can on the map here, no matter how it happens, is really good for you. But so, I mean, the gold lead is about what, almost close to 12,000 here.
Yeah,
it's a little rough. It's a little rough if you're ID Eclipse, right? Your whole jungle's being taken away. You're not getting any objectives, but with a minute coming up on this soul, you have to wonder if they're even gonna opt to fight it, because while it is Cloud Soul, and while, you know, Cloud Soul is not what it used to be in terms of, you know, power level, it's definitely stronger now given the fact that it gives movement speed bonus. You have to wonder if they're just gonna try and take the next 6 minutes to power farm up.
Yeah, ultimately, when how you look at it is like, hey, it's only Cloud Soul, it's not Mountain or Ocean or Infernal. And now BKB, that's a great Petrifying Gaze, but they don't have the damage. Onslaught of Shadows into the backside. Rejected Anew is just getting annihilated by High Legacy. There's the Royal Maelstrom as Blingo now is the focus. They'll turn around and just kill him under tower. He's separated from the herd.
And that's what you wanted to do. It's really unfortunate they just don't have quite amount of damage to actually make it happen. You know, you wanted to catch them, but really good laser coming out from Catasol to check that bush and do a good amount of trade damage back before they really got caught out by the Casio ultimate. But yeah, we're right now just seeing Glaive Bingus smack ID Eclipse down with their wallet as Panzora's just gonna
find a flip onto Rejected Anew. They're gonna barrel into him. He's got the Royal Maelstrom, a lot of lifesteal, but Wardbox is going very low now. The Chaos Storm is just doing so much damage. Wardbox takes the shield, but will taken down by the Siphon Power. Catasol goes golden under the towers. BKB now is the focus. Good pull from Exernian. Will get that kill. Catasol burning to the poison will go down, but Eddie Boy is gonna be the ace for Glaive Bingus.
Yeah, and this should be game 2 going over to Glaive Bingus unless Bingo is able to go crazy here. Panzora should be able to just throw the Mega Adhesive, but let's see what they do. They could just play it safe. Yeah, they're gonna take the inhib and walk back towards that Dragon Soul. With Belva spawning, I guess it's fair. I guess it's fair to let that one go out. But yeah, really good fight from Glaive Bingus. A little bit unfortunate that they were... actually, no. Just thinking about it, ID Eclipse is lucky there because that fight could have ended so much more poorly for them with the way it went. Ooh, hold on.
Onslaught of Shadows, they're actually just gonna... Epi Champion's just gonna go for the 1v1 against Blingo as the Cloud Soul is secured by the rest of his team. Now he's backing away. He's gonna pop the Ghost as well, actually. Maybe... I'm surprised that he doesn't think he wins that one, or maybe he just knows that he's gonna collapse on by the enemy team. Will pop the Ghost to back away there.
Yeah, I think he thought he might have been collapsed on by someone maybe closer by those Krugs. Because normally Devastating Charge should be enough movement speed to get him out of anything, but just being safe, going for the Ghost. And, you know, it's a relatively low cooldown at this point in the game. Also has the Ionian Boots, so not really too worried there. But with the Cloud Soul being picked up by the side of Glaive Bingus, we're just kind of moving into the final phases of this game. The Baron will spawn in 30 seconds. And we should see... resets coming out. Yep, Panzora. I mean, okay, looking at the map right now, this is the perfect time for ID Eclipse to start a fight. The numbers are super mismatched.
This looks really bad for Eddie Boy as he's just gonna get unloaded from Invis on High Legacy. He'll pop the ultimate, he'll flash away. Wardbox will survive with the help of the Wild Growth. So trading High Legacy's ultimate for flashes on the side of Eddie Boy.
Well, it's definitely worth for Glaive here. For High Legacy being able to get the flash out means that the next Onslaught of Shadows that comes out from Epi Champion is going to land for sure on Eddie Boy. But yeah, this Baron is going to get picked up. I wonder if Rejected Anew is just going to go for the steal.
Oh, flow! Flash pull! Will come in. Panzora, they just take down Rejected Anew, the Onslaught of Shadows into his own team. Epi Champion now going in. Eddie Boy is just taking a ton of damage as he gets flipped as well. The Death Ray coming up. Flash Power Fist off to BKP means he can't follow up on his own Petrifying Gate. The Gravity Field right on top of him. He'll get taken down. Panzora on a killing spree as Epi Champion chasing down Wardbox. He's got the Whimsy. He doesn't have the movement speed necessary as Panzora just drifting through them all, slowing up with their allies, and Wardbox will go down. Epi Champion steals away the Quadra.
Yeah, and this should be game 2. I know I said it before, but this time I really mean it. With 4 champions down, Panzora's gonna go on.
Yep, there's the Mega Adhesive and the slow. Perma-slowed by Rylai's. He's actually healing a fair bit up. Panzora tanking the tower a little bit longer than he would have liked, but finally the ace will come through. The second Nexus tower goes down about the same time. Rejected Anew gonna run in, look for something. He's gonna go for Panzora, but he gets knocked up and he's gonna get taken down before the Singe falls, and they're gonna end the game with the Nexus. Game 2 going the way of Glaive Bingus.
Yeah, Glaive 2 going to Game Bingus. I mean, Glaive Bingus? Glaive Bingus. Glaive Bingus doing a really good job in that game. Their champion strength Panzora showing us a really good counter to that Aatrox. Actually was getting a little bit bullied in lane, but once Epi Champion came by with the Hecker and was able to start snowballing that lane a little bit more towards the Gasman's favor, it seemed as though it wouldn't stop. The train started rolling. Panzora started playing really well. Just, you know, showing that a champion like Aatrox, while he is incredibly strong, does still have answers that can be played around and that can really be used to not necessarily win, because, you know, Singe wasn't really doing that by himself, but definitely snowball or stonewall the matchup and play for scaling and play for team fights later on. Because, I mean, Panzora did a good job. Epi Champion did a good job. Exernian was on point with those hooks. Catasol had really good gravity wells that were able to lock up a bunch of fights. and High Legacy on that Twitch bursted down everyone.
Yeah, and I don't want to like speculate too much about it, but there seemed to be a little bit of what's the word?
Tilt.
Yeah, tilt. I was going for like
Um,
mental difficulty, so but yeah,
mental
because
fatigue. Mental
yeah,
fatigue.
for
There
sure.
we go.
Because you know, we saw some misbuys, rejected and you picked up the parts of a crit mythic and then was like, oh wait, I don't want this. I wanted a ice or a frostfire gauntlet or perhaps sunfire cape. Um
And then
and
my
then
favorite
Blingo, of
thing.
course, with the Sork boots,
Yeah.
definitely a misbuy. We saw him all basically immediately run back into the base, but unfortunately couldn't, you know, you can't hit the undo button there. And then in this game, at least, Eddie Boy did build a little bit more appropriately, but did have that fleet footwork, like you were mentioning, which I think definitely hurt his DPS. And then, of course, they're kind of just getting run over. BKP with some good plays, but unfortunately, at that point, they're just too far behind, and they just don't have the champions they need. So we'll see, though. We do still have one more game that ID Eclipse can turn it around. They could go for the reverse sweep here. Glaive Bingus needs to pick up one win of the next 3 in order to take this one and potentially go for the rematch up against DOG Gamma. But that'll come in game number 3. So we're going to take a short break while we set up for that one. Thanks for watching, everyone, and we'll see you in just a few. Internet, hello and welcome back. We're here getting ready to go into game number 3 between ID Eclipse and Glaive Bingus. ID Eclipse are on the verge of being eliminated from the Classic Championship Series, down 0-2. Glaive Bingus, 1 win away from earning themselves a rematch against DOG Gamma, who they just dropped a 5-game series to last week.
Yeah, Glaive definitely proving or trying to prove rather that 3-2 against IDE was time out. trying to fast track their way back to upper bracket finals and play for the chip still. But we are going to have some substitutions coming in to this last game. Ibi Godly
Not
is going to come in
necessarily
for
the
Eddie,
last
who is
game.
going
Not
to
necessarily
play.
the last game.
Oh, hold on. Am I back? Am I here?
Yeah.
Hello. All right. Sorry, I thought I disconnected for a second. Ibi Godly is going to come in for Eddie and play AD carry for the side of ID Eclipse for this third game here. And Flying Squirtle is actually back for Glaive Bingus. So he's going to be jumping back in the jungle as we move into this third game, which we could see a bunch of changes in draft come out because of that. Flying Squirtle is a player who is almost permanently has a Nocturne banned against him. So we'll see if IDE would like to adapt to that draft, adapt their draft going into this third game, as it looks like we have teams readying up and we are in game 3 draft.
Yeah, and I love Nocturne, so I would love to see Nocturne if it happens to fall through. And then of course we see Eddie Boy heading back into that top lane. You did mention that you looked at him and he was actually a top lane main. So maybe a little bit more comfortable up in this role with Ibi Godly coming back into the fold for the side of ID Eclipse.
Something to note is that Godly is also not an AD carry main.
Oh, really? Okay.
Correct. Yeah. Ibi Godly is a support main who I believe was a jungler in the past. But yeah, moving into draft, Shyvana standard ban for Glaive against Rejected Anew, not allowed to play the Dragon Lady. GP banned against Panzora. Rakan banned against Xernean. Things are pretty standard this game.
Yeah, pretty much what you'd expect between in a matchup between these two teams. We will see, of course, ID Eclipse with side selection after their game 2 loss opted to stay on the blue side here.
Yeah, IDE staying on the blue side, saying that, we feel more comfortable here. Maybe they have a better read or a better option for first pick here. Something to note actually is that the Shen ban so far has been taken off the table. Maybe that was because they thought it was a specific pick for the top laner of IDE before.
Blingo.
Yeah, Blingo's Shen not having to be banned this game, which is gonna open up the Misfortune ban and potentially something else for Glaive. Maybe they're gonna take away that Cassio again. But definitely not wanting to see the Misfortune for ID Eclipse.
Yeah, they are gonna ID Eclipse basically exactly the same bans on their side. Glaive Bingus now, like you said, they're gonna drop the Shen ban. We'll see if they go ahead and take away something like the Hecarim, or it will just be the Cassiopeia. The BKP did have a fairly good performance on it in spite of their loss in game number 2.
It is comfort for sure. But I wonder if IDE is now just gonna stay on something like that Hecarim here. We did see them lock in the Aphelios in the before, but now that Godly is playing AD carry, maybe that means they're a little bit so they're able to take the luxury of picking the Rampaging Horse, which has been very good this game for both teams, despite Rejected Anew losing on it in the first game.
Yeah, I much rather see this Hecarim B1 pick than something like the Aphelios. And I don't need to say any more on that. I'll get too into it.
We have done this dance before.
But Glaive Bingus now with their choice of picking up 2 power picks for themselves, they'll lock in Nocturne. Yep, basically exactly what you expect for Flying Squirtle. I'm really excited to see this. I love Nocturne and I love watching good Nocturne players play it.
Yeah, Nocturne definitely does change the way they play this game. It makes it a lot more harder. It makes it a lot harder for these teams to play coordinated. And something that's a little bit interesting, I don't know. I don't think Taric Nocturne is that great because Nocturne generally is engaging beyond Taric pairing range. So
Yeah,
unless Glaive is
but
thinking
the thing you can do though is if you're fighting in a spot where vision is limited for the enemy team, such as in the river on either side, you can kind of like hide Cosmic Radiance a little bit.
Sure.
And obviously there's a chance like, oh, it's dark, he's probably channeling Taric Ultimate, but you don't know, and you can
you
kind
never
of
know.
yeah, you can get a lot done. Paranoia is such a powerful ability. just generally in this level of coordinated play. Renata Glask and potentially Xayah going to be locked in for the side of ID Eclipse. Will be showing their bottom lane hand here.
And this is a really positive draft adaptation for ID Eclipse, right? They recognize the Nocturne, recognize the and they say, okay, that is a lot of engaged ability. We want to pick something that's disengaging in that Renata and is very, very safe with the bailout, with the Featherstorm on that Xayah. And I wonder what Glaive is going to pair up with that Taric here. Maybe something like a Callista. I'm not sure if High Legacy plays it, but it is something that is very good. But
Yeah,
Twitch is instead going to be the lock in this game. Played very well in the previous game, and is going to be looking to play off of that stealth and visibility pairing, which is going to be so annoying for ID Eclipse as this game goes forward.
yeah, I was gonna say, I imagine they just go back to Twitch. It seems perfectly fine to pick here. It's really difficult, even with the Hecarim on the side of ID Eclipse, to take out the Twitch just because Taric is going to be his bodyguard. And then combine that with the Paranoia, you kind of just like get a lot of free time to set up for the perfect spray and pray, and kind of just run over ID Eclipse with that. We're getting into the second round of bans. We're going to see Ari Galio taken off the board. So we're going to see mid lane pinched a little bit here.
Yeah, the Galio ban actually interesting. I guess that's what we get when we see champion out of the jungle back into uh, playing more of that roaming supportive pick as the Jax ban against Eddie Boy is going to come out, which could suggest maybe something like an Aatrox, like a I don't really know. Panzora is probably going to take the R5 here, considering that mid matchups are generally a little bit more favorable with champions
More
like
forgiving, I think,
more
when you get a
forgiving,
bad
I
matchup
suppose.
for sure.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, if you fall behind top lane, it's just like feels so bad. But
Stings.
yeah, the Jax and the Shen will be taken off the table. Shen Nocturne, very classic combo, and if Panzora is willing to play it, something you could put value taking off the board. Just don't let these engage protection tools go in onto the Nocturne. They're gonna see pick up the Mordekaiser on the side of Glaive Bingus.
Yeah, I was trying to think in my head. My next question was going to be if Panzora is a Kennen player, but I don't really think he is. But Mordekaiser definitely doing a good job of spreading out that damage profile because currently you had a lot of AD damage on the side of Glaive Bingus, and Victor being locked in potentially for ID Eclipse here is going to mean that they have a very stable and strong mid laner who can get priority for this Hecarim and stay relatively safe against the Nocturne.
Yeah, Victor Champion very commonly banned out or picked away from BKP this series. The Cassiopeia was taken off the board for him this game, so he'll go back on onto the Victor. Nice stable control mage, really powerful zone control between Chaos Storm and Gravity Field, and they'll pick up the Sejuani potentially for the top
Oh,
lane.
I don't like this. Mordekaiser is the. I mean, it's a little better. I was gonna say Mordekaiser is the Sejuani killer in the top lane, and generally likes playing into most tank matchups. But I was gonna say the Victor Nocturne matchup is actually very nice because if Nocturne ever uses Paranoia onto the Victor in that mid lane, all he has to do is drop the Gravity Well at its feet and just make sure to press Q or E onto the Nocturne before that spell shield, um, or to knock off the spell shield before the stun comes, and then he's totally fine. And with that said, while I was talking, the Azir was locked in for the side of Glaive Bingus, which is another scaling pick, which is going to allow for big team plays with the Nocturne, with the Taric. And it's something that is going to be a really nice bit of late game insurance for Glaive.
Yeah, and here's another nice thing going on. Glaive Bingus have picked up these the Mordekaiser and the Taric. These are champions that really excel when they're getting engaged on. ID Eclipse, they've got Hecarim and Sion who are very much kind of move forward oriented champions. They can play a little bit backwards, but I think that Hecarim and Sion very much prefer moving forward, especially with that unstoppable onslaught or yeah, the Unstoppable Onslaught and the Onslaught of Shadows. They both are Onslaught champions. Forward. Nocturne, and then Xayah and Renata, though, are a lot more adept at when they're getting engaged on as well. So there's a little bit of a disconnect there in terms of ID Eclipse's team composition. Hecarim and Sion are very move forward. Zion and Renata are very move backwards style champions. Glaive Bingus are a little bit more cohesive there. Twitch kind of likes to stay in one place, can move backwards, can move forwards. Tarek and Mordekaiser really like when they're getting advanced upon. Azir kind of does fairly well when you're getting advanced upon, because you kind of like push them back, force them to continue advancing, make more space for yourself. And then Nocturne is just kind of just generally useful just because of how much value you get out of Paranoia. I think Glaive Bingus have a lot better cohesion within their team combo itself.
I don't want to get baited by this, but
Azir picked up for Panzora, and
it's possible.
It's possible it's Azir top lane, and it's very possible that it'll just be Azir mid lane played by Panzora. Like,
oh, okay, I could understand that.
Yeah, they might just be more comfortable with those champions respectively.
Potentially. I could also see just the Azir being straight up top lane, because Azir could scale for free against Sion.
Yeah, that's true. It's true.
Be very good, and Azir top is something that has not been, shied away from. It's actually been played pretty consistently, not recently, but this past year, because the champion has very good escapes in the long lane and can clear waves and can farm up for free. It's kind of why people would play like Victor top and would play Zillion top, because you could just clear waves and chill. But yeah, it also could just be Panzora playing the Azir or picking the Azir here for fun.
Yeah, it'll ultimately, like, we'll find out. They can both go anywhere, or both go to either of the solo lanes, and then eventually it'll devolve into team fighting like it always does, and we'll kind of just see them play out basically exactly the same way.
Yeah, I mean, something that I like to see though is IDE. What their strategy had to be was they needed for themselves. The last 2 games they've been playing a lot of drafts that just rely on Glaive Bingus to go into them. And so actually that's not true. The first game they played Ornn Hecarim, but in order to play a series that you're down 0-2 in, you want to be able to pick champions like Hecarim, like Sion, where you have the ball. You're able to go in for yourself. You're able to make the plays that you would like to make and not have to rely on other people misplaying into you. And so I really want to see Rejected anew going around the game and providing a lot of assistance to his laners, as I think we're about to lock in to this Azir and Mordekaiser being played by Panzora and Epi.
Yeah. To say, I'll ask you first, actually, but which of these 2 teams would you rather be playing, like, just champion-wise? Disregard the players.
I think I'd rather be playing blue side, personally. I think it's, I mean, at least for me, looking at those champions, I think they're a lot more comfortable for me. The Nocturne is a little bit homeless, because he kind of can only go one direction, which is totally fine with the champions that ID Eclipse has picked this game. Granted, I know Nocturne doesn't always have to press R2 when he presses the button, but generally, unless he's very far ahead, is too much. Because while you do have, Tarek to pair with the Nocturne, you do have the Azir to be able to move forward. Nocturne is really solo frontlining this game, unless Tarek is right next to him. But Mordekaiser's always going to be in his ultimate with either probably the Hecarim, the Victor, or the Zaya. And so Nocturne is really just going to be face tanking the brunt of the damage coming from blue side. So I also just think blue side has a little bit more of a well-rounded, is just how I look at these comps.
Yeah, they have a lot more frontline between Sion and Hecarim as compared to like Nocturne, Mordekaiser, neither of which are really true tanks. They can build kind of tankier builds, but ultimately they are going to be, more bruisery, less tanky. Compared to Sion and Hecarim, who are very good scaling tanks. They just eat damage. On the other hand, you do have a lot better tank busting between Azir and Twitch, I would say, on the side of the red side. So maybe that evens it out a little bit. Twitch not really necessarily a tank buster, but he kind of just like kills your backline through your front line. Just
he'll be building Bork Kraken. So
yeah. So like it kind of works out for Glaive Bingus, I think. I think that this is the game where I think that drafting is a lot more even between these two teams.
Yeah.
Both of the last two games, I think I would rather have been playing Glaive Bingus's comp than IDE. This game I feel a lot more comfortable with either of them. Although I kind of agree with you, ID Eclipse I think it looks a little bit easier to execute on.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we're going to take a short break while we wait out the spectator delay and prep for game number 3. Thanks for watching, everyone. We'll see you in just a few minutes for what is potentially IDE's last game in the Classic Championship Series. Internet, hello and welcome back here with ID Eclipse versus Glaive Bingus. Glaive Bingus currently up 2-0 on the verge of eliminating ID Eclipse from the Classic Championship Series. We'll see how this one plays out. It looks like it will in fact be the Azir top lane. Mordekaiser played in the mid lane here by Epic Champion.
And it's a little interesting he went for the Conqueror into Eddie Boy. Imagine it a little bit more favorable for Panzora, or maybe a little bit more loop. Say it. If he went for something like that first strike. Which rejected anew, trying to get that ward, is not going to get it down. Instead, going to opt to trade the ward in the middle, in the top lane Pixel Bush. But yeah, no, Azir top is going to be interesting because, like we were saying in Champ Select, it's going to be a lane that is fairly safe and really just allows the Emperor of Shurima to scale up for free in this game, which is something that, you know, is pretty needed for him. But something that I don't really know is this matchup mid and where the thought process behind Mordekaiser into Victor came from. Because in my head, that is nothing but bad news for Epi Champion.
Yeah, if I had to guess, it's probably not as bad as we're thinking it's going to be. Just because Epi Champion can probably, as long as he's not eating literally every death ray, right? He can probably shrug off a lot of damage that, you know, most mages can't, because he's naturally tankier. He's got melee champion stats, and he's got the shield coming up for himself. Panzora just making sure not to stand near the brushes before he sees Eddie Boy charging up that decimating smash.
Yeah, just playing safe. The chicken man, making sure not to take too much damage. But we have something in the first time this series. We have junglers starting on the same side of the map. Flying Squirtle and Rejected Anew going to be meeting up at that top crab for the first time this series. I know Flying Squirtle, this is the first game, but this is the first time these junglers are really going to scrap it out level 3. But knowing how these lanes are going to go, it looks like Panzora is actually going to let him, is actually going to push in against Eddie Boy. And so we are going to have mismatch pushes in the mid and top side here, which means that the fight for Scuttle Crab could be pretty interesting. If these junglers finish their clears at around the same time, which it looks like they're on pace to do, because Nocturne is going to take a long time, even though it looks like he's a bit ahead right now, to do that red and those Krugs, because Hecarim can do both champs at the same time. Epi Champion getting a good trade onto BKP.
Yeah, and BKP, if he gets into those extended trades, he definitely doesn't win out on those. Nice sidestep on the handshake there, as High Legacy trading back nicely in onto Beyond Godly and Ward Box.
Yeah, and it looks like, I mean, Epi Champion doing a good job proving me wrong so far in this matchup. Panzora is going to play to crash this wave and move to the crab, potentially.
Yeah, but Rejected Anew's already on it, and it goes down fairly quickly if you're a champion that can break the shield. As Epi Champion looking for BKP.
Neither jungler has smite, and it looks like with the mid lane going in, it looks like Rejected Anew is going to get pushed off that first crab, which is actually very nice if you're Flying Squirtle to come in this game 3. Your team is already up 2-0, and it seems like they have not missed a beat so far.
Yeah, Xernean is going to land the Dazzle. The Handshake will land about the same time. The Guardian's procced away. Xernean now taking a ton of damage here as Beyond Godly now turns his attention onto High Legacy. A little bit of damage going back his way as Xernean going very low. And thanks to that Guardian shield, Wardbucks and Beyond Godly fairly nicely done for their health bars. Now you've got Rejected Anew coming in for the potential bot gank. Flying Squirtle just a little bit behind him, and he's actually going to secure the second crab for himself. So a fair bit ahead over the Hecarim.
Yeah, Flying Squirtle getting both crabs, going to get the base off. Has about, I mean, only about 100 gold advantage overall with those 2 crabs, but is going to have 1,000 gold, going to come back onto the map and start his second clear. It's going to be nice, but Hecarim, you know, already on those Krugs, is going to start the second clear a bit faster, and so he is going to have a bit more of that tempo on the map. Not really able to do anything with his lanes currently, as we just see farming out happening for the most part. But, you know, being able to go into that second clear is going to be nice for the Hecarim, being able to get towards that level 6 a little bit faster. But with the bot lane going out for the side of ID Eclipse, I wonder if anything happened to Flying Squirtle, because that wave is pretty doomed if Xernean and High Legacy can hold it.
Yeah, Flying Squirtle is starting up on his wolves and potentially going to Grump, which implies that he wants to look at bot lane here. Panzora just continuing to push in here as Rejected Anew looking here at Epic Champion. He's going to flash away as Rejected Anew does pop the Ghost, and he'll be able to back away, trading his Summoner for that of Rejected Anew, but definitely a little bit of a win for ID Eclipse, the Ghost lower cooldown.
Yeah, and he's going to do a good job. He's going to help out push this wave in and get the base, because Epic Champion, even though, you know, its range into melee is resourceless, which means he is going to be able to stay in the lane a lot longer than a champion like
Flying Squirtle actually going to flash to get the Unspeakable Horror onto Beyond Godly. He does, however, use the flash with a handshake, pulls Flying Squirtle back into the tower, and its first blood actually picked up by Epic Champion as he takes down Rejected Anew, but they're trading back as Beyond Godly does go down.
Yeah, and Epic Champion goes down to the mid lane as well. The Hecarim, but gets traded back by BKP, who just barely had enough mana to use that Chaos Storm and trade the Mordekaiser for his Hecarim. So, I mean, overall 2 for 2 on the map, which means, or not 2 for 2, but a 1 for 1 in mid and bottom, means that this gold lead is still going to be about the same, only 200 gold or so separating. And Flying Squirtle, maybe, you know, a little bit cold in the game, trying to warm up, and so in the end does not quite have the spell shield for that Renata route. And so as a result, dies under the tower, but is able to, I think they got the trade onto Godly as well, right? Because the bailout
both junglers end up dying in the lane that they attempted to help. So, both of them went down as a kill before the person who got them ends up dying to the laner. So interesting little thing happening there. That's not what you really want to happen as either jungler.
You know, it definitely sets your tempo behind a little bit. But with Flying Squirtle heading down to this bot side, there is a pink ward on his wolves, which I think he put there himself by accident. It's going to take this blue, and it's going to be close to level 6. I'm actually going to check on XP for Nocturne. I think he's going to require one more camp after this blue buff to actually ding level 6. But once that happens, he will have the Paranoia available and is going to probably be looking towards his bot side again with no flashes available on the Renata or the Xayah. And yeah, I'm right. He's going to go for this crab and should be able to hit level 6 off of it. But we will see what he decides to do. But as we move towards, 7 minutes, 8 minutes into the game, we have to talk about the importance of Paranoid. The cooldown on that ultimate ability, for people who don't know, is 100 seconds, which means it's 115 seconds, which means it's almost 2 minutes long. And so if you are unable to do something with that ultimate ability on Knock, it is not going to be up for another 2 minutes.
Yeah, and I think this is a good read by Rejected Anew. I think he knows that Flying Squirtle wants to Paranoia bot, so he's kind of snuck his way into that side brush to be there for the 3v3. Flying Squirtle clearing out the Gromp will probably look for the Paranoia here. Xernean is on a ward. They're actually just going to go for Onslaught of Shadows. It's going to be used. They're going to push him back in. The Paranoia coming in. Xernean gets a good dazzle off, but they don't have the damage necessary, as that's a big ultimate coming out of Ward Box. A double kill over to Beyond Godly so far, and High Legacy is back into his tower. Epic Champion, meanwhile, is going to pop the BKP into the Death Realm. He's going to get sent up at the Gravity Field. As they're about to exit the Death Realm, Epic Champion looking for him. BKP flashes away. Panzora going forward in onto Eddie Boy, and who now pops the Ignite onto him. Decimating Smash going to be sidestepped away from by Panzora. Unstoppable Onslaught is available, but they're not going to go for it. And it will be ID Eclipse with a lead there and picking up the Dragon as well.
Everyone is ready to fight this game. It is game 3 in the series. Everyone is... honestly, I was a little worried when I saw Rejected Anew go in for that play there, because I thought Flying Squirtle was going to be right on top of it, but they were really able to burst Xernean down and get that Taric down before Nocturne was even able to join the fight. So really well played, good coordination from ID Eclipse is going to land them that kill, and unfortunately Epic Champion was unable to find that solo kill onto BKP, but as a result did get the flash, which means that Nocturne does have another angle to go, or another lane to go in on.
Yeah, and I think Glaive definitely... I think Glaive didn't even know that Rejected Anew was potentially going to be there. Now, meanwhile, the Unstoppable Onslaught is going to be used to try and help out in the jungle 1v1. Flying Squirtle is going to fear Rejected Anew, looking for the auto attacks, but he gets hit by the Decimating Smash. He actually gets Rejected Anew thanks to the healing from the passive. He's trying to survive. The Rift Herald's actually going to assist picking off Flying Squirtle, as Eddie Boy will flash away into the enemy jungle, getting collapsed on by both solo laners. BKP trying to come up there and help out, but he's got no mana, and Epic Champion will secure the Rift Herald started up by his own jungler.
junglers traded. Epi Champion is going to walk into the Decimating Smash, though. No smite, or no flash on.
Doesn't have the shield back up. Eddie Boy looking to finish him off. He will finally get him with that one. Panzora going to use the ultimate to push Eddie Boy out, but there's the passive coming out. He flashes away from the gravity field, but into the enemy territory. He's just going to go down, unless he can take out BKP. No, it cannot. BKP gets one back.
Yeah, BKP getting the trade back is going to be really nice, as, you know, Victor does scale really well with Golden. You know, that lost chapter, and is gonna be moving towards his full mythic. And speaking of full mythics, that is not the person I thought who would have the first full mythic in this game. Eddie Boy with the full Sunfire at 1040 into the game is a very fast mythic item for that Scion there. Given the fact that, you know, people have been farming well, but not LCS well, but still able to pick up, 2 kills, get that full item, and is going to be able to survive much better into this Azir as the game goes on. Something to talk about.
Yeah. Godly has picked up the Gale Force for himself as well, so a lot of power in this bottom lane for ID Eclipse.
Yeah, I mean, Ivy on Godly being able to pick up that Gale Force there basically just means that there's a lot more damage that they can do in this lane. Stupid, and I know that's like, no duh, he has the mythic, but Xayah with Gale Force is very nice because you can always readjust yourself before you pull your feathers back. It means you can potentially walk forward to secure that extra little bit of damage for the kill that you need. And looking at the XP levels, actually, the bot laners, the bot laners on both teams are basically level 7 to the junglers 8s, which is a little bit ridiculous to me because both of these junglers are power farmers, but they're not really that far up in XP on any one of the map. Which says a lot to me on how the game has really changed this year, because had this been, in March or something like that, the junglers would have easily been 2 levels, 3 levels ahead of the bot laners probably at this point in the game. But we see Epi Champion dropping the Rift Herald in mid, giving himself a nice 320 gold for himself. Edge, looking at the game right now, right? We talked about how it was a little bit loose, or rather, it has been a little bit loose from the side of Glaive Bingus this game so far, and we're gonna have to see them kind of pull it back, go back to the roots of what they were doing in game 1, and sort of reset themselves.
High Legacy and Exernian not having as much dominance in lane as they did in the first 2 games. Epi Champion keeping himself abreast in terms of farm, but has not been able to impact as positively as BKP has thus far.
Yeah, and I think this matchup is not really meant to be a counter where, oh, like, this is going to be... Because, actually, yeah, they picked Mordekaiser blind on 4. Right? They didn't know the Victor was going to happen. They didn't know the Scion was going to happen. They decided that while we do have this great tank killer in Mordekaiser, it would be better instead if we put the Azir top lane. The Azir as well is down on CS, but not significantly so against the Scion. Does have the full mythic item. And hasn't really been pressured too much, but nor has, the Emperor's Divide been used very well to kills for, Panzora and Flying Squirtle. Because, I mean, as we move into this game, yes, Epi Champion will be able to move into a side lane and be strong versus the likes of Eddie Boy and XBKP, but for the time being, he's kind of just, a wave clear bot, right? XBKP gets the full priority, is able to push in the wave and have full priority on the map to do what he pleases.
Yeah. Things looking to quiet down a little bit here. It doesn't look like the junglers are really looking to do too much around this area. Flying Squirtle actually might potentially get collapsed on by Warbucks and Godly, as you do see BKP making his way around that area. But gonna back away. They could potentially themselves get collapsed on by High Legacy and Exernian. Rejected and you sneaking his way into a brush here, and potentially looking to go for the counter gank, expecting the Paranoia to come out into the bottom side. Now Epi Champion looking for the collapse. Now they're going to use the Paranoia. BKP is the target. He's going to flash to keep the Unspeakable Horror on, but the Unstoppable Onslaught coming out. BKP stuns up Flying Squirtle on the gravity field, and Flying Squirtle's the first kill of the fight. Epi Champion has pulled one into the Death Realm, and they'll pop out now. Here's the shield coming out. Cosmic Radiance is going to be used. The Onslaught of Shadows goes in. That's a really good ultimate coming out, but they just shield off all the damage with the Cosmic Radiance. Exernian now backing away. They do get a knock up on the High Legacy with the Decimating Smash. There's just so low health bars on the side of ID Eclipse, but nobody's gone down. Just 1 for 0.
And with the Taric ulti being used, that was, let me just say, Exernian had a great Cosmic. That was an... that the health of his team did not go down when that Renata ulti came out. So as a result, they have the HP lead, which means that realistically, Glaive Bingus has the start for this dragon if they want it. Yeah, and with that happening, it looks like that's what's going to be the case, even though Ward Box is the one to start the dragon.
Yeah, they're going to keep it leashed as they will bring Flying Squirtle back in as off of his respawn. He was the only one who died in that fight. Eddie Boy is sitting there, not on vision. Epi Champion going to come around, but looks like they're not going to contest this one. It's going to be secured by Flying Squirtle as the Decimating Smash going to come out onto Eddie Boy onto Epic Champion. Backing away, it'll be the Dragon Scared by Glaive Bingus.
And you know Mordekaiser's heart skipped a beat there when he got knocked up by the Mordekaiser. Not quite knowing where he is. Ooh. Flying Squirrel getting a cheeky, ooh, hold on, wait a second.
Yeah, this is a potential collapse here as the Shroud of Darkness is going to be used. BKP is going to throw down the Chaos Storm onto Flying Squirtle, the Unstoppable Onslaught as well. And Flying Squirtle just playing a little bit too free there.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's gonna happen when you haven't really, you know, I imagine that Squirtle probably just ran inside, like came inside from whatever they were doing before they came here and jumped right into this match. Probably no time to warm up, not even a practice tool. And is off to a bit of a rough start in this game, but you know, it's still doable. It's still, you know, fairly okay. Looking at both comps, again, we talked about it in draft, that they scale fairly evenly, and that, you know, while blue side might be a little bit more well-rounded, there are still tools in the Twitch, in the Mordekaiser, and in the Azir to really carry these games.
Looking at Ward Box, they're going to pull him into the death realm. Panzora coming around is projected and secures the Rift Herald. There's the Paranoia, going to be going in onto Hecarim. Ward Box is about to pop out of the death realm. He's popped his ultimate, or his W on himself. Onslaught of Shadows doesn't get rejected and you all the way out there. That's a good dazzle as High Legacy unloads with the spray and pray. Rejecting you, looking for a way back in. He's going to they're going to flash over the wall there. Beyond Godly, now a little bit isolated from the herd. You're going to look for him. He's going to blast cone himself back towards his own tower, and they're going to back away from this one. BKP trying to contest this one onto the Scuttle Crab on Flying Squirtle. There's the Gravity Field going to be thrown down. Shroud is going to be used by the Spell Shield, but that means he doesn't have it for the Death Ray. Exernian actually about to die to the Chaos Storm. A double kill for BKP so far. Now Eddie Boy coming around the backside, getting a knockup. High Legacy trying to cut it out, but it's not going to be enough as Rejecting You does survive, gets the heal for the Triumph, and now Beyond Godly goes into the air. Pandora going very low, jumps in, triple kill for Victor, and it's an ace for ID Eclipse.
I was going to say, and that's the perfect fight to use as an example, is what I just said, but Glaive Bingus just overstaying a little bit too long in the fight means that they're actually able to get the respawns in from ID Eclipse in that Scion, I believe. Or no, it was from the Hecarim or the Renata, one of the three of those champions. I forget. But either way, they overstayed a little bit too long, and as a result, you know, XBKP using the advantage he's gotten in this game so far to single-handedly take two champions out in that fight and really secure the bag for ID Eclipse here so far with a massive 5k gold lead of 18 minutes.
Yeah, this is looking quite good so far for ID Eclipse going into the 18-minute mark or so. Flying Squirtle really struggling in his first game back in this series here. Has died almost half of his team's deaths at this point. At one point he was more than half of his team's deaths. And yeah, they're just playing it really well. I think a lot of it has to do with how much more well-rounded their team comp is, like you've been saying this whole time.
Well, I mean, yeah, we almost saw... Ooh, hold on. Nope, not sneaky enough, Eddie Boy. But yeah, we saw, you know, what could have been, right? We saw Epi Champion ulting away Ward Box, you know, denying the Renata her ability to, you know, exist in these team fights. As we see Eddie Boy going for an interesting build. It's more of a solo queue style, going for this Titanic Hydra. Something I don't think I've ever seen comp, but it's going to give him a lot of health. It's going to give him a good amount of wave clear in this side lane here, as Panzora is barely able to break the shield on Eddie Boy. It's basically gonna, it's gonna basically allow him to have full priority in the side lane once it.
We're at the point where Panzora is definitely power dropping. Eddie Boy with one tank item building towards the Titanic Hydra is going to be able to shrug off basically any damage he does, and Panzora needs probably like 2-3 items before he's actually able to do any meaningful damage onto Eddie Boy.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing him just knocking him for free.
Well,
Epic Champion's
BKP gonna be
hold on.
pulled into the Shadow Realm. Epi Champion is
Hold
pulled
on.
into the Shadow Realm. Epi Champion is just gonna stick on him, doing a ton of damage. The Chaos Storm is gonna be dropped, and they're about to exit the Death Realm. BKP flashes back towards the tower. Epi Champion flashes to follow. They don't land it. The Siphon Power Shield is enough, and Epi Champion actually almost dies to the tower shot.
Yeah, almost dies to the tower shot plus that Leandri's difference. It seemed as though Epi Champion maybe canceled 1 or 2 autos and quite have enough damage. Definitely could have killed Victor had he landed that E at the end of the fight there, but as a result, neither of them die, and everything is burned before this dragon coming.
Yeah, 15 seconds about just for the dragon to spawn. It will be the second for whoever secures it. Beyond Godly might be getting caught out here, but he's got Ward Box in his back pocket. Exernian looking for the Dazzle, nicely sidestepped by Beyond Godly. Now the Cosmic Radiance is going to come in. The Onslaught of Shadows is ready. They do have the Paranoia into the back line. They're going to use the ultimates to disengage. Flying Swirl trying to run away, and here comes the Unstoppable Onslaught. There's a scoop on the 2, but Panzora's put himself in a bad spot. He's taken down. Projected new very low, and he's still alive. Going to go in for Exernian, and will get the kill for himself. The Triumph is going to heal him back up. Epi Champion doing what he can, but he's in a 1v5 situation. He's going to go down. It's an ace for ID Eclipse.
Yeah, I mean, a really clean fight overall. Panzora doing a little bit of with that shuffle. I know trying to get the big hype play and shuffle the carries, but as the Azir in this game, you really had to be DPSing and doing as much damage as you can from the backline. I mean, I thought it was a great start for Glaive there, as Flying Squirtle was able to split the fight, but in the end, it was really just too much gold in the pockets of ID Eclipse as Eddie Boy. I don't know what he's doing there. Maybe he lagged out for a second.
I'm not sure what what it looked like is he's trying to tank up for the Herald.
Yeah.
But then like it's just gonna target the Herald once the minions get there anyway. That's just how towers are programmed. So definitely a little bit of a waste. But I don't know.
He got the tower anyway.
Yeah. Ultimately doesn't matter, and maybe he was trying to escort it in for a second charge. Baron was not taken, thankfully, for the side of Glaive Bingus, but yeah, that dragon going their way, really good fight on their part as well. Glaive Bingus at this point are just a little bit too far behind, even if they make these hypey plays like the shuffle, which ultimately wasn't that good. But even if you make a good play like that, you probably don't have the damage necessary to win a lot of these team fights.
The good thing for Glaive, though, is that we were saying before, right? They have champions that make it possible for them to fight in these games, right? They have the ability, if they control vision correctly, to find advantage fights. They have Twitch, they have Nocturne, they have Mordekaiser. If it's a fight where it's a 3v3, they can make it a 2v2 with the Mordekaiser ulti. Mordekaiser gets a free kill on whoever's in the Death Realm, and then the fight suddenly becomes a 3v2, right? Twitch is stealthing somewhere in a side lane. Whoever Azir is matching, it becomes a 1v2. They get a pick, they use the Emperor's Divide, and they get a shutdown. Because looking at the carries, everyone but Renata has a really down for the side of ID Eclipse. And if, you know, champions like the Twitch, honestly, I'm going to put this game on high legacy. If they're able to start getting some of these shutdowns, a champion like Twitch can really 1v9 this, where I know Mordekaiser will be a bit of an issue for him to kill, but champions like Xayah, champions like Renata and Victor are going to be able to be burst so easily by the Toxic Rat that if he's able to get gold, it could still be scary. Because, you know, I just want to look at the gold differences right now, because the biggest one right now is definitely in this bot lane. No, it's not. It's in the top lane. Sion is up 2,000 gold on the Azir, which is a little bit scary when you think about how a Sion could be that far ahead. But Panzora...
Well, I think he knows. He has like an inkling, but he's gonna get caught with the gravity field anyway, and BKP just I don't even know why you bother flash ulting there. You're for sure 100% dead. BKP kind of just gets that one for free.
I'm pretty sure looking back on that play, you can just use one word for every decision that Panzora made, and that is why. Why did you face Chicken Bush?
Well, as a result of that, they're gonna go ahead and start up the Baron. I don't think they're fearing anything coming in here. Even if they go for the fight, it's gonna be a one fight for ID Eclipse based on this nearly 10,000 gold lead. Exernian just taking the opportunity where he knows where they are to go for some deep wards, but not really gonna be making any plays on that side of the map, or Glaive Bingus.
Yeah, Glaive is in a bit of a rough spot. They just need to chill out, relax. It was game 3 for them. You know, game 3 is the one game in the series, really, besides game 1, where if we're up 2-0, you can be like, okay, we can take a risk or two with our champion picks. And it kind of seems that that's what they did this game. I don't know about the Azir top. I don't know if they played in scrims into, tank matchups. Maybe, what is it? What do they call it at Worlds? They call it scrimbucks. Scrimbucks do not apply on stage here. All right. If something smurfs and scrims in solo queue, does not necessarily mean it applies on the CCS stage. This Azir definitely looking like one of those. I know Panzora is a good player, has a lot of good picks in his pocket, like that Singe from the last game. Not to say that this Azir is bad at all, but it just does not seem to be the pick in this game to help them really win it, because it meant Epi had to play Mordekaiser mid into Victor. Is more so what I
honestly, I don't even think and I don't think any of the the Glaive Bingus picks is necessarily the issue. I think it's just like part of it is execution for sure, and then part of it is I think that the Hecarim coming through is really big for them. Dazzle gonna come out. Oh, flash to stop the unstoppable onslaught. There'll be a flash away from Eddie Boy to break the unspeakable horror, and now they're gonna back away. He doesn't have any teammates coming to help him just yet, and they're gonna try and take down Eddie Boy. The stone plate is popped, and now Rejected Anew is in the area, and Flying Squirtle just takes a ton of damage to his face. They're gonna back away. Meanwhile, the 3-member squad of ID Eclipse has just been pushing the mid lane the whole time.
Yeah, it was definitely a desperate play. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I don't know. Flying Squirtle, he's like, gonna get the Dazzle off in there. There's the Unspeakable Horror to fear up Eddie Boy. He's gonna try and take down Flying Squirtle. The Dazzle gonna come out. Flying Squirtle going very low, but the Triumph will heal him up. Oh! BKP from downtown just comes in, walks up Death Ray, thank you very much. And it'll be a double kill, and maybe a triple kill, as he's just gonna take down Panzora as well. The Chaos Storm takes out Exernian, and it's a triple kill for BKP.
That's when, if we were on a stage, Eddie Boy would say, send more people, come on. He's got his boys in the back. BKP with a nice TP, being able to get the 3-for-1 there. Very well played for the side of ID Eclipse, showing some life in this series after a honestly pretty rough first 2 games. Coming back in this game 3 with a bit of a vengeance, with that Godly moving into 80 carry and Eddie Boy back to his maiden top lane. Doing really well for themselves. I'm very happy to see that we have a series on our hand. I know some people like 3-0s because game 5s are very exhausting, but it's really nice for ID Eclipse. There is a chance for them to go for this reverse sweep after this game 1. Honestly, I'm very impressed because they're stomping. It's not like they're grinding out this game 3. They're like, oh my god, we got 2-0'd. Let's try and grind out. No, they are sending a message towards Glaive Bingus saying, this series is not one you are going to win easily.
Yeah,
You're gonna make you work.
Focusing a lot onto Eddie Boy here, but meanwhile BKP just kills Panzora on his way in. There's the Paranoia looking for BKP, but they don't have any damage to follow up on this one. Every champion flashes in. Flying Squirtle's already gone down. Now a High Legacy is just unloading, but going golden is BKP. The Death Ray gonna come over the side. Onslaught of Shadows in the back line. High Legacy, they do finally shut down BKP, but they're gonna lose so much for it. Well, High Legacy has snuck his way out, and he'll be able to make it away. Rejected Anew trying to find him, but he will not get him.
Truly turned into a ghost there. Went invisible, ran away, popped the ghost. Yeah, Twitch, and I know I said Twitch is gonna 1v9, but I also said he needs to get some bounties before he does that. As I'm pretty sure he did all of 200 damage while standing still and pressing right click in that last fight.
So inhibitors going down mid and bot. Top lane is he's gonna be fairly quick to follow here.
Yeah, I mean, the inhib dropping in mid is the entire map for this Baron spawning in about 90 seconds time. And ID Eclipse doing a good job here, being able to clear out the topside vision. Are going to get a good amount of control there before this Baron spawns. Let's see what Glaive can do, walking in here using blue trinkets very effectively to check these bushes. But they're doing what they were doing in game 1, right? They're trying to clear out vision as a squad. They got a lot of people there. They're making sure that if they do come across an individual from ID Eclipse, that they would be able to fight them. But I don't know what you can do against this ex-BKP guy. 11-1-8 on the Victor, missing only a Darksteel and a Medjayas as Panzora is in the gulag.
Yeah, Eddie Boy is standing on top of him so that he can't use the Shifting Sands as an escape tool, and now the Unstoppable Onslaught is going to be used. He's going to jump over the wall there. Oh, where did he go?
I think he clipped the Emperor's Divide by accident.
Oh, that's very unfortunate.
Uh,
In any case, Panzora will survive.
yeah, Panzora's gonna survive, but for what purpose at this point? As Baron should be a formality for ID Eclipse. I don't really. I'm trying to look for a way back in.
Flying Squirtle gonna get
no.
handshaked. They got a lot of members of Glaive Bingus here, and they do have a numbers advantage ever so slightly for that area. And now that Panzora has dropped the sand tower there to try and stave off Eddie Boy's advance with the minions,
The Sun Disc.
Baron is gonna be started up.
Yeah. Baron's gonna be started up by blue team as we expected. No cross map play gonna happen as Eddie Boy is kind of unkillable. They tried before and got
Well, they're gonna try again here. Panzora is doing a fair chunk, but he's actually getting annihilated by super minions in the backside.
Yeah, they have not learned their lesson. This Scion is unkillable. But yeah, resets coming in. The Ocean Soul will be up for ID Eclipse in about 40 seconds time. It's all about closing out here, right? If you are, I want to ask you a question, right? If you are Glaive Bingus right now, this game is a bit of a wake-up call. You won games 1 and 2 fairly convincingly, but this game 3, where you came in with a lot of confidence, you really kind of got your butts handed to you. What are you doing in draft? I'm curious.
Well, I think a lot of it is, I don't think necessarily they did poorly in this champion select. It's a little bit unorthodox, but it can be alleviated. Panzora actually gonna go ahead and shuffle in BKP. Hold that thought. And he's gonna go golden as the Cosmic Radiance is gonna land and it's gonna expire, but the shutdown goes over to High Legacy. Now Eddie Boy is the target. He's tanking up a lot. He's got the Stoneblade shield. High Legacy is gonna have to back away here as Rejected Inu goes in with the Onslaught of Shadows. They're gonna flash with the Dazzle and the Exernian will fall. Rejected Inu on a killing spree, and High Legacy is just continuing to try and auto him down, but he's not doing enough damage. Rejected Inu is just continually healing. A fully charged Decimating Smash. This Epi champion is just in the death realm fighting him off, and he will fall as soon as he comes back out. And High Legacy just not able to shred through the tanks.
Oh my goodness. You look at Hecarim and you say, yeah, that champion could Kaiser in Death Realm while being, completely hit the whole time. Just looking at Divine Sunderer, Death Dance, and Maw, there was so much healing done by the horse there. I wish that we had like those stats that they have in LCS where you could see how much damage was done in that fight, to see how much Mordekaiser was doing to that Hecarim that he was just able to heal up and survive through, because that was a little bit ridiculous. As Eddie Boy does have the ultimate.
Goodbye.
Yeah, just gonna ult away there as the soul is picked up for the side of ID Eclipse. That fight looked a little bit scary, and it's purely because ID Eclipse decided to fight a 4v5 while Godly was doing Dragon. They gave him a chance.
BKP died at the very beginning of that.
They gave him a chance. But yeah, I mean, we're gonna be a formality that's down with ID Eclipse wearing purple. We should see the end of the game, maybe on even.
Yeah, it's looking kind of bad here as Epi Champion throws in a little bit of damage there with the claws. Panzora does have his ultimate up available again if he wants to go for a potential sweep, or a scoop rather. Flying Squirtle taking a ton of damage on the way out of there. There's going to be the Decimating Smashes. The towers are going very low, and XBKP just annihilates that one. The second one's going to fall immediately, and they're going to flash in the Paranoia. They're going to go for BKP as High Legacy pops out of invisibility, and immediately gets Onslaught of Shadows as Eddie Boy is just playing frontline. They do lose Flying Squirtle. They lost Exernian as well, and they're being forced into the tower as the Feathers come back and take him down. They're going to be game 3 going the way of ID Eclipse.
All right, and Glaive won the mental battle there. Epi Champion or Epic Champion. What do we call him on the cast? I know
I'm calling him Epi Champion, but
is it Epic Champion?
I'm not sure. You'll have to ask him. But
I'm gonna call him Epi Champion until I get corrected, because he just won the mental battle. Pulled the Renata into the ultimate and was able to get a win in that. Killed her right before the Nexus blew up, which means that their mental is fine. They got the last kill of the game. Glaive Bingus is chilling. But yeah, a really good game for ID. They're being able to pull out all the stops for this game 3. They were down 2-0. They were able to, bring it back. They're able to really show some life in this series. BKP on a monster victor game.
Yeah, and I think ultimately, so Glaive Bingus now get side selection going into game number 4. If they are able to, if they I fully guess that they will be going onto the blue side, giving themselves that B1 pick. It's gonna force ID Eclipse to adjust their champion select or hand over this what I think has been the main big deal in this series, which is the Hecarim. Um, so we'll see. I don't know. I think Glaive Bingus definitely, tripped up a little bit there towards the finish line, but now going on blue side, they have another chance, and it's going to be very difficult for ID Eclipse. But the reverse sweep is still very much a possibility rather. So we're going to take a short break as we get ready for game number 4. Thanks for watching, everyone, and we'll see you in just a bit. Internet, hello and welcome back. We're about to get into game number 4 champion select between Glaive Bingus and ID Eclipse. Glaive Bingus tripped up a little bit in game number 3, but they are still the ones at match point, currently 2-1 over ID Eclipse. ID Eclipse looking to continue what may have been the beginning of a reverse sweep going into game number 4 here.
Yeah, moving into this game, no roster changes going on for either team so far, I believe. We're moving into draft right now. It should ban the continued ban against rejected anew. But yeah, I really want to see what these draft adaptations are. If they are willing to stick with that minted Nocturne for Flying Squirtle if it's left up again. But I imagine they might stick to a little bit something more middle of the road standard. Like that Hecarim, if it's left up again on blue side, has been, the pick to go to so far. But Glaive in game one did opt for the Misfortune instead of the Hecarim, and they have been banning it on red side every game, so we haven't seen it since that first one. But we will see, because they did have a bit of a wonky draft with that Misfortune, but it worked out for them nonetheless. Pretty standard bans. Panzora GP banned out, XBKP Casio banned out. Moving on.
Yeah, we'll see what of the standard red side bans ID Eclipse are going to take off the board. You've got to contend with Seraphine, Misfortune, and Hecarim now potentially as potential bans away from Glaive Bingus. And with the Gangplank and the Recon that you feel need to be banned against those particular players just because Panzora is so adept at Gangplank and Exordian is so adept at Recon, you're going to be leaving something open. The question is, which one does Glaive Bingus take and leave the rest of them open for ID Eclipse? They're going to take away the Renata, actually, that has been doing fairly well for Wardbox.
And that hints that they definitely want something like the Misfortune. They played into it game one, and there was a lot of hostile takeover that Wardbox was able to get off that really stopped High Legacy from getting quality bullet times out. And so let's see if ID Eclipse, as the read on the draft, is instead going to ban the Taric away. Has been a little bit annoying to play into, and something that they were not able to find success on themselves, I believe, previously. Misfortune is going to be the hover for this first pick. Is locked in. I imagine, the Seraphine was left up actually, but ID Eclipse, let's see if they play it. Yes, they do.
Yeah, they're going to take Seraphine and potentially could take Hecarim as well. I would not surprise me at all, and there it is. Seraphine Hecarim locked in for ID Eclipse in exchange for the Misfortune for Glaive Bingus. So we've already got those 3 big power picks that we've been kind of seeing go back and forth in this series so far. All 3 locked in here. Now the Trundle potentially for Glaive Bingus as the answer.
Yeah, definitely something that's a little bit of an older counter to Hecarim. It used to be when Hecarim was building all those tank stats, Trundle would have a really good time just pressing R and being able to duel him in his jungle. But so far, big press R coming out from ID Eclipse with the Hecarim, with the Seraphine. Let's see what they round this out with, because I really want to see Glaive pick up Moon, because Curse of the Sad Bullet time, we've talked about it. We've seen it in Pro. It's really OP.
Yeah, and I think it would make a lot of sense to lock in here.
So does that.
Yeah, take the Victor away from BKP potentially. I'm not sure if I like this one as much as picking in the Amumu, just because of how much, again, lane power that Amumu Misfortune gets you, as well as the fact that you've already locked in a Trundle. You're up against Seraphine. You can really abuse a Seraphine with Trundle and Amumu, just like kind of being there. But they prioritize taking Victor away from BKP, so he doesn't get his Victor or his Cassiopeia. He'll be pushed onto the Ahri, moving into the second round of bans.
And the Seraphine flex is actually broken fairly early on into, but I do like the ID Eclipse knows a positive matchup that was banned away from them in the last game. I believe it was when Glaive banned Ahri from XBKP. But the Victor has been a fairly staple champion so far in this series. I think it has been picked in every single game so far. I am wrong. It was picked in game one, but either way, it has been on the winning side of... No, it is not. I am wrong again. It has not been on the winning side every time, but it has been very strong in this series so far. Victor, a very strong champion, and it's being able to provide a lot of wave clear.
I think you're right. It was on the winning side in both of the games it was picked this series.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. I just flipped the games in my head of which team was on which side. I had my tabs flipped
in any case, Renekton going to be taken off the board. Singed going to be taken off the board. I'm a little surprised to see Renekton hit the ban phase here for Glaive Bingus. I know it's very high priority in professional play, but in it loses a lot of its effectiveness, just generally speaking, as games go longer, which tends to happen the more frequently in things like platinum capped leagues, for example.
Yeah, Renekton. I would like to see a Senna ban.
And then Mumu is going to be taken off the board as you expect on the side of ID Eclipse, and they will see the Senna ban, like you said. It makes a lot of sense. You don't want to let Senna Seraphine go their way.
But now I expect to see something. A very common Seraphine pairing in the next has been I mean, Braum would be pretty good into the Misfortune, but something more so like Nautilus. Yeah, there it is. Nautilus has been paired very well because you can get the slows from the E on Nautilus.
Yeah, Riptide.
Come on, don't do this to me.
Well, it's going to be
is the
Leona
hover.
instead.
All right,
It's okay.
I guess
You
Leona's
still
also
get
very
slows
good.
from Glacial Augment.
You still get slows from Glacial Augment. You get the ultimate ability from Leona to be able to throw right on top of the time of Misfortune. Braum could also be very good. It is a good answer to Seraphine, does block the ultimate ability, and is a fairly strong counter to as Leona can press the E in response to the Zenith Blade coming out and can isolate the Leona in a 1v2 for a short amount of time when she goes actually.
All right.
And
Well,
it is
they
going
are
to be locked
actually going to
in.
lock in the Braum. I'm not sure I like this as much as, well,
It's not
I
as
don't know.
explosive. It's not as explosive, and it doesn't pair as well with Misfortune. Oh,
And
can you hear me
whoa,
still?
last up pick is going to be Glaive Bingus's top laner Garen, locked in as a blind pick top laner. ID Eclipse now kind of get to look and see, what do you want to pick into Garen? It will be Camille potentially.
It could be. Garen is an interesting pick. I have never seen it actually picked. Also, can you hear me still? Because I think my Discord just crashed.
You're cutting out a little bit, but
All right,
we can hear you.
I'm gonna reset my Discord real quick and I'll be right back.
All right. It will, in fact, be ID Eclipse R5ing Aatrox, of all things. So they'll lock in the Aatrox as the answer to the Garen. The last time ID Eclipse locked in Aatrox, it did not go spectacularly for them. But we'll see. They now have momentum on their side. Maybe the Aatrox will look a little bit better. And of course, the last time they picked Aatrox, it was a different top laner, of course.
Yeah,
I completely forgot about that.
Eddie. Eddie picked, or it was the
Blingo.
It was Blingo who picked the Aatrox before. But now we get to see Eddie play it this time into Panzora, who I don't know how I feel about this Garen. I don't know really what it does into Seraphine Ari.
I think Garen is, it definitely is a low utility champion, but I do think Garen is actually quite underrated as a top laner. He fits into the class of top laners called Juggernauts. Aatrox is one of them, for example. These are champions that are designed to be kind of these lumbering monsters where they do a lot of damage and they're fairly tanky. Not as tanky as true tanks, but tankier than what you would call a bruiser. And they're very good at killing frontliners. So they're kind of like fulfill the same role as AD carry and frontline kind of together. Because they're also good at killing frontliners while also themselves being frontliners. And Garen gets deceptively tanky. I don't know. I like Garen a lot. I don't know if I would ever be comfortable picking it in, high competitive games, but I would not sneeze at this pick just like without seeing how well they play it.
The only thing about Garen, right? I think it's fine if you're in an isolated 1v1. The only thing is that with champions like Leona, Ahri, Seraphine, and Hecarim, and Aatrox, really, you're just going to get kited to oblivion and never be able to play the game the way you want to play it. It just seems like there's a lot of champions that if you want to pick a Juggernaut here, just perform its job better. Camille would have been really nice to have. I haven't seen Panzora on Garen before. I don't want to knock it till I see it. But it's one of those picks where it's like, ooh, there's a lot of things you could have picked here, but you chose that. But yeah, either way, I'm looking forward to seeing it. I have never casted a Garen before.
Yeah, I mean,
XBKT
Camille is
is
definitely a
DMing
lot
a little
more.
bit.
Camille is definitely a lot more divey. Camille wants to kill backline a lot more. Garen is a little bit more like, in that sense, Garen is a little bit more flexible because he's very good at clearing frontline as well as killing backline, and he happens to be able to get onto them.
Yeah, if he can get onto someone, it's really good. If he can get onto the Ahri and silence her, she can't press R. She can't run away. So like it's good in that sense, but it's about all he does. He's a big silent stick.
I don't need more enemies.
And if he can't get to you, can't really do much.
He doesn't. No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, if he doesn't get onto you, he's also like fairly good at killing frontline. You know, so like you can, in that sense, you kind of just help your your AD carry kill frontline.
I guess.
But it's whatever. We'll see how it goes. Between Misfortune and Seraphine, very powerful picks up for both bottom laners here. A lot of AoE damage available for them. Kind of scary to deal with.
I don't want to, I feel like it's a little bit obvious I'm going to say this, but I feel like Red Side has a very, very, very good consolidated draft. And again, a very well-rounded draft.
Yeah, I like ID Eclipse's draft a lot this game. They kind of just let all the power picks through. So yeah, Glaive, you get your Misfortune, but we get Seraphine and Hecarim. And then rounding it out with
Aatrox.
Yeah, with R5 Aatrox, that's a pretty weird to see after watching Aatrox just get permapicked in Worlds. But yeah, I really like the fact that they got the Seraphine, they got the Hecarim. It's a lot of power, you know. You've got your front line, you've got your you don't really have like a backline carry. You have backline Seraphine just like shielding everyone up and then throwing out abilities from afar.
I mean,
it's kind of cool.
If Glaive Bingus can't make the first engage stick, it's going to be really rough because Godly is going to be on that Seraphine W. He's going to be ready to press it and keep pressing it until his team is at full HP again. And realistically, it could potentially happen, right? The Victor damage comes out, Misfortune damage comes out, and it could very well be enough, you know, the first time through.
Mm-hmm.
But it also could get interrupted really easily by the Solar Flare, by the Unstoppable Onslaught, or no, Devastating
Onslaught
Charge?
of Shadows. Unstoppable Onslaught is Cyan Ultimate.
Yeah, there we go. Sorry, flipping
them
around a little bit.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
I think I agree, and I think Glaive Bingus really suffers from not actually having an engage tool. You have Garen, Trundle, Victor, Misfortune. None of these champions are like, go now. There's no Malphite, there's no Scion, there's no Hecarim for you to go in and get the fight started. You're really just trying to see like, hey, that guy's up a little bit farther than he should be. Let's pillar him up and see if we can like run up to him and kill him. So yeah, Glaive Bingus doesn't have the best of engage tools, and like you said, if they don't engage perfectly and just kill them before they can start getting these shields cycling from Beyond Godly Seraphine, it's gonna be rough for them. We're about a minute and a half from getting into game number 4, so we're going to take a short break while we get set up for that one. Thanks for watching, everyone, and we'll bring you game 4 in just a little bit. Internet, hello and welcome back. We're here for game number 4 between Glaive, Bingus, and ID Eclipse. Glaive, Bingus, again, are 2-1 up and 1 game away from eliminating ID Eclipse after tripping up a little bit in game number 3. They're gonna 5-man up here in the top lane and look and see Eddie Boy. Does he see them? I think he does see them.
Could this be ships passing in the night? I think. Uh-oh.
No, I think they saw him. I think he definitely saw them. Now.
Okay, now the pings have come down. that was almost beautiful. But then Eddie Boy walked back. Wait, does that ward actually see the red buff?
The one that the one that Glaive just dropped in there. Yeah, I believe it does.
It does. Because that would have been a little bit awkward if you put it on the wall for some reason, and then it doesn't actually get the timer on the red buff.
Yeah, and they're all. It's really nice for ID Eclipse because they know that they're not starting that buff with that ward that they dropped themselves, and they're gonna see Flying Squirtle here pop out in a little bit here. So they'll have full knowledge of where he's pathing. Both junglers starting on the bottom side, pathing towards top side.
Yeah, and the only difference is that Flying Squirtle is gonna be solo starting. Even though he's spotted out, so really no advantage gained there. But Panzora, starting E, is going to lose out on that trade despite Eddie Boy not sweet spotting either parts of the queue. Benefits of trading into minions.
Yeah, and Panzora as well is not going to be doing as much damage just because of Doran's shield start. They're trading back and forth now, and they've got a little bit of a minion advantage for Panzora.
Yeah, Eddie Boy is a little bit close to dying there, actually, because Panzora has Ignite and could very easily just flash Q, E, Ignite if he takes a little bit too much damage here. Something to note.
Level 2 hit, but Braum not the most able to abuse at level 2. Basically, the only thing you can do is jump to a minion and try and land that winner's bite. BKP actually taking the lesser end of a trade there as the Orb of Deception comes out and evens it out.
Yeah, and Panzora actually kind of griefing a little bit here, unless the plan was for Flying Squirtle to invade the Hecarim. Because pushing out the wave so aggressively against Eddie Boy means that Flying Squirtle going for this 3-camp into top lane doesn't really mean much. But will he find the red buff for his troubles? It seems like he might, because Rejected Anew has been very smart with this clear. He has skipped his red buff, knowing that Garen and Trundle could be on the top side together, and is instead going for his Krugs. Could potentially get spotted out when he comes back around that wall to check the red buff, but will most likely just take the Krugs and be sad when he comes around.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate for him. He knows exactly what just happened. He knew they were just here because he saw the red buff on his way up to Krugs. They will know as a result that Flying Squirtle is on that top side crab heading back into his side of the jungle. Panzora going to take a second tower shot here.
Yeah, but with the W on his champion, he should be able to tank that pretty safely here. His BKP taking a lot of damage from Epi champion. But yeah, I mean, pretty standard so far. Nothing crazy. The Trundle did not get to have the early game.
Yeah, Rejected Anew looking at bot lane there. Nice dodge from Exernian to dodge away from the double E. There's going to be the Zenith Blade connecting from Wardbox. The Glacial Augment's coming out. High Legacy is actually going to stun up Wardbox with that concussive blows passive from the Braum. And they'll back away, not losing very much at all. Just a little bit of their health bars, which they traded back nicely onto Beyond Godly and Wardbox.
And that's what we talked about in Champ Select. Wardbox went in, landed the Zenith Blade onto Exernian, but he was able to throw up the Unbreakable Shield and turn that into a nice little 2v1, even though the Hecarim and the Seraphine were both there in the lane with that Leona, taking a health advantage trade. But Panzora, ooh, I honestly don't know the damage limits of Garen, but I do know that they're a little bit ridiculous. So every time I see Garen go in with E, or with Q, I think that there's a chance that he could kill Eddie Boy.
Yeah, especially like you said with that Ignite, but can't trade too hard into the minion wave. Eddie Boy playing, of course, the Aatrox, who, you know, is an overpowered champion, according to everything that we are led to believe. Does do a fair bit of damage himself if he can land those sweet spot Qs.
Yeah, and something to note, actually, which is really important for the way this game is going so far, is if you look at mid lane, it looks pretty even. And that's really not good for XBKP because Epi Champion has already forced him to base once and blow his teleport. So Epi Champion going to be able to farm out a little bit longer than XBKP and get a much better buy as this game goes on later. Probably will be able to back soon for that completed Lost Chapter. Is currently sitting on about 1,100 gold. So should be able to pick that up in the next minute or so.
Yeah, and Epi Champion, I think that was really like, he didn't expect to get that recall off. He is fully, oh hold on a second, Flying Squirtle gonna gank here on the top lane. Eddie Boy immediately gonna flash away from Flying Squirtle as he gets in range to bite him.
And that's a really nice force flash because Panzora is on the verge of hitting level 6 in that top lane, and everyone knows that Garen with level 6 with that ultimate ability and with Ignite could do basically your full health bar with the execute damage available to him. So ooh,
yeah, he hits level 6, immediately goes aggressive. The Infernal Chain's gonna yank him back away. Now Xernean High Legacy looking for potential pick on the Beyond Godly.
Xernean trying his best to deny the cannon from Godly. Will he be able to get it done? Who knows?
Yeah, and really nice there from Wardbox to actually take the winner's bite for Godly so he can back away. The Xenoblade now they're going to go in forward. Xernean is going to get rooted up. Now Wardbox is going to be exhausted. There's the extra resistances from the stand behind me. It's High Legacy going forward aggressively now. And that's a lot of the power from Misfortune. As Xernean threatens with the concussive blow stun, High Legacy is just dishing out that damage.
I mean, High Legacy was doing a really good job playing on a knife's edge there, kiting back away from Wardbox, who was really trying to get that stun down onto the Misfortune, and was not able to do so. And as a result, Wardbox forced to burn the flash as to not die there. But as we look back at the mid lane, it is going to be Epi Champion with that Lost Chapter to only the Amptome and the Dark Seal from XBKP, which basically means that every time that Epi Champion wants priority in the mid lane, he's got it. He's always going to have the mana advantage, always going to have the damage advantage on that wave. And so XBKP can only hope but wait that Rejected Anew will come to his lane and help him push out and gain some priority if they want to make some roaming plays with this Ahri.
Yeah. Eddie Boy is taking advantage of the fact that he has teleport compared to the Ignite. He went ahead and recalled, picked up Vamp Scepter as well as the boots, and meanwhile now they're going to look for BKP. He does have the Spirit Rush still. The Pillar of Ice is going to be used. They're going to flash to get the concussive blow stun, but Epi Champion was not prepared for that one.
That was a little bit of a hopeful flash. Not quite a flash of hope, but a hopeful flash from Flying Squirtle.
Yeah, Eddie Boy actually doing a fair chunk of damage onto Panzora. He'll flash back towards his tower. The Infernal Chains is going to almost yank that guy in. Eddie Boy winning out on that trade quite fairly.
And that's the advantage of Aatrox being able to use that TP, as you were saying before, because Garen was sitting on 1,800 gold when that fight was started. And so if he did have a little bit more damage, could have been able to fight back more, but with the advantage, I guess, gained in the bot lane from the Seraphine being able to push out easily, bot lane is gonna, the bot side and jungle of, you know, Glaive are gonna be able, or not of Glaive, sorry, of ID Eclipse.
Oh, this could be really bad here. Beyond Godly not quite level 6, but the Onslaught of Shadows is available for Rejected Anew. They're gonna try and knock in Xernean. He's gonna be the target. The Onslaught of Shadows cheers them all up. There's the cleanse from High Legacy. Xernean flashes back away, and there's the bullet time coming out. Wardbox taking a ton of damage, and Epic Champion has made his way down here. First blood picked up by High Legacy as Rejected Anew and Beyond Godly are running for their lives.
Yeah, and just well played, well spaced from High Legacy, holding on to the cleanse, not really giving Rejected Anew a way to get behind him. Forced the Hecarim to use the devastating charge onto the Braum instead, and instead Beyond Godly could get dove here if Flying Squirtle is feeling antsy, but being able to clear the wave as easily as the Seraphine is will not be in any more danger.
Yeah, really well played by Glaive Bingus. Epi Champion made his way down there somehow and was there for the play. Really nice turnaround with the bullet time from High Legacy. Now Panzora and Eddie Boy going at it. They're just trading back and forth. Good hits with the sweet spots from Eddie Boy.
I mean, keep in mind, Eddie Boy does not have his ultimate ability, right? So if Garen does decide to go on him here with, you know, the Q and the E and the ultimate, could potentially knock him down from that amount of health. I know it seems a bit ridiculous that Eddie Boy's at 70% health, and I can say that, but that's just Garen for you. That's just Garen for you, folks. And so, I don't know. I just feel like I haven't seen enough out of this Garen pick to really be too excited for it, but I always know that there's a possibility.
BKP is looking for it. The gravity field is going to be thrown down. He's going to get stunned up by it, but not going to commit the Chaos Storm as BKP does still have the Spirit Rush available. Good charm from BKP, but he's going to go ahead and use the Orb of Deception onto the minion wave and try and keep that one pushed out. They've got Wardbox on the potential roam, but spotted out almost immediately.
Good use of the W from XBKP to actually hide that charm animation. I barely even saw it as a spectator. I can't imagine Epi Champion trying to dodge that while actually playing his own champion.
Oh, Panzora is going to be the target. Rejected Anew has found his way in there, knocks him back away from his tower, and Eddie Boy is just going ham onto him. No flash available for Panzora. He burned it earlier on that trade, and as a result, he does go down. Nicely done by the side of ID Eclipse.
Yeah, and Garen dives to the gank and says, yep, I was boots that I needed, and so he picks up the Berserkers. Yeah, to be honest, good gank from Rejected Anew. He used the last bits of his mana to get advantage for this Rift Herald here. Neutral objectives go into ID Eclipse so far, and so they are showing the strengths of their composition with this well-balanced play around the Hecarim and around the general team fight ability. I know the bot side play didn't go well for them before, but they were able to get priority with that Seraphine and Ahri lane to do the dragon before, and so as a result, they're doing a good job just hanging out, as this could be bad for Wardbox.
Wardbox is actually going to take a ton of damage. The Glacial Fissure is going to be used. The Solar Flare into the Encore is a lot of damage on the High Legacy. He'll flash away. He's trying to kite this one out. He's going to get stunned up by Wardbox once again, and the double Q comes out, executing him. Wardbox is going to go down to Exernian, maybe. One more auto would do it. Wardbox flashing away, and he's slowed up by Beyond Godly, and he'll be able to make it out of there. BKP coming down. Wow, nice Winner's Bite from Exernian, and the Unbreakable blocks away Beyond Godly's damage, but BKP is able to finish him off. Epi Champion is here, but so is Rejected Anew. He's going to flash away. The Pillar of Ice is going to be used. The Chaos Storm is thrown down. Flash forward for BKP. Will secure the kill on the Epi Champion. Flying Squirtle will chop down onto Rejected Anew and take him out. And he's still going. Subjugate has already been used as he used it onto Rejected Anew. And now he's run out of those extra resistances. He's going to go down. Another kill going their way. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Eddie Boy solo kills Panzora.
Yeah, it looks like Panzora tried to go all in with the E and with the ultimate and with the ignite and was not able to find the damage to kill Eddie Boy. And it's just really unfortunate. High Legacy was not able to create the distance from Wardbox to drop down the bullet time. So as a result, was not able to do the damage necessary in that fight. But it's going to be back on the map with that full Kraken Slayer, with that kill from earlier. And should now potentially have a little bit more pressure onto that bot side. It looks like Beyond Godly is not going to quite have enough gold to finish his Leandries. But so as we're approaching, the second dragon in less than a minute's time, just doing a little bit of a check on Mythics. It's just going to be Misfortune on the map of their Mythic. Actually, I'll check myself there as Eddie Boy comes out of base with that.
The charm into the Zenith Blade onto Exernian over the wall. He's going to be able to stand behind me onto Epi Champion, but very threatening. The fact that he's able to get that Unbreakable up is the only reason he lived, probably.
Yeah, what is it? The Unbreakable... What is it?
Oh, it's literally just Unbreakable. That's the name of that ability.
That's what it's called?
Yep.
I guess Unbreakable Will would be something else. I don't know.
Yeah, that is Alistair Ultimate, I think.
Yeah, whatever. Okay. Either way, moving forward, this dragon is going to spawn. Bot lane is being pushed in for the side of ID Eclipse, and I imagine it's going to get started up immediately as it spawns, as Panzora is going to get yoinked back by the chains. But that Garen pick is really not doing too much in the lane so far. Was doing a good job in the first maybe 3 levels to get priority in the lane, but is now down 2 levels, 2 kills, and a whole Mythic.
Yeah, another dragon going to be potentially going the way of ID Eclipse. Flying Squirtle does have flash if you wanted to go for a Miracle Steal, just flash smiting it. He is going to go over the side and back away immediately. They're just going to go ahead and give this one away. Bullet time is going to be used, and it will mean nice Unbreakable block from Exernian to keep his 80 carry safe. They're going to be able to blast going out of there, but it will be a dragon secured by ID Eclipse.
That is some top tier Braum play right there. But
Epi Champion might be the target. BKP, he's trying to juke it, but he will get caught by that. Onslaught of Shadow is going to be used as well. The Solar Flare going to be thrown down. Epi Champion is going to go down. Rejected Anew, though, taking a big chunk of damage, and Panzora will execute him with a Judgment. Flying Squirtle now looking for some more. He's going to get charmed up as the Rift Herald is going to be dropped into the bottom, or in the mid lane. Flying Squirtle not able to quite block the charge off, but it will just be a little bit of damage, not taking out the tower and the plates that already gone down.
Yeah, I mean, Garen, press an R. Press an R. Oh boy, that's what we picked the champion for. Woo. All right, I mean, memeing aside though, Panzora did a good job roaming down to that fight and finding a trade kill for his mid laner there. With the Judgment.
BKP is a big target here. There's going to be a lot of damage to Gravity Field to cut off the path. Exhaust going to be used as well. They're just investing everything. They really want this kill to go over to Epi Champion. It will successfully do so.
Yeah, I mean, good TP from Epi Champion to that ward behind the mid lane. Caught BKP off guard. And as a result, you know, the gold lead is only about 500 or so for the side of, oh boy.
Yeah, Panzora taking a ton of damage with 2 sweet spot Qs there.
Yeah, I mean, Eddie Boy doing a good job just sitting behind. Panzora has fallen for that twice now of Eddie Boy sitting behind him. Actually, though, has been able, yeah, just in the brush, has been able to pull back the XP though, to only be down 1 level now from Eddie Boy. As Godly is gonna collect this wave. Everyone getting onto their mythic items for the most part now, as Flying Squirtle and Epi Champion are trying to get to theirs. But yeah, I mean, this game is pretty chill so far. I know there's been a lot of fighting, but it's kind of been expected for the most part. The Hecarim doing his job, making sure that he's finding kills onto the right people. Panzora going to take a good amount of damage. Eddie Boy missing the sweet spot on those Q abilities, is not going to be able to find meaningful damage. Flying Squirtle trying his best to
just trying to keep the tower from going down.
Yep. But yeah, I think this game is going pretty well so far. I do like the fact that people are picking up Leandries because there's a lot of tanks in this game.
Yeah, first tower still on the table for either team, which is why they're trying so hard to keep mid lane alive, but it is going to go down. They don't have pressure to attempt to race it in either side lane, so a little bit rough for Glaive Bingus if they want to secure that one. Zenblade going to come out, go wide for Ward Box. Exerdian looking for the winner's bite. Beyond Godly is just happy to continue shoving that minion wave out.
Yeah, and CS numbers actually looking pretty good this game for the most part. Everyone hovering around 8 or 9 CS per minute, I believe. But yeah, I mean, we're doing a good job here. Eddie Boy is showing us why Aatrox is as strong as he is. I don't know why it's taken us 4 games to figure out or show that this Aatrox is really broken. Epi Champion as well, doing a good job on the Victor, making sure that XBKP is really checked in their roaming ability. But High Legacy, Exernian, and Flying Squirtle are going to do the 3-person unit and knock down this tower. Well done, but as a result, they're going to lose Herald for it.
Yeah, they do lose first tower top lane as a result of Eddie Boy just being quite a bit ahead of Panzora. They're going to get one in the bottom lane, and now they're actually potentially going to dive onto Beyond Godly. That is going to be the winner's fight. Nah, it didn't connect. I thought it did. He was just slowed up by the Chomp coming out, and minion wave is going to be broken. There's a good encore into the Solar Flare, but it will be cleansed away. Now Flying Squirtle is going to potentially be the target. The Subjugate is going to be used, as well as the Concussive Flow Stun. Good Unbreakable will stop Beyond Godly's damage from coming down, and Ward Box is going to go very low. Zenith Blade's in with the stopwatch running, and the Bullet Time going to be used the other side. Now BKP looking for High Legacy, who's a little bit separated from the herd, and the Onslaught of Shadows in the backside. Beyond Godly continuing to throw out abilities over the wall. A Teleport coming in from Eddie Boy, and Exernian is going very, very low, and Unbreakable is popped up, and it's going to go down. Epi Champion is going to go very low as well. There's a triple kill for the Hecarim, as meanwhile in the top lane, Eddie Boy's popped the ultimate, chasing down Panzora, looking for a couple more knockups, but will not be able to find it. It's a 4-for-1 in favor of ID Eclipse.
Yeah, and when you're starting the fight with your Misfortune already at about 40% HP, I don't think that's ever going to go that well for you. As Panzora is trying their best to make this Garen work. He's going to get stuck here, though.
Pull him back in, and now Eddie Boy is right on top of him. That's Q3, looking for the one more auto, and then another set of Qs, but Panzora will be able to back away towards this tower. BKP hanging around, ready to look for the kill if Panzora attempted to fight back at all.
Yeah, I mean, Garen trying his best, making the plays happen, but Eddie Boy just showing that better champions exist in the game. Rejected anew, and the bot lane is going to collect this 3rd dragon. Let's see if Flying Squirtle is going to try and go for anything. I don't think
I mean, he doesn't have flash. There's no way he gets into the pit at all. The blast cone's not available.
Winter's Bite steal. Almost.
Would have been very impressive.
Almost.
Now Flying Squirtle is just going to get slowed up as Epi Champion a little bit separated and rejected anew, ready to go forward onto him, but here comes Panzora. They're going to get slowed up by the Stride Breaker, the Gravity Field, and the Onslaught of Shadow is going to be used to run away, but he flash follows and shut down by Panzora with the Demacian Justice.
Well done. Well done. Honestly, that was actually that was well done. Panzora flashing to follow with the E, making sure it gets the Ignite and the ultimate down onto the Hecarim to secure that kill. It was a good, I think it was a 700 gold shutdown as well onto that Garen there, so really well played. It's going to be some nice gold in the pocket of Panzora, who has been struggling a bit with this top lane matchup. Aatrox, you know, doing Aatrox things and outpoking, outliving, and, you know, out damaging overall. And so with Garen picking up this gold, as we see Flying Squirtle, Leona does not have Flash. So had they committed a little bit further onto that, they could have found themselves a Leona kill. But
yeah, Flying Squirtle really wants to get onto BKP. You see every time the Pillar of Ice is just going directly onto the Ahri, but with the Spirit Rush and Flash both available, it was optimistic at best if they wanted to go for that one.
Yeah, they did force BKP to back. Has no more mana left in her pool. But with the result, you know, the gold is actually still very close, despite that bot lane fight from earlier. The shutdown from Garrett, the shutdown onto the Hecarim doing a really good job evening up the gold scores, as even though we're about 2k gold in the advantage of ID Eclipse, there are still bounties for Glaive Bingus, which is a little bit surprising to me. I guess the dragon score is kind of what... I guess the dragon score is kind of what's driving this bounty forward. As we are going to see Glaive Bingus doing what they do best, and they're going to be moving together, getting vision, and trying to bait out opportune fights for themselves. But something that we do have to try, or something that they do have to do a little bit better, is track summoner spells, because that bot lane fight goes incredibly differently if they know that XBKP has TP. Because I'm pretty sure that they do not take that fight for the full distance if they know that the Ahri does.
Yeah, Rift Herald going to be dropped into the bottom lane and escorted in by BKP with Rejected Nanu in the back pocket, ready to go for the dive as soon as anyone shows to contest this wave. We will have Flying Squirtle down here as well to cut off this one. BKP coming out. There's the Frozen Domain. The Pillar of Ice is going to be used. BKP, Spirit rushing away. Rejected Anew, not able to find too much there, but they will successfully burn away that Ahri ultimate. High Legacy actually going to get rooted up there by the double E coming out from Beyond Godly. We'll see them back away. Dragon spawning in 2 minutes, so not a lot to fight for on the map at this time.
Yeah, and you did get that call right, exactly. Rejected Anew playing to cover that Herald take, was completely prepared to dive Epi Champion if Flying Squirtle did not show there. But hold on.
Yeah, they're going to look for Beyond Godly, but now they're going to turn their attention onto Warbox. Good Solar Flare, and the Encore is going to come out, but nicely blocked by the Unbreakable, and Warbox is the first kill of the fight. They're fighting in onto Eddie Boy. Onslaught of Shadows into the backline, fears up 3. That's a lot of damage coming out as Eddie Boy flashes away to safety as the Chaos Storm is just running them down. Epi Champion is forcing them away as Rejected Anew is running out the backside with the Ghost running. It's a 1-for-1. Both supports going down.
And High Legacy is really scared. Is really scared in that entire fight to press the bullet time. Had a few good opportunities to press it, but just was unable to. Was worried about the Solar Flare to begin with. Was then exhausted. Was then worried about the Unstoppable Charge or Onslaught of Shadows. I'll get it one day. And so didn't actually get the bullet time down onto that fight. And so as a result, not nearly as bad for ID Eclipse as it could have been.
Yeah, it is a little unfortunate. High Legacy, you know, I don't fault him for having difficulty finding good ultimate. Exernian here with High Legacy. BKP did make it out of that fight alive. Only the supports having gone down. Really tough. I think both teams kinda want to commit more, as Flying Squirtle is gonna get caught by this plate into the charm and into the double root from Beyond Godly, flashing away. Gravity Field stopping the advance.
Yeah, and a little bit aggressive from Flying Squirtle. Maybe not quite understanding where the flow of play was for his team. But as a result, is going to be forced to maybe use the smite on the red buff. Nope, is just going to take the red buff instead, use the Trundle passive, and try and heal up with this red buff on the Krugs.
Rejected Anew going to be pushed back by the Make It Rain. Charm coming over the side as the Death Ray will trade back onto BKP. Panzora looking forward, and they do have to deal with Eddie Boy, who's just pushing in that top side. He has already gotten 1 tower and does still have the Unleashed teleport available to join this fight. The Dragon is going to be started up, and the Onslaught of Shadows is available if he wants to go for a Miracle Steal. They're going to have to time this one very, very well, but they have a lot of good team fight ultimates. The teleport coming in from Eddie Boy. Looking for some more. The Locket is going to be popped by Exernian. He's going to go in. He's stolen it! Infernal Soul secured by ID Eclipse, and they already have a disaster of a team fight. BKB flashes out to safety, but they've already lost everybody. Epi Champion even going to get caught by the slow there. BKB ready to follow with the Spirit Rush. Beyond Godly flashes for the empowered auto attack, and Epi Champion is just going to go down. The movement speed bonus from Beyond Godly shield throws down the Q, and the ace for nothing. ID Eclipse win that one out.
Just really good layering of damage coming out from ID Eclipse. Being able to find all the damage onto the side of Glaive, Bingus, they kind of were a little bit not together. They kind of should have, I think, in my opinion, they should have started the fight with Braum Ultimate and Bullet Time before the Aatrox joined the fight, because once he gets there, your advantage is completely gone. You're down 6k now. You're going to be down even more after this Baron is gone. And a really good steal from Rejected Anew to secure that Dragon Soul. I think we're going to get a game 5.
Yeah, it seems like it will be.
Oh boy.
What
game
is this?
5.
8,000 gold. Yeah, 8,000 gold lead for ID Eclipse right now. It's only 25.5 minutes, and they've already secured Dragon Soul in 4.
Yeah, I mean, basically that was like a. I think they took every dragon more or less on spawn. What is it? 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 25 minutes?
Something like that. I think.
Yeah. That sounds.
Although
right.
the first one spawns like at what?
It spawns at 5, but they didn't take it until 10.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, the one thing about Dragon Soul going their way means that the comeback mechanism that is Elder Dragon is available in about 4.5 minutes. If Glaive Bingus managed to stall that long, they could just coin flip it. Now Panzora gonna get spotted out, not quite caught by the slow and the root coming out from Beyond Godly. Baron is available for ID Eclipse. They are wearing that buff very proudly as they continue to push in.
Yeah, they are, and I want to give props to Godly in this game. Oh, hold on, I'll give it.
They're gonna look for Eddie Boy here. A little bit of damage going into Flying Squirtles. The Subjugate will be invested as well as the Chaos Storm, and they will finally get Eddie Boy. Shutdown goes over as Panzora just goes ahead and throws down the Demacian Justice. As Baron though is allowing ID Eclipse to push in those mid and top lanes.
I understand that you want to press your buttons, but Garen is not going to be the person to carry you through this game. That kill has to go onto the Misfortune or the Victor. When a champion is as dead as Eddie Boy was there, you have to make sure that you're...
Use your resources better.
Yeah, spread them out to the people who are going to carry you in this game. But yeah, I mean, they traded Eddie Boy's... What? They traded Eddie Boy's shutdown for what?
2 inhibitors.
2 inhibitors and a mid tower? That's worth. Well done.
Yeah, you take those.
You take those. But I mean, if you're Glaive again, it's kind of like last game where any gold that you can get for yourself is kind of worth it. As so long as it's going on to the right person. Because I don't really know what this Garen does at this point in the game. He can't really side lane into Eddie Boy. And he can't really tank in the front line with that build, especially.
This is not the performance you would hope for if you are picking up the Garen in this game. Looks like the team is about to just group up and go bottom lane. Not much else to do. They've got super minions pushing their other waves for them, so they have to be responded to by the side of Glaive Bingus, lest they take Nexus towers by themselves ever slowly but surely.
Yeah, I mean, they have 1 inhib left to take, right? And with Flying Squirtle on this top side here, it doesn't look like they're gonna try and fight this. This
is a dangerous tower to try and contest.
Yeah, it looks like they're just gonna give it. They're trying to get as much gold as possible onto their team members. Flying Squirtle trying their best to finish that Force of Nature. But with Baron timing out, we should be in a good spot here. We're gonna have Elder Dragon in 2 minutes and Baron in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And with this vision control, I want to toggle vision real quick. Yeah, Glaive Bingus cannot see anything but that bush right outside of their gates on the bottom side. Except they do have 1 random pink ward in the bottom.
It's just like over there.
Yeah, that'll be the ward. That'll be the ward that Epi Champion TPs to win the game.
We'll see. Just clearing out waves as best they can are Glaive Bingus, trying to see if they can stop this reverse sweep before they go to game 5 here.
Yeah, I mean, the momentum is entirely in the side for Red Team here. For IDE, you know, they're gonna go into this game 5. They want revenge from that series previously. They've been doing really well in the lower bracket, 3-0ing their last opponents, and they said, "Hey, you guys played against Dog Gamma and you lost. It's okay. We'll get them for you. Don't worry." They want this game 5. They want this Dog Gamma series. They want this CCS chip.
I will say, the fact that IDE didn't end so far means that this is potentially like this is very potentially a coin flip on who gets this Elder Dragon. If one of them gets the Elder Dragon and then a fight breaks out, it's just over, right? Unless like Glaive Bingus are just so far behind, and now they're gonna go for an Onslaught of Shadows. It's gonna find him. Good cleanse from High Legacy applies to safeties, and the Glacial Fissure is gonna be used, and they're gonna focus down Ward Box. There's the ultimate used from Eddie Boy, but the rest of the team has left the building. Eddie Boy goes down. 2 kills quickly go over to Glaive Bingus as the Elder spawns.
Yeah, this should be Elder for Glaive Bingus. I don't know what I was talking about before about this Game 5 nonsense. Glaive Bingus says, no, we want to end this here. I know we've been losing it so far into this game, but we can outplay, and we can just be the better team here. As they're walking in, they still have bullet time. They still have a good amount of ultimate ability, or they still have at least one really strong ultimate ability to play this team fight out. Flying Squirtle going to take the Blast Cone over and start this Dragon. There's no Onslaught of Shadows.
Yeah,
there is an Encore, though.
Yeah, they do have the Encore available, and BKB does have access to the Spirit Rush. Xernean going very low, and the Encore is going to be used. Nicely blocked up by Xernean, and they're going to focus down the Hecarim. Rejected the New is going to be focused down, and they will lose Xernean there. The Elder Dragon still lives. High Legacy and Epi Champion trying to move forward, but BKB and Beyond Godly just melting them! No. BKB in the back line, the Elder Dragon, and aces! Glaive Bingus, ID Eclipse should win this one.
But they just ignored them. High Legacy is holding bullet time until next game. Till next season.
Yeah, Eddie Boy teleporting into the base will just go ahead and help the minions end the game. Pops the ultimate for fun. BKP just absolutely annihilates the members of Glaive Bingus, who are split on whether they want to fight or whether they want to focus down the Elder Dragon. In the end, they get nothing. And Glaive Bingus are forced into a Game 5 against ID Eclipse.
Yeah, they're getting nothing but a Game 5 and a mental. I don't even know what they get. They get hit in the head. They get mental depression. It's just gonna be so bad. The momentum is entirely in ID Eclipse favor. Glaive have to pull something out of the bag for this Game 5. I'm so excited to see what's gonna happen because something needs to change. Right, this Hecarim has been the biggest game changer the entire series so far. Even in the one game that it's lost, it was still the best looking champion on the Rift, I think. So Glaive need to adapt their draft. They need to make sure that they have a good, solid strategy going into this Game 5. And they need to pick stuff that they know works.
Yeah.
I've looked at these teams. I haven't seen Panzora play Garen once. Why are they picking it in playoffs?
Yeah, and I think, so here's the important thing for Glaive Bingus. In game number 5, you need to just think, take the idea of reverse sweep out of your mind, because you don't want to say like, oh no, I don't want to get a reverse sweep. I don't want to get a reverse sweep. Yeah, exactly. So we're going to take a short break as we get prepped up for game number 5 between these two teams. After the first two, I don't think anyone was expecting this, but here we are. Glaive Bingus, ID Eclipse rather, looking very good coming into this one. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Internet, hello and welcome back for game number 5 between Glaive, Bingus, and ID Eclipse. This is not where we were expecting to be after the first 2 games where Glaive Bingus just kind of ran over ID Eclipse, but these last 2 games, ID Eclipse have been looking very good, and they have the momentum coming into game number 5.
Yeah, and we are right into draft for this game 5, where we were talking in the in between games about what draft adaptations Glaive Bingus need to make, and I brought up the fact that maybe we let the Shyvana through, but that is not going to be the case. Rejected Anew is just too good on the dragon to let it through, but I think they definitely have to have more priority on this Tech Room or just ban it away entirely. That is going to be the strategy that they want. They really want to play with that misfortune for Glaive Bingus, and let's see if ID Eclipse adapt in kind.
Yeah, if with the Hecarim taken off the table, now you're looking at potentially just giving over either MF or Seraphine in exchange for the other, depending on what Glaive Bingus wants to pick up. Of course, as you know, Glaive Bingus, with side selection, have opted to stay on the blue side after having lost last game. We'll see the Taric is going to be taken off the board from ID Eclipse. Glaive Bingus, the last time they banned away Renata Glask, as well as the Cassiopeia, which will be of higher priority up against BKP.
And Cassio going to be the ban here, and let's see, they are going to get one of Aatrox or Misfortune here if they value it highly, but or they'll get one of Rakan or Misfortune here. On this first pick here, if ID Eclipse decides to ban the Misfortune away and test Xernean on her, I believe her most played champion. Ooh, it is going to be the Seraphine ban.
Yeah,
Nice.
okay, with Seraphine taken off the table, that means that of the 3 power picks last game, Misfortune is the only one available, but instead Glaive Bingus valued the Rakan over that.
Yeah, Rakan going to be the first pick. It is the first time in the 10 games that these teams have played against each other that Rakan is off the ban table. ID Eclipse going to capitalize with that Misfortune, hopefully, on that first pick on the red side. Let's see what they pair with, because we've been talking about Curse of the Sad Bullet time in 5 games. Can we get it? Does Wardbox play it?
Yeah, every time that the Misfortune's been locked in, they have opted to delay their support pick, and the Amumu has gone and gotten banned away. They do have the option to pick it up here, and they will know what they're going into with the Rakan. Do they want to go for it, or would they rather pick up something higher priority in the jungle? They will actually look at potentially the Nautilus instead.
I like this. I like this answer because Rakan is going to be jumping in. You can throw the Dredge line. You can interrupt his knockup. You can use the Depth Charge with the Misfortune ultimate to get a lockdown on your target of choice for bullet time. And Glaive Bingus, they gotta make sure that they find so much value with this Rakan. Otherwise, it's gonna be a dud pick, because that is probably one of the strongest bot lanes out there. Misfortune Nautilus.
Yeah, alright, so Glaive Bingus, they need to decide what they want. They're going to go ahead and with the Galio, so they're going to show their mid lane's hand here with this one locked in. And I think this is probably... I don't know. This is kind of questionable to me. I'm not sure why you feel the need to show the Galio here if you're potentially going to combo it with something like the Wukong. Wukong has been fairly heavily nerfed as far as a jungle pick goes. It could, of course, be flexing to the top lane. I fully expect this to be Wukong jungle, just a little bit weaker than it once was, and then comboed, of course, with the Galio for the engage tool.
Yeah, I mean, Glaive Bingus have nothing but engage on their team. It is actually very nice into a champion like Misfortune, where if you're able to, even if she's able to dodge one layer of CC, right, she's going to be layered on top of by, a Galio ulti, a Wukong ulti, a Grand Entrance. She's never going to be able to stand still and press R. But ID Eclipse picking up that Victor, and if XBKP can put on a performance like he put on in Game 3, I think they might just be able to lock up this game.
Yeah, Victor has been quite a powerful pick. I think within this series, at least, has won every single game it's been a part of. So there's
except
now we're getting into the second round of bans. Nocturne
and they think it's
off the table.
They think it's a Wukong top.
Yeah, that does appear to be their expectation. So they're gonna go ahead and take away Flying Squirtle's comfort champion, the Nocturne. Uh, Something that didn't work out particularly well for them in the game 3 where he came in and picked it up,
Yeah,
and it just didn't go that well.
Flying
In
Squirtle was
response,
cold
they're
there.
gonna take away the Poppy. So we're going back a few patches as far as jungle picks go.
Yeah, but I do like this answer because if you look at the champions like Rakan and Wukong, a Poppy just says no to whatever you want to pick. And the Twitch also a potential ban is a nice pairing with the Rakan because you can be in stealth. Give the grand exit priority for the Rakan to then jump to an invisible target and engage on someone else. Is going to get taken off the table. And there he is. There's
Yeah.
the Aatrox.
All
Finally
right.
banned in a game. It was
Yeah.
picked twice and banned once.
Yeah, well, to be fair, it went 50-50 in terms of the games it's been played in.
It did.
But
It did one
we'll
of
see
everything.
here.
It did one of everything. Xin
Zi-
Zhao gonna be picked up. I do like this pick a lot. I really, really, really like this pick. Especially with the misfortune and the victor. If it gets locked in, please don't tell me I like the pick and then switch it.
All right, it is going to be locked in. It is kind of interesting. It does give you a lot of space just because the Crescent Guard allows you to kind of front line without actually taking damage, or else whoever's in there hitting you is also at risk of just dying to them.
I'm really liking the way ID Eclipse's composition is unfolding. It's another really well-rounded it's another really well-rounded composition. Game 5's English becomes hard. With really strong jungle, really good wave clear in mid, a strong fighting bot lane. I don't know how I feel about the Ezreal here. You really don't have a lot of damage on your team already, and if you lock the Ezreal in, I don't see a world where you're killing the Nautilus in time to get to the bullet timing misfortune or the chaos storming victor. But if High Legacy thinks game 5, this is my Ezreal, hey, let him have it. Let him go crazy on the pick. All right, here we go.
Okay, well, we
Yeah.
are gonna have the Ezreal. This is... I completely agree. I'm not really that big of a fan of Ezreal. I don't think the champion is particularly strong right now generally, and I think it's bad in this particular game as well. So, I don't know. If you ask... I'm sure you can tell, if you ask me right now, I'd say, yeah, I'd rather be ID Eclipse right now. But I could be wrong just because I don't know how well High Legacy feels like comfortable on Ezreal as compared to other AD carries. They're gonna last pick up the Mordekaiser as an answer to the Ornn.
Yeah, and that just rounds out what I think is a really standard, game 5 composition, right? You pick comfort, you pick for, what's going to work. And I think looking at ID Eclipse's composition, they have all the tools that they need. The one difference, I will say for Glaive Bingus is looking in this game 5, Panzora, as opposed to games 3 and 4 where they lost, is playing a real top lane champion. Um, I I didn't like the Garen last game. I didn't really think it did much. The Azir before also didn't really do much. Ornn at least has a chance to set up his team for success. They have Glaive Bingus has all the engage in the world, right? They have the Ornn Horn, they have the Cyclone, they have the I don't know what Galio's ultimate is called. They have the quickness and the grand entrance. What is it called?
Hero's Entrance. It's
Hero's Entrance. That's
yeah,
what it's
they
called.
have a lot of entrances here.
They have.
Sorry.
Yeah, they have a lot of entrances, but they don't really have a whole lot of damage. Unless Wukong is, really using the brittle procs on Ornn. Like, unless we're getting a lot of high value from brittle procs, we're not going to be doing too much damage to the side of ID Eclipse, right? You have Mordekaiser, Xin Zhao, and Nautilus who can all soak a lot of damage. You have Victor and Misfortune who will be able to reposition themselves in this game. I kind of want to see Misfortune go for a Gale Force this game instead of the normal Kraken Slayer that we've been seeing. Just because there's that much engage. Because if she gets caught, she is going to get blown up, right?
Yeah, I do rather like the last pick Mordekaiser here on the side of ID Eclipse. I think it's very good against this like heavy run at you engagey comp that Glaive Bingus has kind of picked up. Mordekaiser really likes to be in the middle of a bunch of melee champions that are coming into him, so that he doesn't have to like waste effort walking towards them. They're coming to him, and he's just sort of standing there. The little metal is kind of shredding around him. He's stealing, or he's rift makering, he's conquering. It's I think ID Eclipse definitely come out on top in this champion select.
It's also just a great matchup into Ornn. Even if this game breaks into 1-3-1, Mordekaiser beats Ornn and Galio, Victor beats Ornn and Galio, MF Nautilus beats Ezreal Rakan. I think Glaive Bingus is picked for comfort.
Yeah.
I don't think that they've really thought too much about composition building this game. But that's what's going to win you a game 5, right? You pick comfort, you pick what you know, and they're on the champions that they believe can do the job for them.
Yeah, and it's not like this is lost entirely in Champions.
No.
I think for sure that they came off on the lesser end of this champion select, but Flying Squirtle has the potential to pop off. If Wukong is the champion that like can snowball if he gets ahead and just sort of take over games, does have a lot of damage, but once you build that Divine Cinder, and he's fairly decent with like the bruiser items.
All right, here's my hot take. Flying Squirtle has had 2 games to warm up. Game 3 is on the Wukong, is going to carry 1v9.
I mean, he's probably going to have to, right? Like
it's put up or shut up.
Because I just don't anticipate Ezreal like dishing out the damage they need in order to win this game.
Unless they go crazy, right? Unless the Ezreal gets a lot of damage and a lot of
all of this with the disclaimer, unless he goes insane this game.
I suppose that should be the disclaimer always to whatever we say. The one thing to note though, again, going into this game, is that Misfortune Ibeon Godly is not an 80 carry main. Again, not to discredit him in any sense of the word, he's been playing fantastically in the 2 games that he's been in. Had a pop off game on that Xayah and on the Seraphine, but does not play the role as often, and so could potentially find himself the point of abuse when it comes to Flying Squirtle and Xernean and Epi Champion if they're looking for a point of weakness, right? So going into this game, I would like to see at least a pointed effort at going at a certain lane, going at a certain champion, going for dives, going for just a lot of layering CC, and just trying to make a point of being active on the map.
Yeah. So we're about 1 minute and 45 left on the spectator delay. We're gonna take a short break as we prepare for game number 5 between Glaive Bingus and ID Eclipse. The winner here eliminates their opponent from the Classic Championship Series and earns themselves a fight up against DOG in next week's match. Thanks for watching, everyone. We'll see you in just a little bit. Hello and welcome back. We're here for game number 5 between Glaive, Bingus, and ID Eclipse. The penultimate game of this best of 5, or sorry, the ultimate game of this best of 5 series.
Welcome to America.
Flash Dredge Line. Wow, forcing the flash out of Epi Champion immediately. That's like the classic, right? You walk in and your opponent mid laner just like sprints into all 5 of you. Because wow.
Oh boy. And Epi Champion was a bad pixel away from getting Nautilus hooked and killed at level 1. Oh boy. I mean, something to note is that Epi Champion also does not have TP this game. Or Glacial Augment, which is a little bit surprising.
Minions have spawned.
But we'll be going for that Aftershock, which I guess is comfort for them.
Yeah, as a solo lane Galio, it kind of makes sense you want to have a little bit more combat power. Whether it be in something like Aftershock to give you a little bit more tankiness. BKP with the Summon Airy choice for this Victor is looking to be a little bit more powerful in lane as compared to the utility you normally get out of something like Phase Rush.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to try and poke out the Galio as best he can in this lane. But really, I like the matchup. BKP does not have to worry about going to Phase Rush this game. I believe he took it the first time these two matched up. But is really just going to be focused on farming out, poking out, because realistically in this lane, you are not going to be killing the Gargoyle. You're going to be farming, you're going to try and go for your Leandries. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we saw... actually, no, yeah, it should only be Leandries this game for XBKP. But it's going to do a good job just poking out and farming, and that's what he's got to do this game. Xin Zhao starting on the red buff, Wukong starting on the red buff as well. He's going to end up on opposite sides of the map as Eddie Boy getting a good trade onto Benzora here on this top side here. Xin Zhao is going to try and go for an early gank. The wave in a really good spot.
He went buff to buff and now is doing Gromp, looking for something early onto the bottom lane, as compared to Flying Squirtle, who's going for the full clear, is just about finishing up his third camp and heading into the blue side.
Yeah, here, I mean, the ward is in the river, so he is going to get spotted fairly far out if he does go for this gank.
Yeah, they're going to get slowed up by the Make It Rain, and the Dredge Line will not connect as Xernean actually goes aggressive in there, and now Beyond Godly is ignited. They're going to try and turn around some damage. Beyond the Summoner Hero comes out, Xernean is going to be the target, and meanwhile Rejected in You forcing out High Legacy Splash. They're going to root him up. Xernean is going to go down. First Blood picked up by Godly on the side of ID Eclipse.
And that's really well played. That's about as perfect as you could play it. Wardbox actually denying the second grand exit from Xernean with the auto attack route. And so as a result, getting that first blood onto Xernean, onto the Misfortune, which is going to do such a good job for Godly in terms of getting him accelerated in this game to become a tank-killing menace.
Alright, well, High Legacy and Xernean suffering a little bit there. Good gank from Rejected in You kind of just makes it so they can't possibly take that one. And now, continuing to the aggression, you do see Flying Squirtle taking away enemy camps on the top side of the map, trying to get something back in exchange for Rejected in You's very lane-focused gameplay this game. We are seeing Xernean also attempt a gank up into this top side with Flying Squirtle on the way in there.
No flash on Eddie Boy.
For it. Eddie Boy doesn't have flash, like you said. There's a knockup coming out for the grand entrance, but Flying Squirtle getting pulled into the tower, taking another tower shot. Flying Squirtle not quite having the damage necessary to take him down.
A lot of damage onto Eddie Boy and onto Flying Squirtle, but only one of those champions has to stay in lane and really suffer with those choices. Eddie Boy actually more healthy than I thought he was coming out of that play. But Mordekaiser into Ornn is not really going to be a dangerous matchup for the Mordekaiser, even if you do take a little bit of damage from a gank like that. XBKP doing a good job shading Epi Champion to the side of where his Xin Zhao is trying to set up this nice gank to potentially to potentially punish the no flash Galio.
Oh, I think he tried to predict the Justice Punch and land that Q so we could follow up on a dash, but ultimately doesn't really get anything there that he would have gotten otherwise.
And Xernean playing for another play onto the mid lane. Epi Champion could find some help with the Rakan. Is not going to make anything happen here, though.
Yeah, I think that was mostly a read. Xernean expecting Wardbox to try and come into the mid lane there, and just wants to be there to try and turn it around.
Yeah, I could see that definitely being the case there. Yeah, Wardbox had been off the map for the time being. Eddie Boy just farming it out. Already has amassed about a 10 CS lead in this top side. Only 5 minutes into the game, which is not spell good times for Panzora. But I mean, Dragon started up for the side of ID Eclipse here is going to be uncontested as well. Wukong is on the top side, but this is kind of to be expected, right? You have your Misfortune Nautilus lane. You have the kill. She has an extra longsword, or 2 longswords rather. So as a result,
and you have the pushing mid laner as well, of course, right?
Yeah, true.
They're gonna look for the attempted steal there over the side from High Legacy, but a good smite from Rejected Anew, nice and patient here as Eddie Boy actually hits level 6 here, looking for the potential pull onto Panzora into the Death Realm, but will not find it just yet.
Yeah, I mean that matchup just gets worse and worse for Ornn. Panzora, the fact that he didn't take Grasp as well is a little bit like. I understand, you know, utility when it comes to Unsealed Spellbook with Ornn, but you have to play to survive your lane. And at least with Ornn, you can trade with the Brittle proc every now and then and do maybe a little damage to this Mordekaiser. But if you don't have it, there's 0 chance of you being able to pressure him off of any plays that he wants to go for. All you're going to do is you're going to farm with Q, you're going to just sit back, you're going to cry, and you're going to get ganked by Xin Zhao on repeats.
Yeah, BKP aggressively looking for, or sorry, not BKP, Flying Squirtle aggressively looking for jungle camps to steal away from Rejected Anew. He's gonna find red buff here as Rejected Anew is doing his Raptors, losing his red buff right under his own nose.
Yeah, well, I think he was just clearing the camp because...
Oh, he's going to get bound here. Rejected Anew looking for Flying Squirtle, and he's actually going to start winning this one out. He's got to get the Hero's Entrance as well, though. And now here comes the call to Forge God. They're looking for some more. Flash Taunt comes in. Rejected Anew goes back in, but will go down. Here comes Eddie Boy. He's pulled Epi Champion into the Death Realm as BKP going to come up to try and support him as he pops out. They're going to pull in Panzora as he comes out of the Death Realm, and Panzora now on the run. Does have Flash still available, but... Epi Champion ready to come back in. Xernean is there to support as well. The Dredge line coming up from Wardbox. Give a grand entrance knockup. Epi Champion is ignited and will eventually burn down. Wardbox gets the kill. Now they're going to go back some more. Eddie Boy pulls one Xernean with that pull, and it will execute her with that bonk.
And look at the top lane wave. That is a massive stacked wave in favor of the Mordekaiser. That is about 2.5 waves worth of
Flying
CS
Squirtle
there.
actually is just sticking around way too long here. Panzora gonna get stunned up by the gravity field, but BKP going very low, but the Death Ray takes out Flying Squirtle and he'll back away. High Legacy forcing out the bullet time as Beyond Godly forces High Legacy away with the Summoner heal.
And Godly going for the solo kill there, I think, onto High Legacy is what that was. Getting very close to finishing off the Ezreal, but not quite enough damage as BKP is still on the map. Has to get this wave in, or Epi... Oh, never mind. Epi Champion has just decided to push it back instead of holding it. But Godly will be able to take a plate on the bot side while his team is picking up the Rift Herald. So good job for this Misfortune here, being able to find an advantage solo and get some plates because of it.
Yeah, that was a very strange turn of events in that top side, but ultimately goes very much in favor of ID Eclipse. Flying Squirtle, with that invade, getting caught out. They do successfully get Rejected Anew for the first kill of the fight, but they had to expend so much of Flying Squirtle's health bar and so many resources just for that kill. When BKP and Wardbox kind of show up, it just spells doom for Glaive Bingus.
I mean, Wardbox did a really good job. Was a little bit late to the fight, but was there when he was needed the most to really make that happen. It's one of those situations where you're talking about the fight in game, right? And you have to consider, you know, if your support is there, where is their support, right? And it just seems as though ID Eclipse sorry, rather Glaive Bingus did not have a good track onto where that Nautilus was.
Yeah, I mean, Exernian was there first, but the rest of the team just didn't have any resources or any damage left after they spent it all killing off Rejected Anew.
Yeah, I mean, Rejected Anew was definitely... I mean, killing a Xin Zhao is rough. Just because he has a lot of different ways of surviving a fight. Was only level 5 during that fight, I believe. But in the future, with that Crescent Guard, is going to be very strong at tanking damage and being able to disrupt that front line of Glaive Bingus. So as this game is settling in a little bit, we see these players start getting onto those items. Eddie Boy finishing that Rhyalized Crystal Scepter is going to be even more annoying against Panzor in the top lane, who doesn't have Flash currently. And so if Eddie Boy is able to land a good chain of abilities onto the Ornn, could potentially find himself a solo kill while running down the Forge God.
Yeah, have to expect the Exernian should be performing on this champion. This is the champion that was banned out 9 out of 10 games between these two teams so far. Was important enough to Glaive Bingus that they go ahead and B1 it in the face of things like Misfortune and Hecarim that or no, Hecarim was banned, but instead of things like Misfortune, for example. Yeah. So we hope that Exernian is going to find her stride in this game and eventually make something happen here. Teleport used by Panzora very early on to try and contest this dragon. It's already been started up though, and they're going to need to get here pretty quickly if they want to actually find this contest here. The gravity field is going to zone them all away. Flying Swirl takes a death ray to the face, and they're going to clear out the control ward. The True Shot Barrage is going to come around and brush across them. The Call of the Forge God is going to be issued. They're going to throw it in. It's going to knock up 2 members. A really good Cyclone. Beyond Godly going very low, and Exernian gets the kill with the quickness. Ward box going in, and they're gonna lose everything there. Glaive Bingus are just taking over this fight. Epi Champion is gonna pop out of the Death Realm and get pushed away by the Death Ray. And Eddie Boy and XVKP, they've lost too many of their team members. They don't feel like they can contest this one.
Yeah, it's a bounce house, and this is exactly what Glaive Bingus' team wants to do. They want to put you in a spin cycle. They want to put you on the trampoline and make sure you cannot get off. And that's exactly what they did there. It was a little bit worrying. When, you know, it was a little bit discoordinated, but they had a lot of good comboed layered knockups. It seemed as though Eddie Boy was not quite in position to knock them down, right? He was not quite in position to ult away and disrupt the chaining of knockups. But Epi Champion could get caught out here. Is trying to overstay and deny this Rift Herald.
Oh, Flash Dredge Line! That was a repeat of what happened at level 1 in mid.
Yeah, good flash from Epi Champion to make sure that he doesn't go down there. But again, good job from Wordbox to force that out. Definitely a flash on Gallia was worth...
Yeah, but they're going to look for something here. Exernian looking for the Grand Entrance is not going to find a knockup. Flying Squirtle ready to go in, but it's going to take a bullet time to the face. They're going to come in with the Epi Champion ultimate here, and they're just going to annihilate Beyond Godly from the map. And now, with no damage to follow up, Wardbox is in a bad spot, but now they do have the damage as BKP and Eddie Boy have both made their presence known. Exernian goes golden, immediately dies afterwards, as well as burning the flash, and the High Legacy caught. Going to get pushed in and flashing away. Panzora just left alone in that top lane, just pushing out as best he can, but they lost a lot for that one.
And that's the TP advantage that you gained from that dragon fight, right? Panzora TP down to try and secure that dragon, and as a result, did not have TP to join the fight, whereas Eddie Boy and XBKP coming out of the fountain are able to TP towards that bot side and turn the fight in favor of ID Eclipse. And, you know, with all that said, there's now a 3,000 gold lead for the side of ID Eclipse there. And it's going to be a little bit rough, right? Because while on the side of... oh, hold on. Panzora is going to be caught out here. Doesn't have flash.
Already used the Searing Charge. Nicely used on the interrupt there. Will not get pulled in by the Dredge Line, but will get flash rooted into the Depth Charge. Panzora going to call the Forge God in, throws it back. Is going to get a knockup onto Beyond Godly. Now they're the ones on the run. As here comes Flying Squirtle. Good Searing Charge knocks up 2. And it's going to be Flying Squirtle in there with the Cyclone. Is just going to annihilate Beyond Godly with Exernian's help. Actually stealing away that kill. Wardbox is going to be the next one to go down. And Flying Squirtle gets that kill.
And it's so unfortunate that Exernian's picking up that kill, right? I mean, it's great that they were able to turn that fight, but Rakan picking up that kill is really not what you need when you're down this much gold. You need that gold to be going on your carries. It's just like last game with the Garen. If Wukong or Ornn are not getting those kills with XP, it's not great, right? Sure, Rakan can buy maybe the Zonias, maybe the Frozen Heart, but that's not going to happen until 2-3 items down the line. And so as a result, right, if you are Wukong, you need to be telling people like, hey, like I got this, we're good, leave it. But I mean, still, really good job turning the fight and being able to find an advantage there. When you know that you have the numbers advantage on that side of the map, Ward Black's walking around trying to get a good amount of vision. But maybe here's something that I'm really hoping, right, is that with a fight win like that, Glaive Bingus will gain back the confidence that they might have lost in those last 2 games.
Yeah, they actually are the ones who started at the Herald, but immediately get pushed off of it as just the superior collapse from ID Eclipse. That means that they have a numbers advantage and secure that Herald for themselves.
They definitely had a number and cooldown advantage there, with the Ornn ultimate not being up the Cyclone and the Hero's Entrance as well. But with that said, I mean, Ornn, just checking in on levels, Ornn is level 10, which is really great considering the way that early game went, just getting constantly denied by the Mordekaiser. And so if Ornn is able to start getting those ornaments, we could be looking in a really good spot as I check the items and see that Ornn has rushed a Force of Nature into this matchup. Which is,
yeah, and Force of Nature,
bad.
Very efficient item though. A lot of sustained magic damage coming out from Eddie Boy and BKP. You really love to see the Force of Nature, but you're right. It is kind of rough not having a mythic to upgrade into an ornament.
Yeah, I mean, eventually, I actually don't know. Looking at all the items in Panzora's inventory, I'm not sure if they'll be able to get enough gold to get a mythic before they hit level 14. It's gonna be close. It's gonna be close. But just looking at the Mordekaiser tax around the board, we have seen Wukong pick up the Quicksilver Sash, trying their best. Really, I mean, I really like this pickup actually because
you don't want to get pulled into the Death Realm when
you can't afford to get put into the Death Realm in this game. With how little damage your composition already has, if you're getting pulled out of the fight, that's that amount less damage being done to the victor, to the Misfortunate. Godly steps out of the bush there, and kind of gives the bag about where the team is positioning from. But this is what you want. If you're Glaive, this is what you want. You want the setup. You want to be able to have them walk into you. It is only second dragon, and so it seems that ID Eclipse might just be favoring this mid tower, potentially tier 2 tower as well with the Herald.
Yeah, Rift Herald is going to be getting another charge off, and it will be Cloud Drake exchange for this one, but now they have to look at, see if Panzora can find the engage here. The Call of the Forge God is issued, the True Shot Barrage comes across, it is only going to find the knock up on the 1 as he flashes in, the Hero's Entrance goes in with Exernian, with the Grand Entrance coming in with the quickness, Flag Squirtle's the first one to kill the fight. They lose Epic Champion as well, and now Panzora is on the run with Exernian and High Legacy. Dredgeline just barely doesn't connect, but they will find the kill anyway as Eddie Boy just rips them apart. They finally lose Rejected and New as 1 kill in exchange for Glaive Bingus' entire team.
Yeah, and there's just not enough damage on the side of Glaive. It's only 17 minutes. Yep, they are going to leave that inhib alone. Whew. Yeah, I mean, it's not quite the fight that you want if you're Glaive. You kind of had to force that one really hard. It's a little bit unfortunate, but I think that's kind of what you want to look for. But I mean, really good job from ID Eclipse being able to absorb that engage and survive. Good positioning from Godly and XBKP to not get caught up in the Wukong, Rakan, Galio engage. So, just, I mean, well played. Let's see what Glaive can do, because the one thing about high CC compositions, right, is that there's always a chance to win a fight, because if you can just layer your CC, if you can chain your damage well enough, whew, you have a chance.
Yeah, it is a little bit rough though, because Glaive Bingus, in spite of having all that CC, they just don't really have, they have the bounty house, but at the end of it all, if everyone's around 40 to 50% HP, it doesn't matter. You're out of abilities. High Legacy is not outputting the damage you need just because by virtue of picking Ezreal,
Ezreal sitting on a tier, no mana immune. The farming has not been that great this game by either team, and so these items are being picked up much more slowly than they would have been had teams been, farming maybe just a little bit better. Yeah, High Legacy is only sitting on about 600 gold, so still needs, I want to say, about another 1,000 to finish that mana immune. So it's going to be definitely rough. But here's what I mean. Here's the real truth. All right, Glaive Bingus, they just have to find picks. There's no way around it. That is the only way you're getting back in this game is you're finding picks and you're blowing every cooldown that you have to get these shutdowns off of ID Eclipse. Because right now, looking at the map, you have about, what is it, 6 seconds on teleport? How long does teleport channel for?
I'm
teleport
not sure. I
channels for
think it's
4
like
seconds.
Yeah, 4-second channel time.
So you have 4 seconds between when you identify that a play is good to when you pull the trigger before a teleport arrives from the side lane. You have 4 seconds to find a pick onto someone and make the game happen. That is what you have to be thinking about if you're Glaive right now. And, I mean, if they can do that, there's definitely a chance for them to win this game.
Oh, Godly coming forward, just laying down a little bit of damage as trying to bait something as rejecting you, skulking around on the side there.
Yeah, and Godly did opt to go for that Kraken Slayer this game instead of the Gale Force, which is fine. I think it's a preference thing. If you trust yourself to position correctly, you don't need the Gale Force to get away from those different champions.
Yeah, and I think it's definitely makes a lot of sense. You want to be able to kill the Ornn, who's building fairly tanky.
Yeah,
although not a lot of armor just yet. Does have the plated steel caps, of course.
Yeah. You want to kill everyone.
This is just a game though for Glaive Bingus where they don't have the damage. Like you see, Epi Champion has actually opted for Luden's Tempest as the mythic of choice, opting for attempting to do more damage, but I don't know. It seems suboptimal, even in this game where you really need the damage. And I think that just goes to say like your champion select was a little bit messed up in this game. You don't have anyone who's like gonna carry you.
Yeah, but I mean, we're moving towards this fourth dragon spawn rather, and with Baron on the table. So now, if someone gets picked out, if it goes bad for even a second, that Baron could be gone and snapped up very quickly. And here we go, Mordekaiser on the side lane. Let's see.
Yeah, gonna
Glaive
fight in
knows.
onto Panzora. Could pop the Death Realm. Panzora does not have a QSS, and now they've got Exernian and High Legacy around in the area, but again, the Death Realm just sort of steals one of them away. True Shot Barrage going to be used to scout and make sure the Baron is not being started up, which it is not.
It's a little bit weird from ID Eclipse. They seem a little bit behind the ball here on this dragon setup. No one really in position, really only Eddie Boy, but it's not going to be punished because... oh, never mind it is, because Glaive is finally in position now. Both teams kind of a little bit late to this dragon, but it is only the fourth dragon. We will see what happens. The fight is definitely split up here, so if...
Oh, here we go.
Yeah,
They're going to pop the Chevaliers. They're going to walk into the taunt. They're going to get one on to reject the new. Pops the Crescent Guard. They're in onto BKP, who gets shut down by the Cyclone. Here's the bullet time over the wall. And now the Death Realm is going to be used. Who did they pull in? They pulled in High Legacy, the hero's entrance on the Flying Swirl just before he goes down. Exernian trying to cut this one out as High Legacy will just get annihilated by Eddie Boy. Eddie Boy is just wreaking havoc on the backside as Panzora and Exernian are going to get taken down. Meanwhile, Godly and Warbox were able to take down the last one. Panzora is in there, is just gonna get taken down. Kraken Slayer procced up, double kill over to the Misfortune, and it's gonna be the ace for 2 in favor of ID Eclipse.
Let me just say, Eddie has been on a journey this series, from going from 2 kind of mid-Aphelios games at the start of this series to going 3 games of going crazy in top lane. You know, he's been playing super well. Now on this Mordekaiser finally has been absolutely stomping. I want to give Eddie my props because I definitely was sleeping on him after those first 2 games.
Yeah, that was probably one of the best fights that Glaive Bingus is gonna get. BKP died basically instantly. Unfortunately,
they ran out of
after
cooldown.
that, that's all they got.
Yeah, they ran out of cooldown.
You've used a lot of your AoE abilities, which is like the saving grace of your comp. You have a lot of AoE knockups and CC. You've used all of those just to kill off BKP. So you're not really making efficient use of those abilities, and the problem is you can't afford to because you're so behind.
Right, and now I'm trying to think, does your focus ever shift, or are you happy with the fact that you're able to catch up BKP? Like, do you have to like narrow your search to BKP and Godly, or do you, I mean, you don't have the luxury already, but do you have to try and like find that fight window where you can hit them both? Because if you're finding that you're running out of abilities when you just kill one of them.
Oh, here we go. The Call of the Forge God. They're just going to continue beating up on BKP. The Cyclone comes out and the Siphon Power Shield, but Flying Squirtle does still have the damage. Eddie Boy has teleported into the fight, and they're going to charm him up. Ernian, they're just going to try and keep him CC'd. Eddie Boy pops the shield and goes into the Death Realm. Is Flying Squirtle going to get pulled in by the Drizzle and taken out by Rejected Anew. And now Eddie Boy pops out of the Death Realm. He's got his team now behind him and will push away Panzora and Exernian.
They ran out of cooldowns. It just keeps happening. They keep getting the one kill, and then they have nothing left to do.
Yep, Baron is going to be started up. They will see it going down with their scrying orb, but what can they do about it? The True Shot Barrage is their attempted steal, but Rejected in You surely doesn't mess up this smite. It's not even timed correctly, and Baron Nashor goes the way of ID Eclipse.
862. 862. Well done, Rejected Anew. Clean smite. But yeah, I mean, this is kind of the way of the world. You have the better draft. You win the game. I don't like to scream draft difference, but these last games that have been won, you know, by ID Eclipse, they've just had the better they've had the better drafts. They've been more rounded. Maybe not better per se.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Their champion select has been a little bit better. They're gonna keep going though. Panzora gonna throw in the Call of Forge God. Actually not gonna knock up anybody, but into the back line goes Flying Squirtle. Doesn't quite have the Cyclone. It's not on cooldown. There's the charm coming out from Wardbox onto Wardbox rather from Exernian, and now the bullet time coming out. Panzora will take out Godly just before the bullet time finishes off Exernian.
And that's just Godly and Wardbox being a little bit desync from the play. They know that
now
their team
Cyclone
has
is
Baron.
up, and they're gonna go for BKP, but no damage to follow up on that one. And now they're just getting annihilated by the Crescent Guard and the Chaos Storm. But finally, High Legacy is able to get into the backside and take him down. Hero's Entrance comes out onto Rejected Anew, and will be a double kill going over. Hero's Entrance actually was interrupted by Eddie Boy, rather, I should say.
Ah, okay, that's what I thought. I thought it was just Gallia was close to that fight. I thought I just didn't see the big golem. But Eddie Boy doing a good job denying the Galio and saving what could have been a potentially devastating play. It wasn't great. Ezreal got 2 kills, and we're paused.
Yep. We're gonna have a short pause here, hopefully.
But yeah,
as we yeah. No, please go ahead.
As Eddie gets his, no, not Eddie. As Panzora rather, gets his internet together. But yeah, I mean, to be fair, these games have been okay. Sounds good. Yeah, these games have been, or this game rather, has been a little bit back and forth. It's been nice to see that, you know, Glaive Bingus has been able to come back in these last few minutes and actually find some kills for themselves. High Legacy getting, you know, 2 kills in that fight for themselves has been really good, actually, because now I can actually I can check the amount of gold. High Legacy is going to be backing with 1,700 gold, which means that they are going to be able to start building some, I believe it'll be working towards the Cyrildas, the armor pen item.
Mm-hmm.
And so if Ezreal is able to start working towards that, could definitely be in a much better position to win the game, because I don't know if you noticed in that fight, but they were able to get 2 rounds of their spells off. And as a result, they are able to win the 4v4.
Yeah, a little bit of a disconnect for sure on the side of ID Eclipse. Godly and Warbox get picked off. BKP and Rejected Anew come around, and then they both get picked off as well. Eddie Boy, like you said, kind of saving the play by pulling in Epic Champion. But unfortunately, he's already lost all 4 of his teammates in a 2v5 and then another 2v5 sort of. Ends up getting Epic Champion and Flying Squirtle back in exchange, so you know that's gold in Glaive Bingus's pocket, but it's really rough for Glaive Bingus.
It is definitely rough. I mean, when you have a what is it, Mordekaiser with almost 12,000 gold to your strongest carry having 9.6k.
Ugh.
Yeesh, it is a scary world that we live in. I mean, I say that about the Mordekaiser. The Victor is right next to him.
I don't know if anyone's noticed, but there hasn't actually been a tower taken by Glaive Bingus this game. It's 6 towers to 0 right now, which does mean that there's a lot of standing gold available for Glaive Bingus to try and use to catch up, but they're just so far behind right now. It's going to take some really extreme map movements in order to, find those opportunities.
What's with this pause? Ah, there we go. All right. We are back into the game, I believe, shortly.
Yeah, looks like it.
All right, sweet. We are back into the game. These teams are getting together. And yeah, oh yeah, I forgot what champion existed on the other team. Yeah, Ezreal had to buy the QSS.
Yes.
Is a little bit unfortunate.
We're gonna have a little bit of a pause bug.
Yeah, but we are actually starting to get towards our ornaments, which is really nice. Ezreal being able to pick up the Infinity Force from the Ornn there, which is gonna be really good for his damage moving forward. I might have said you want to upgrade maybe the Wukong's items first, but I don't know how close Panzora is to level 15, but they're pretty close. So if Panzora is able to get to 15 and upgrade the Divine Thunderer into, I want to say, the God Slayer, maybe is what it's called. Something like that.
45 seconds on this dragon.
Oh, I know what it's called. It's called Deicide, I think.
Yes.
But yeah, here comes Panzora. Ooh, that's not a lot of damage.
The dredge line from Wardbox actually blocked up by the decoy. Nicely done. And now they're just pushing their way in to push Glaive Bingus back away from the dragon, so they have full priority on the area. Panzora gonna wander in, try and be the front line that the team needs. Dragon spawning in about 10.
Yeah, Dragon spawning in 10 seconds, and it seems as though ID Eclipse, wants to play for this
dredge
fight.
line gonna be Panzora is gonna be the focus. Go looking for the call of the Forge God, but is gonna be abducted into the death realm. The true shot barrage into the backside. Panzora is gonna pop out off of that one, and the bullet time comes out. Eddie Boy is into the backside, is just annihilating them all and taking them all up while the rest of his team focuses down Flying Squirtle. BKP going very low, and Eddie Boy taking a mystic shot to the face will not go down. Epi Champion and High Legacy just sort of left in the lurch as the rest of the team falls apart in front of them.
It's so unfortunate for High Legacy, because if he's able to pick up that last Whisper, that those limping champions, the Mordekaiser and the Victor, they could be dead. They could very well just be dead. And so it's just unfortunate that you have to pay this Mordekaiser tax. And for Epi Champion, not being able to press the hero's entrance in that fight is really, really, really not good. Not the, it looks like he's working towards the, looks like Epi is working towards the QSS as well, with that Mill Magic Mantle picked up. But with that second Cloud Dragon rather picked up for the side of ID Eclipse, we're moving into the final parts of this game as 30 minutes approaches. We have another Baron in 90 seconds. We have everyone, for the most part, approaching 3 items plus. And it's honestly the fact that Glaive has survived as long as they have. Good dodge from Xernean, being able to dodge out from that dredge line. The fact that ID Eclipse has not ended this game yet means that the likelihood of Glaive winning is increasing by the second. Not that it's increasing by much.
Yeah.
But it just means that the chance for them to win the game is much higher.
Yeah. Alright, they're gonna try and sneak around on a BKP. We've actually seen this song and dance before. Call of the Forge God comes in. Exactly, the teleport comes in from Eddie Boy. And they will shut down that one. And actually, it looks like the teleport was interrupted by Panzor, or by Epi Champion. So Eddie Boy's not able to come in and just clean them all up.
It only costs the flash of the ghost. Also, I don't know if you can hear that, but there's a lot of thunder.
Alright. Well, they do successfully once again pick off BKP. That has been the modus operandi of Glaive Bingus this game. Find BKP, kill BKP. If they can continue to do that, maybe they get a fight that they can get on their terms. But the last few, they've had to invest both the Call of the Forge God and the Cyclone, which means no fighting for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, I mean, the Cyclone going down and the ultimate going down, just that this Baron should be secured by ID Eclipse fairly easily, because BKP will be able to TP back out onto the map, so there will be no numbers advantage for the side.
Yeah, actually, just straight up teleports onto the Baron as it spawns. They're gonna go ahead and start this one up. They, a lot of members of Glaive Bingus have to walk through warded area in order to get in there. Beyond Godly is over the side of the wall, is rejoining his team now, and they're actually just gonna go ahead and give this one up. Glaive Bingus don't even want to attempt to contest this one.
I mean, yeah. I mean, they've recognized the fact that we said earlier is that every minute that this game goes on, their odds of winning the game grow more and more because...
Oh wow, they're actually going to go ahead and call the Forge God in. Beyond Godly is going to get knocked out, the True Shot Barrage in, but a nice pressing guard knocks Xernean out of there, but Flying Squirtle's already found Beyond Godly. They've lost the first member of the fight. Rejected Anew is also getting focused down. Nice follow from Xernean with the Grand Entrance, knocks him into the GA, and they will successfully find Rejected Anew as well. It's a 2-for-0 in favor of Glaive Bingus.
Yeah, and Glaive do what they have to do. They found the team fight. They gave the Baron. They said, yeah, no, this is not our style. We just will fight with our advantage when we find it. And that's exactly what they did. Granted, XBKP now could be in danger under this tower with no TP. If Xernean can find a good Grand Entrance.
They don't have the Cyclone or the Call of the Forge God to get those key knockups guaranteed onto the victor. So they're going to go ahead and be happy with the 2-tower take, which is quite impressive. That's their first 2 towers of the game.
Yeah, I mean, they are able to, you know, knock down 2 massive bounties for themselves. Granted, it's not a Baron, it's not a Dragon, but they're able to find some gold back onto their key members. Ezreal sitting on 1,500 gold should be able to finish this Cyrilda's actually, or get very close to it after picking up these few bits of farm. And so that's absolutely massive. QSS is picked up on every major member of the side of Glaive Bingus. Galio now having it for themselves as well. This is what, you know, this is what this game is turning into, right? Every member should be in the fight when they need to. Realistically, Panzora should be able...
Oh, Eddie Boy has found High Legacy. He's going to pull him into the Death Realm, and there's the QSS.
Yeah, and that's... I think that's also a favorable cooldown for the QSS, actually.
Yeah, but it was High Legacy Splash and Heal as well, so...
Was it? Oh, it was. Was it?
Oh, they're gonna try and find something here. Base check in, and they're gonna back away. And Rejecting You actually going in onto him. They're gonna get the knockup onto Flying Squirtle and pulled back in. The Cyclone gonna be used. Is he gonna be able to make it out of here? The Hero's Entrance gonna be used. The Cyclone comes out. The Call of the Forge God and the Bullet Time layered on top of it. Looking for the taunt, and goes golden. Does Epi Champion. Now High Legacy has rejoined the fight, but there's already lost Panzora and Epi Champion. Flying Squirtle barely able to make it out, tail between his legs as he runs for his life.
If I mean, they just have to leave Squirtle in that case. It's really unfortunate. You've done so much work to get back into this game, and I'm pretty sure ID Eclipse are just going to end here.
Yeah, there's the Baron minions just pushing down onto the inhib, and it's a 5v3 on the map with no ultimate ability for Flying Squirtle. They do have the quickness available. Flying Squirtle blocking up with the decoy as the first Nexus Tower falls, and XBKP just annihilates High Legacy's health bar.
Oh, but the minions are trolling.
Wow.
Wait, ID Eclipse could absolutely end here. Why are they leaving?
Well, they're going to go ahead and leave here. Panzora and Epi Champion coming up in about 5 seconds. True Shot Barrage going to come across the side. They're going to go ahead and take the 2 inhibitors and just rotate over to the Cloud Drake.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's nerves a little bit. They had 15 seconds. They just want to make sure that they secure the game. They want to make sure that it's I don't know.
Nice and safe,
nice
I guess.
and tidy. They want a complete game. They want a soul, they want a Baron, they want to end. It's okay. They want it to be Korean. They want it to kill a Cloud Dragon before winning the game.
Get the Cloud Soul for yourselves. Baron's not spawning for 2 minutes, so surely they end before then, right?
Yeah. I mean, they've given Glaive Bingus a chance. That's what they've done by not ending here. The game, they were dead to rights, and then they said, nope, go again. We want to end in a more epic fashion than your Wukong getting caught out. Which is nice.
Yeah, they want to win.
It's very
fair, a nice fair 5v5 with a 10,000 gold lead.
Yeah. Jesus. All right. I mean, Baron spawning in a minute and a half, right?
Yeah, and this is a little sad as Eddie Boy is just gonna wander in and take the blue buff in front of his face. Flying Squirtle goes ahead and takes it away, but Xernean gets pulled into the Death Realm as a result. Now looking for it, they're gonna find it on High Legacy. The Cyclone gonna be used to try and disengage. The Call of the Forge God comes in. It's really nice. Knocks up a lot of members, and the bullet time is immediately interrupted by the Cyclone as well. And now Rejected New tries in, gets in, goes down to Eddie Boy. There's a big taunt coming out as Panzora is just trying to do what damage he can. Rejected New goes down. Wardbox is in the backside. Double kill over to Eddie Boy. Eddie Boy is just wrecking them all. Panzora going very low, and BKP is gonna flash away from High Legacy, who's now put himself in Eddie Boy's range and is taken down. It's an ace for IDE.
High Legacy was playing that fight so well, and then eat into melee range of the Mordekaiser. Well,
And that'll be the game. It is
That'll be the
complete.
epic
The reverse sweep for ID Eclipse as Eddie Boy puts on his carry pants. 12-0-10 on the Mordekaiser in game number 5. And that'll be game 5 going the way of ID.
Golf claps for ID, being able to pull out the reverse sweep. They got the revenge from earlier on in playoffs, and now they get to have their hand at Dog Gamma. That's the way the cookie crumbles, all right? You go down 0-2.
And so unfortunate for Glaive Bingus. They had games 1 and 2 just in the bag, and they had won this series already. They've beaten ID Eclipse previously in the playoffs 3-2. They were on the verge of doing it 3-0, and all of a sudden it's just ID Eclipse turned it on. Rejected and you being back in the fold, or sorry, not Rejected and you. Flying Squirtle. Yeah, no. Godly being back in the fold for them, and Eddie Boy pushed back up into the top lane, really helped him out. We will be omitting the post-game interview for today, seeing as it went
sleep.
seeing as it went to game 5, and everyone would like to go to sleep. So from that, thank you all so much for watching. Tune in to this stream tomorrow. I'm not entirely sure. Let me take a look. Yeah, but tune into the stream tomorrow. Thanks for watching, everyone. I've been H82. This has been Septi, and we'll see you next time.